when the plane crashed also lost their lives. A number of them, almost like 30 people, 30 doctors who were present in that hostel canteen when this plane crash happened around 1:30, 1:35 p.m.
It seems to be immediately after the explosion where people don't seem to understand what really has happened, which is why there's a sense of panic, there's a sense of uncertainty, but there's also a sense of fear. You can see them running around, both men and women, and also, there's this one woman who is wailing and she clearly is trying to save some of her family members. Remember, along with students who unfortunately died in BJ Medical College, there's also the family of a cook and also some workers who were catering, who were working for senior doctors there. They also lost lives of their relatives, but clearly a sense of panic in this video that we have sourced for you. And this seems to be coming from Meghani Nagar in Ahmedabad. Let's also listen to the audio that could be played out.
All right, those are the visuals, the first visuals among many which have surfaced so far in the last 72 hours. We can see a woman running away from the crash site. Of course, she is looking for and trying to understand as to what really happened. Something dropped from the sky is clearly there. Remember, the Dreamliner had taken off and within 30 seconds, the plane actually crashed. Ankit Tyagi is joining us. Ankit, you have got this this video for us. Explain to us. We can see that entire smoke coming out, the fire still coming out. So certainly it was within seconds of that crash.
Absolutely. This is the exact time of impact into the building and the inferno which ensued, creating chaos on the ground. The building that you are seeing is the BJ Medical College hostel building, and this is the extreme end. So like we were reporting earlier from the tail which we were stuck at the mess, this is the part of the aircraft which is the front end of the aircraft which came to this very part, the entrance of the BJ Medical College and hostel. Now very quickly, let me tell you what you're seeing in your on the visuals. There are two set of visuals. One, of course, you will see a woman running away, some vehicles also moving away from that crash site. The other one also shows you Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the lone survivor of this crash, in fact walking out. So he was in 11A, that is largely closer to the cockpit, and as he said, he was sitting on the emergency exit. The door broke and he was able to walk out, and while he is walking out, you will see a big bang and inferno happening behind him. That tells you that it was just a matter of milliseconds that he was able to walk out before a massive ball of fire in fact appeared behind him. You would also see a woman. She is in fact one of the women, those who were they had a tea shop right next to this entire hostel. Her son was delivering tiffin at this moment. Her son, 15-year-old son, is also among those victims. So extremely heartbreaking visuals these, but very important even with the point of investigation as well. So this woman was wailing, trying to get somebody to help her son. Unfortunately, he could not be saved. And on the other hand, you will see Vishwas Kumar Ramesh in that white t-shirt coming out from one of the broken walls of this building, and then just coming out. And you would also see yesterday and day before, we played the audio of the first ambulance driver from 108, the gentleman, the Sikh gentleman that you see in a turban. He's the one who is whisking away in fact Vishwas Kumar Ramesh away from that site. So very, very important and dramatic, these visuals of the point of impact, and also what ensued right after that, the inferno and the chaos.
Right, Ankit. Also, talk to us a little bit about, we talk a lot about people who were on board on that day. 241 of them died, but also tell us a little bit about victims who actually lived nearby, including the family of the cook and also the person, the tea seller that you're talking about. Tell us a little bit about people that you can see in this video. There is certainly a sense of panic that you can see.
absolute sense of panic, people trying to save their lives. Remember, 241 is the number of the people, those who were on board, who passed away, but there are about 34 others on the ground who died. 4 of them MBBS students, 6 family members of other doctors, those who were staying at the hostel. Apart from that, there are 2, a lady and her granddaughter, the cooks, those who were in the mess, and also this woman who lost her child. There are others. I was, yesterday, and every nook and corner of Ahmedabad will give you that story. Yesterday in Ahmedabad, the hotel that we were staying at, we were told that one of their employees, because this place, the hostel you are seeing, used to be at one point of time the court, and there are a lot of people, notaries as they are called, known as notaries, used to sit there. So a family, a husband and a wife, had gone there to get some documents attested for an Aadhaar card. Both of them reached at the wrong time, and both of them died, leaving 2 young children behind. So there are many such stories. The woman that you see, she was a tea seller right in front. Her tapri, as it is known as here, the temporary structure, was on the wall of this very hostel. So she was right there. Her son had gone to deliver tiffins, and at that very moment when she heard the first bang, she came running, asking for somebody to help her son. Unfortunately, he could not be saved. So such stories strewn all across Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and across the country as well. As I keep saying that this day when the aircraft accident took place, there are about 275 odd families which are in some way now connected in the most unfortunate manner. Every year, this will be the pain that all of them will collectively, in fact, feel all across the country.
Who is it, who is really clicking this video? Who is making this video? And what was that individual clicking till the time, well, he opened his phone and started making this video?
I think there were a lot of onlookers. So, Maria, it was a matter of few seconds before they heard the loud impact of the plane first crashing into the mess on the first floor, and then the inferno ensued. This also tells you the little bit of time that Vishwas Kumar Ramesh had as soon as the impact took place. So it was upon that impact that he was, and I heard one of his testimony in which he said, so he was on the side where the wall was not blocking the entrance, and I've seen that door, that emergency door, which had flung, it broke one boundary wall, and it was on one of the gates of this hostel. Unfortunately, everybody else who were towards the buildings, they were stuck between the buildings and the inferno, very quickly engulfed everything and everybody who was inside. So you also see those few seconds that the survivor had. Similarly, the onlookers, those who had already started seeing a very low noise and descent of this aircraft, followed by that massive loud noise of it first hitting a tree, then a chimney, and then of course going into the hostel mess. Probably that was a few seconds that somebody had their phone on and they were able to connect and record this video. But this is a heartbreaking video, which also is very, very important piece of evidence as well. All the various angles of this video, the point of impact, the fire, will then tell us the story of the ill-fated flight AI-171. So all these videos will also be put together to try and understand exact sequence of event and what ensued after that.
Right, Ankit. Also, tell us a little bit about the lone survivor. We know that it was completely miraculous for him to survive an incident of this scale. Have you able to gather anything more on what really happened there, and how is his health now? Because he was also severely injured in that whole plane crash.
Well, actually, Vasudha, for as I said, it had to come. Every coincidence and percentage that you could take of luck came together for this man to survive. And on the contrary, he was not that badly injured. He was able to walk with a limp, of course. Face had some marks, but he was not as badly injured, of course, given the circumstances and given what happened to this entire plane. Let me tell you a little bit about Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who was on 11A right next to the emergency door. As I described earlier, on point of impact, the door broke and flung out, and he was able to, in fact, get out because of that opening which he had. Now, unfortunately, let me tell you, because I've been speaking, I spoke to his cousin brother yesterday, and he told me that 15 people from his area in Diu, all of them had come together from a village called Patelwadi. His own real brother, Ajay, was also on board this flight. Vishwas was lucky, Ajay not so much.
All right, Ankit, thank you for getting us those visuals. Lone survivor walks out. We can see Vishwas, who was actually seated on 11D, walk out. He is the only lucky survivor of those 241, remember, who lost their lives, and he was passenger on seat 11D. On the other side is a woman desperately looking for help, moving away from that crash site. That was the site of impact. These are 4 hostels, remember, that were completely destroyed when the plane crashed into that site. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
Right.
And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Hi there, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. In this edition, we will get you these heart-wrenching visuals that have come to light now of a mother who had to risk her life to save her son. Unfortunately, she couldn't do so in the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy. We've seen how this tea vendor who was sitting on the roadside, she tried to save her son who had gone to deliver the food to her, and the mother was seen running out even as there was plumes of smoke right behind her, and her son was left behind. Another video of that lone survivor of the Ahmedabad plane crash who was seen walking out of this huge smoke, the only survivor of the A171 flight crash in Ahmedabad that very unfortunate day. All right, we'll start with the headlines at this hour first. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's final journey today. His mortal remains have reached Rajkot. He will be given the farewell with full state honours. It's a crucial discovery in Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. AI-171 cockpit voice recorder has been found. Clarity expected on Mayday message by the pilot. Boeing experts are in Gujarat's Ahmedabad to analyze the plane crash details. In Bengaluru, a Rapido rider was seen slapping a female passenger after an altercation broke out between the two. Centre issue census notification. Census with caste enumeration will be done in 2027. It's the first nationwide caste census since 1931. And Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus as part of his three-nation tour. Cyprus has conferred Prime Minister Modi with the highest honour. It's being seen as a strategic push amid tensions with Turkey. All right, on your TV screens coming up is the two heart-wrenching visuals coming in from the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy. Well, the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad had claimed the lives of more than 260 people. Several local residents, junior doctors were also killed in this unfortunate tragedy. Among the victims was the 15-year-old Akash, who had stepped out to deliver a tiffin to his mother at a tea stall when the tragedy struck. In this heart-wrenching moment, the mother of Akash risked her own life in an attempt to save her son, but tragically she could not do so. Well, this video captures the painful struggle of a mother and leaves everyone teary-eyed. Another visual on your TV screens is of the lone survivor of the A171 plane crash who was seated on 11A seat number, and fortunately he survived the crash. He was seen walking out even as there was plumes of smoke right behind him. He was seen in a way walking from the ashes from this crash site, and nobody could have believed that, but that many said that was like a miracle that happened that very day. But we do understand at this point in time, this is very painful to watch. These visuals also that we've got for you on your TV screens, two visuals of the lone survivor as well as of this desperate mother crying for help, asking for people to help her son. My colleague Ankit Tyagi with us on the broadcast here. He's been tracking the details here. Ankit, it's a heart-wrenching moment. These visuals on our TV screens here of this mother, we understand, who tried to save her son, 15-year-old Akash, who had gone to deliver food to his mother at the time when the tragedy struck. But unfortunately, the mother couldn't actually save her son.
Something that, for a nightmare for any parent. You can't even imagine, or think about your own child being charred to death in a situation like this right in front of your eyes in a moment, that you were interacting with that person. There is absolutely no way that any of us can even understand what she was going through at that point of time and later. These visuals, Kitty, that we are playing at this moment on our screens, very, very important visuals. They tell you, give you a sense of how quick everything happened. In one visual that you see, people trying to save their cars, taking that away. All that at that moment, as we see these visuals, was something that tells you how quickly after the crash the whole thing became an absolute inferno. It also, on the other side, is the visual of 1 in a million chance of everything coming together in a sense for somebody to survive, and that's Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who's seen walking out from one of the main gates of this building. Now, this entire complex, let me very quickly describe to our viewers where Vishwas is walking out from. That's the front, where the front area, the cockpit and beyond, landed of this aircraft. It was right next to the boundary wall. It's a big complex from the tail to where it in fact entered the mess to this very place where all this has happened, where Vishwas is walking out, is about 700 meters from that point. So the debris was strewn all across. Now, what you see also is Vishwas coming in. He has his phone in his hand. And then you saw a Sikh gentleman. He is an ambulance driver of the 108 services, emergency service of Gujarat. He's the one who is then accompanying him. And he's the same person whose audio we played out. He was the one who called up. In fact, his superiors told them that he was at that point of time also having lunch around that complex when this tragedy struck. So he's the one you also see in these visuals. Let me also very quickly tell you that, for Vishwas, and he was accompanied by 14 others from his village, which is Patelwadi in Diu, and his own brother Ajay, who also for the last 20 years have been settled in United Kingdom. Ajay and Vishwas both had come to their native place, and they were going back along with 13 others. 14, including Ajay, Vishwas's brother, died in this air crash, and Vishwas is the lone survivor. His family, I spoke to his cousin brother yesterday. His family from London arrived yesterday, and they have given their DNA sample for his brother to be matched. But these visuals tell you the story of the inferno, the chaos that ensued, and absolutely heartbreaking visuals of this mother.
To look at these visuals, how this mother can be seen crying, asking for help, and running on the streets, asking for people to help her son. But nothing could have been done at that moment. And we understand her mother, her son was charred to death, even as there were plumes of smoke can be seen right behind her as she is running away from it, asking for help from people here. And another visual of that lone survivor who was seen walking out from this plume of smoke here in the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy. All right, thanks so much, Ankit, for getting us all those details there. Meanwhile, we have some more news that's coming in at the moment, as the probe has now picked pace. First meeting of the high-level panel has begun. We understand that this meeting is taking place to probe the plane crash in Ahmedabad, and officials who are attending the meeting include the Ministry of Home Affairs officials as well as Ministry of Civil Aviation officials as well. My colleague Ishwarya Jain is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishwarya, we understand the first meeting of the high-level panel that has been set up to probe the air crash has begun now. What more can you tell us? What all is being talked about, and who all are participating?
Well, in the first press conference by the Civil Aviation Ministry, it was announced by Ram Mohan Naidu, Union Civil Aviation Minister, that there will be two parallel investigations that will go on. One would be of the AAIB in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, in which there would be also the authorities from the United Kingdom and the US will probe into how things went wrong. And there was another high-level committee that was constituted by the Government of India that has been chaired by the Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan, and there are different people who had been involved in this high-level committee, which involved the Secretary of the Civil Aviation Ministry, the Police Commissioner of Ahmedabad, the civil aviation officers, the officers from the Intelligence Bureau, and will be assisting all of them to find out, what went wrong during the plane crash. They will also prepare a document to how to further secure the aviation in the country, and will prepare a blueprint for that as well. 3 months had been given to this committee to find out what went wrong and how there could be more directions or more rules that could be given to such airlines to check the balances as far as the aircraft is concerned. And within 3 months, the committee will submit a report to the Home Ministry and the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. So today was the first day of this meeting that is currently underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs. On the other side, yes, it is a separate investigation. The forensic teams are recovering all the crucial evidences, the equipment from the crash site, and they are being sent to the forensic laboratory.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for getting us those details. We'll come back to you as more comes in. Meanwhile, we have visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi along with Cyprus President. We understand he's at the historic center of Nicosia at the moment in Cyprus. Prime Minister Modi was bestowed with the highest civilian honor also of Cyprus a while back, and while speaking during a joint press conference along with the Cyprus President, Prime Minister Modi had said that mutual trust in democracy and rule of law have formed strong foundation of India's ties with Cyprus. It's a very historic visit of Prime Minister Modi, we understand, to Cyprus, one that comes after a gap of 23 years for an Indian PM to be visiting this island nation after a gap of 23 years. It's a very significant visit of Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi also had thanked Cyprus for its support against cross-border terror, also for backing India's UNSC bid. Well, Cyprus always has been a supporter of India, and we understand as Prime Minister Modi is in Cyprus on his first leg of the three-nation tour, this is being seen visit that is too significant for both the nations. Also, we understand comes at a time when India wants to send a big message to Turkey, as Turkey earlier had backed Pakistan during India's Operation Sindoor, and well, this definitely sends out a big signal to Turkey. Amid the strained ties between both sides, we understand India and Turkey, and an important visit of Prime Minister Modi here in Cyprus. He's being seen along with the Cyprus President, my colleague Vishal Vivek, also with us on the broadcast. Vishal, describe us these visuals. We can see Prime Minister Modi here along with the Cyprus President. What are the two discussing here? What more can you tell us?
So that will be seen because the statements will be released in a while after the visit is over, and the PM heads for Canada for the all-important G7 summit to which he has been invited. As far as this visit is concerned, Cyprus has been an ally of India for a while now, and in the last 20 years, this is the first time that any Indian Prime Minister has gone on to visit the country. But there have been a lot of back and forth visits from other leaders. Ramnath Kovind, the former President of India, visited Cyprus about 5 years ago. There was also a visit from a Cyprus delegation a few years ago to India. And it's a strategic stopover during this G7 summit that has started today. And it, as you mentioned, it sends out a strong signal to the rest of the world as to, India is taking a strong stand against Turkey, because As we've been reporting throughout, Turkey was found to have supported Pakistan in its bid to attack India through its drone program, through its personnel that helped Pakistan's military in its drone program during Operation Sindoor. There has been a big backlash from Indian side. There has been repeated, boycott campaigns. A lot of Turkish firms in India who were functioning here, they have been blacklisted. They've had to go back. So that there has been a big backlash from the Indian side. So this visit highlights that as well. And because Turkey and Cyprus also have had fraught relationships. There was a separatist movement inside Cyprus territory. And also the fact that this visit also signifies a lot of strategic things such as the shipping industry that can be encouraged through ties with Cyprus, and also the natural resources in the region. All of these will come into the picture when we have the details that will be released.
Absolutely. Cyprus, we've seen itself has had long-standing tensions with Turkey, and has been a close ally of India, has been vocal against terrorism also. After the April 22nd Pahalgam attack also, Cyprus had expressed its unequivocal support to India and had condemned the violence, said that its intent to raise the issue of cross-border terror by Pakistan at the EU level also, and has also, we've seen, consistently backed India on its position on Kashmir. Well, other than the significance that we are seeing in this context of India-Cyprus relationship, how is it economically also beneficial for both sides here, Vishal?
So to give you a context, I have a list of things that partnership between India and Cyprus. Cyprus is among India's top 10 investors. Between 2000 and 2025, $14.65 billion of FDI in India, defense, energy, trade pacts. That's what the target is. And investments will be there in shipping, energy, technology. There was a defense MOU signed in December 2022. There are shared interests in the Mediterranean region, as we've been talking about, because it's a crucial, one of the most crucial shipping routes in the world. Also, the fact that there is at least 14,000 people of Indian origin living in that tiny island nation. So there's also that connect.
Well, absolutely. Its location also definitely makes it a very key link in the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor also. And that is something also that's being seen as a move aimed to position Cyprus as a gateway for India, for Indian businesses entering the European Union. That way also it's quite important, of course, Vishal, as you rightly explained there. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Meanwhile, those are latest visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi there along with the Cyprus president. We will keep an eye on the developments here, and we will get you more with that. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
Why Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
3 days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Welcome back after the break. As ProPic space in the Ahmedabad plane crash tragedy, the DNA matching is now complete for 99 victims. We understand 64 bodies have also been handed over to the families of those who were killed in this plane crash. Well, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. DNA samples have been matched for 99 bodies. We understand the process is over. Well, the authorities have been trying to expedite the process, and forensic team experts have been engaged, as many as 36 so far in Ahmedabad Forensic Center, where this DNA matching is taking place. 64 bodies so far have been handed over to the families of those who were killed. My colleague Ishwarya Jain also with us on the broadcast here. He's been tracking all the details. He's been outside the civil hospital in Ahmedabad for these many days and has been tracking all these updates here. We understand, Ishwarya, this is the latest update now coming in. 99 bodies, for 99 bodies, the DNA matching is now complete.
Well, that's right. That's the latest data coming in. 99 DNA profiling had been done, and the DNA samples had been matched with the family members who had given the DNA samples earlier. We have been told that 64 of the dead bodies had been dispatched till now. The family members are coming one after another to the mortuary complex, where the formalities are being done as far as the death certificate, post-mortem report or the legal paperwork, and only after that the mortal remains of those who had lost their loved ones have been handed over to them. But to fast-track that entire process, there are continued instructions that had been given. Remember, 36 of the forensic experts with the 10 FSL teams are working day and night 24/7. And because the foreign nationals are also arriving, and yesterday it was the family of lone survivor Vishwas Kumar Ramesh also arrived. They gave the samples because one of their brothers have died in this unfortunate incident, it is them who will receive only after 72 hours after the processing of the DNA sampling. So yes, today 34 families is what is the estimate. They will be called in. They have already been contacted, and they are hoping, the civil hospital authorities are hoping that more bodies would be handed over by this evening.
All right. Thank you so much, Chef, for getting us those details there. Well, the families have been eagerly waiting for these many days. We understand ever since the tragedy took place in Ahmedabad, this crash took place, after which families are waiting for authorities to identify their loved ones so that they can carry their remains. And we understand so far the information that's coming in at the moment is that 99 bodies have been identified. That also includes the body of the DNA sampling that was conducted for former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. And well, as the Ahmedabad plane crash probe takes place, the cockpit voice recorder of the plane has also been recovered 3 days after the crash. Officials investigating the Air India plane crash have confirmed that the cockpit voice recorder has been found. It's being seen as a crucial discovery that will help identify the possible cause behind the deadly crash that killed 270 people, including 241 people on board. My colleague Ankit Tyagi also with us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Ankit, help us understand, how is the cockpit voice recorder now that has been recovered 3 days after the crash will help the authorities find out, what's gone wrong?
That's a very crucial piece of evidence as far as this entire air crash investigation is concerned. The cockpit voice recorder, part of the black box, or sometimes it is also referred as the second black box, is part of two very important technical aspects of this entire aircraft, which are largely somewhere near the tail section. It was recovered from the very terrace of the mess where the tail had launched itself. The cockpit voice recorder, the CVR, not only records the conversation between the pilot and the co-pilot, but also the ATC, and it will also give a sense of all the noise that you hear in the cockpit, because in those 52 seconds, what was the conversation between the pilot and the co-pilot, what instructions were being given, and from the time it started taxiing, what was the conversation between the ATC and the pilots, when exactly was the mayday call given, and it will also tell you with all those noises whether some system failure noise was being produced inside the cockpit. So that it becomes a very crucial part of this entire investigation, coupled with what the data, the digital data recorder, about 1,000 parameters from various aspects of that aircraft have been in fact recorded in that, and that both of them collectively will tell us exactly what went wrong, whether it was a mechanical failure or
whether that part of the investigation has already begun. How long could it take?
Well, it's already been 3 months that has been set, the time limit that has been set for the investigation, and expect some time, at least 2 to 3 weeks before initial details start coming in. Even with the cockpit voice recorder and the other digital recorders, though largely it can be plugged and the data can be downloaded, but analyzing that data does take some time. We already know that the AAIB is on the job, plus being assisted by the Boeing team, which already came today and visited the crash site. We can expect at least 2 to 3 weeks before some initial observations, which would be important to try and understand whether other 787s need some sort of grounding or they need some improvement. All that will start coming in, but it will take some time before the real picture comes out as far as this entire investigation is concerned.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ankit, for getting us those details. So the black box, we understand, consists of two devices. One that includes the FDR, that's the flight data recorder, and the other is the cockpit voice recorder. And this cockpit voice recorder has also been found. We understand this is definitely going to help identify the possible cause behind this deadly crash that killed as many as 270 people in Ahmedabad. My colleague Shiv Arur also now joins us on the broadcast. He is getting us more on why this cockpit voice recorder recovery is so significant. Shiv, take us through the details.
So every aircraft has a black box which contains the flight data recorder and what is called the cockpit voice recorder. Now both these devices have been recovered now. So let's tell you what exactly is expected to be revealed on the cockpit voice recorder of flight AI-171. Now the cockpit voice recorder is like a hard drive which records audio conversations inside the aircraft, especially in the cockpit. The first thing and most important thing that the cockpit voice recorder will reveal are the exact last words of Captain Sumit Sabharwal and the co-pilot Clive Kundar in the cockpit. Remember, a Mayday message was sent out just about 18 to 20 seconds after liftoff. What exactly were those words they actually used? Number two, it will clarify whether they mentioned just Mayday, 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 or did they talk about thrust or lift or loss of power? Was it a brief message or did they provide even more detailed message? That will be settled once and for all by the cockpit voice recorder. The precise time of the Mayday message, we're hearing it was about 80 seconds after the aircraft lifted off, but that precise time becomes extremely important in the scheme of the investigation. Number four, the full cockpit conversations, not just the Mayday message, but all communication between the pilots and between air traffic control. And remember, this entire flight lasted just 32 seconds, but the full cockpit conversations of the aircraft on ground and then also in the air. Number five that investigators will be looking at is those 32 crucial seconds from the time the aircraft lifted off till the time it actually impacted, killing nearly everyone on board. Those full conversations in those 32 seconds beyond just the Mayday call will be recorded. Cockpit audio warnings. Now remember, depending on what happened inside the cockpit, the flight control system, the warning systems inside the cockpit have audio signals, audio warning signs, audio alarms. There's even a stick shaker which has a vibrating sound. All of this would have been captured in the cockpit voice recorder and will allow investigators to create a sequential timeline. Number seven, any other audio indicators from the cockpit? Were there any other sounds, either technical sounds from the warning systems or by the pilots themselves? Sometimes there are verbal communications which may not necessarily be, words. There could be just sounds of acknowledgement. Those become important and will be captured on the cockpit voice recorder. Number eight, crew resource management on the flight deck. Remember, a tiny amount of time would have been recorded in the cockpit voice recorder, what was on the ground, and then those 32 seconds, how resources were used in the cockpit, what kind of CRM happened, that will be nailed in the cockpit voice recorder. And finally, and most importantly perhaps, a clear, very definitive, non-theorized sequential map layering the audio response to the alert system. When those communications actually happened between the pilots and when those alarms were actually triggered. Was there any delay between the alarm and the response? Was there any communication gap? All of those will be clarified. Remember, these were very, very qualified pilots, and whatever they were speaking in the cockpit has been recorded in that cockpit voice recorder and will be crucial to the investigation.
And now let's
tell you a little bit about the black box itself. The black box, like I said, contains both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder that I've just told you about. Now, both these devices are currently with the investigators who are looking at it. As we speak, in fact, analysis has already begun. That data has presumably already been downloaded and is being scrutinized right now. Now, the black box which contains these two devices is located in the tail of the aircraft. The tail, which became one of those, defining images of the crash, which had been largely intact. The black box, like I said, consists of two devices, which is the flight data recorder, also recovered, and the cockpit voice recorder. The FDR records all data, all parameters, airspeed, altitude, angle of attack, everything. And like I said, the cockpit voice recorder captures the timing sequence of events through audio communications inside the cockpit. So we can confirm, as NDTV reported first, that both these devices are now in the hands of forensics investigators to help them map the minute details which will be key to the crash probe.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Shriv, for getting us all those details there. We will keep an eye on the developments now coming in here. We understand this is the latest bit of information that's come in so far, and also, well, another aspect of the recent air tragedy in Ahmedabad that we're looking at is that it has definitely now raised concerns among the people over the safety of their air travel. Now, 5 flight scares have been reported in the last 12 hours that include 2 close calls at the Indian airports. Lufthansa flight bound for Hyderabad was forced to make a U-turn and return to Frankfurt airport in Germany after it failed to receive landing clearance after a bomb threat. Flight LH752 had departed from Frankfurt and was scheduled to arrive at Hyderabad's Rajiv Gandhi International Airport today morning. However, the aircraft turned back mid-route, saying that it did not receive a permit to land in Hyderabad, and that is why the aircraft had to take a U-turn and return. Well, another incident was reported from Lucknow, where a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah sparked a brief scare at Lucknow's Chaudhry Charan Singh International Airport on Saturday morning after smoke was seen coming from the aircraft's wheels shortly after landing. However, officials have said that Saturday's event was minor and it was handled as a precautionary measure.
The pilot and the crew of that Lufthansa flight, erring on the side of caution, because whenever there is a bomb threat of any kind, it leaves the pilot and crew with very little, chance of actually doing that. In fact, the decision to actually divert and return would have been taken both from the air as well as from the ground. And like we've just been pointing out, the Lufthansa flight is one of 5 flights in just the last 12 hours which have seen some kind of incident, some kind of scare or the other. Now remember, in the wake of the Ahmedabad Air India Flight 171 crash, there is heightened interest, heightened sensitivity and a heightened spotlight really globally over any small incident as far as aviation is concerned because of the sheer volume of air travel. The Lufthansa flight from Frankfurt to Hyderabad had to make that U-turn owing to a bomb threat. It still hasn't taken off from there, so obviously there is a heightened state of alert, but there are many other aircraft and flights as well, at least 5 in the last 12 hours that have seen this kind of shift. So this smoke detected on the wheels of a flight that landed, a Saudi Airlines flight that landed in Lucknow. It was the wheels of the flight actually saw some sparks. So this was that second flight that we saw. Earlier today, there was an Air India flight from Hong Kong to Delhi, which saw a U-turn as well. This was the Saudi Airlines flight, the Frankfurt Hyderabad flight. The Hong Kong flight to Delhi saw apparently some kind of a technical fault, not a bomb scare, that forced the crew of flight 315, Air India flight, again a 787 Dreamliner, to take a U-turn and land back. An Air Arabia flight also saw, problems. This was a technical issue as far as that flight was concerned once it actually landed. This was Saudi Airlines. So, a whole host of them. Remember, it's important to put into context that individually each of these issues may not be of, heightened interest, but at a time when there is uncertainty over civil aviation in general, there is a cloud hanging over the global directives that might emanate from the big investigation that's going into the Ahmedabad crash. Every little incident that takes place, and all of these appear to be connected with India, either inbound flights or flights leaving from the country, there is going to be a sense of disquiet, uncertainty among the flying public, and that's the reason why we will factually report on each one of them.
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More news and updates on the other side. We'll be right back.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from finance.
Welcome back after the break. A video of an altercation between a woman and a Rapido driver in Bengaluru's Jayanagar has gone viral. The Rapido driver slapped the female passenger after the argument they had went out of control. What's being learned is that the woman who had booked a Rapido bike ride was irked with the rider for his rash riding, and she got off the bike. She began to question him over the same and is also said to have even abused him. The argument escalated and the two could not understand each other's language, as one was speaking in English and the rider was speaking in Kannada. Well, the woman is eventually said to have refused to pay and return the helmet. The rider was seen then assaulting her, and she is seen falling to the ground as he slaps her. Well, cops have requested now the woman to file an FIR, but she apparently doesn't want to take the matter further.
ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು 100 ಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ. ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಂಗೆ ಏನೇ ಓದಿರೋದು ಹಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಿಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ, ರೂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ. ನಾನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅವರೇ ರಾಶ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತವ್ರೆ, ಏನು ಓದಿದ್ಯಾ ಹಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತವ್ರೆ. ನನಗೂ ಕೋಪ ಬಂತು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವೇ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಹಂಗಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದೆ ನಾನು. ಹಂಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ 77 ಅಂದರು. ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ಹೋಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೈತಾನೆ ಅವರೇ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕತ್ತಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ವಿಷಯ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋರು. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಬಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಸ್ಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಟಿಫಿನ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಕೋಪ ಬಂತು. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಂಕ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ ತಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸವ್ರು ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರೇ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು, 2 ಸಲ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಕತ್ತನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಜೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
All right, that's the Rapido driver who's trying to justify his action there. Deepak Bopanna, my colleague, is also now joining us from Bengaluru. He's been tracking this case. Well, Deepak, the Rapido driver, we understand no action has been taken since no FIR, no complaint has been registered by the woman so far. Any details about that? Any update about that? And on the other hand, you have this Rapido driver, we've heard him, he's justifying his action, saying that the woman first hit him and after that he retaliated.
Yes, now in the portion of the video that's of course available with us, you can see him assault the woman, slap her where she collapses, falls on the ground, and then the locals there really not coming to the aid of the woman. He in the video that we have now, he is trying to explain what happened. He says that the woman all of a sudden asked him to stop the vehicle. He explained to her that he cannot stop in the middle of the road, but she insisted, and then he finally stopped near her office where she began to verbally abuse him, then heckle him as well. He claims that he held her by the collar and then hit him with a tiffin carrier that she had in her hand, and it was in retaliation that he actually assaulted her. He even mentions that the people there said that it's not right to assault a woman. He says that she kept doing it, and he didn't have an option as people kept watching her yell at him, scream at him, and even assault him. So this is his rationale behind him carrying out that assault. He's trying to justify it, like you mentioned. The police at this point in time have registered this NCR, and they are hoping that the woman cooperates, where she will help the police investigate this matter further by ensuring that there's an FIR. Whether the police suo moto as well will take this matter up, that is also something that remains to be seen. But the video in itself is quite appalling. Now that the man has tried to claim that she assaulted him first, whether the police will investigate further to look at CCTVs nearby, to look at the entire episode of what exactly happened from the time the bike was stopped there to this assault, of course, that we have access to now, and whether there was actually an assault by the woman, these are details we still await.
Well, absolutely. Well, this is the only video that we've accessed so far, and it's going viral on social media. But it's up to the police now to investigate the matter, whether the woman actually chooses to file the complaint or not. If the police wants to go ahead, take action suo moto, that depends on them, of course. But it's up to the police now to investigate and find out the real reason behind why this has happened in the very first place. Mercilessly, this woman, we understand, she's been slapped, she was assaulted in broad daylight. Nobody came to her help. And now we understand the Rapido driver is saying that it was not his fault, and instead the woman tried to beat him up, and that is why he had to take action. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Well, the centre has issued a notification for census to be done in March 2027. The census, which is a recording of India's population, including critical details such as the caste of the citizens as well, will begin in the Union territories of Ladakh and Jammu Kashmir, as well as Himachal and Uttarakhand in 2026 October, as per the government's notification. And counting for the rest of the country will begin from midnight on March 1st, 2027. Union Home Minister Amit Shah had also reviewed the census preparations with the Home Secretary, the Registrar General and Census Commissioner of India and other senior officials earlier. We understand the centre has already now issued the official notification for the conduct of the National Population Census to be done in 2027. Shifting our focus now to news coming in from Haryana. Heartbreaking case came to light from Kharkhoda of Sonipat district. A model named Sheetal, who was working in Haryanvi music industry, was brutally murdered by unknown miscreants. What we are given to understand is that she was strangled to death, and her body has been recovered from a Reliance canal near village Khanda. Well, she was a resident of Panipat. The Panipat police has registered a case, and the body also was sent to the civil hospital for post-mortem. Shifting our focus now, in aerospace, overcrowding and ignorance of warning signs led to the tragic bridge collapse over the Indrayani River in Maharashtra's Pune on Sunday. Many tourists who were on the bridge fell into the river that had been in spate and after heavy rainfall over the weekend. 4 people died and over 50 people were injured, and many were rescued in the operations that ended this morning. Now, there are before and after pictures of the bridge that we are displaying on our TV screens there that show some warning signs, particularly that it was not made for more than 1 two-wheeler and a couple of people at a time. As per officials, the bridge had a width of just 4 feet, making it extremely narrow. However, at the time of the tragedy, there were around 7 to 8 bikes on the bridge, and in addition to the huge crowd, officials have said more than 100 people were present on the bridge, ignoring the warning board at the spot as well.
I have with me one of the residents of the Kundamala village, someone who used to use the bridge, which is now fallen, as you can see on your screen, and used to use it for educational purposes, for working purposes, pretty much on a daily basis. Let us try and talk to her on how important was this bridge to the locals here. Tell me, how often do you used to, get onto this bridge? How many times in a week did you
actually I used to travel on a daily basis. For my education purpose also, I used to go from this bridge because Begdewadi railway station was being the nearest railway station to me. And by the railway station, from there by the local train, I used to travel to the college. So I used to travel every day for my educational purpose, and after that also for daily activities, for some other work, I used to travel from this bridge.
How important was this bridge? I'll come to what happened yesterday a little later, but how important was this bridge to all of the people who used to live in the Kundamala village?
Okay, actually this was the only option for us to travel from here because the dam which you are seeing over here, it gets full of water in the rainy season, and for 4 to 5 months or some of the time even for the 6 months it is underwater. So we couldn't travel by four-wheeler from that dam because it gets open after the rainy season only. Here now they have to travel 15 to 20 kilometer long distance to reach those places. So it is going to be a very problematic issues for us for the traveling purposes, and even all the locals are going to face this problem. Every weekend it is a very, actually we the locals were facing a lot of problem because of this tourist also, because it's the issue that the bridge was very small and the tourists used to stand on the bridge, and when we used to travel from here it was a very big issue because we couldn't see the other vehicle coming from there, from here which we were going or the locals were going, they couldn't see the vehicle and it used to get a block over there. So it was a problem for us also.
All right, many people who were at the bridge at that point in time and fortunately were rescued by the authorities there have said that the bridge was even shaking for about 5 minutes and people had noticed there, but nothing was done. All right, we will get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, it's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's final journey begins. Rupani's mortal remains have reached Rajkot. Crucial discovery in Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. AI-171 plane's cockpit voice recorder has been found. Boeing experts in Ahmedabad will analyze the plane crash details. In Bengaluru, Rapido rider slapped a female passenger. Altercation between the rider and passenger was caught on camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective.
For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unpacked.
Welcome back. After the break, tensions between Israel and Iran have intensified as both nations kept up their attacks overnight, killing civilians and raising concerns among world leaders that the biggest battle between old enemies could lead to a broad regional conflict. 224 deaths have been reported in Iran after 4 days of Israeli strikes, with 90% of the casualties reported to be civilians, as per the Iranian health ministry. The Israeli authorities have reported around 14 people have been killed in the Jewish state in Iranian attacks that also includes children. Now, the tense situation between Israel and Iran has raised anxiety among foreigners residing in both the countries. Around 9 students from Karnataka are studying medicine at Shahid Besht Medical University near Tehran and are worried because of the tense situation there. One of these students, Nadeem Hussain, and his parents have also contacted the non-resident Indian committee in Bengaluru office over the phone and have expressed their desire to return to the country immediately.
At this point, हमारे जो भाई हैं तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनकी बॉयज डॉम के नज़दीकी हमला हुआ है एंड दे हैव आल्सो बीन अफेक्टेड बाय द अटैक और कुछ जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो जख्मी भी हो गए हैं. सो वो हालत हमारी भी ना हो जाए उससे पहले प्लीज हमें इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि इस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे ना हमें वाटर सप्लाई है डॉम की, ना नेट, इंटरनेट इज वेरी वीक, इंटरनेट बिल्कुल भी नहीं चल रहा है, ना मैसेज जा रही है, ना आ रही है, ना प्रॉपर्ली कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं हम किसी से भी. और ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट अभी शायद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी चली जाएगी और उसके बाद हमारा वाईफाई भी डाउन हो जाएगा, जिसपे हम अभी थोड़ा बहुत इंटरनेट चला रहे हैं और उसके बाद हम शायद बिल्कुल भी कम्युनिकेट ना कर पाए. तो प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट LG मनोज सिन्हा एंड CM उमर अब्दुल्ला कि हमें जल्द से जल्द इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए.
All right, as per latest information coming in, Indian authorities have responded as well and have assured full help to the people stuck there. With that, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom,
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world.
A very good evening and thank you for tuning in here to NDTV. We are keeping our focus on a story that directly matters to you. If you fly in the skies over the last few days and the few weeks, there have been certain stories, certain videos that have come forward. Should you be worried? Or these are just normal instances? We decode that story and much more in just a moment. First up, as always, the headlines. Vijay Rupani's final journey, his mortal remains have earlier reached Rajkot, the ex-chief minister's farewell with full state honours. The crash probe is moving into top gear. The first high-level meet to probe the crash has already begun. It's a high-level panel led by the Home Secretary. It's a crucial discovery in the Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. The AI-171 cockpit voice recorder has been found. Clarity expected on the Mayday message by the pilot now. Boeing experts in Ahmedabad to analyze the crash details. In Bengaluru, a Rapido rider is seen slapping a female passenger. Altercation between the rider and the passenger has been captured on camera. Now, the recent tragedy in Ahmedabad has raised a lot of concerns over the safety of air travel. There are about 5 flight scares that have been reported in just the last 12 hours. 5 of them in the last 12 hours, including 2 close calls at the Indian airports. First, you had a Lufthansa flight bound for Hyderabad that is forced to make a U-turn. It returns to the Frankfurt airport in Germany after it failed to receive landing clearance. This following a bomb threat. Then the flight LH752 had departed from Frankfurt, was scheduled to arrive at Hyderabad's Rajiv Gandhi International Airport today morning, but this aircraft is turned back mid-route. We did not receive a permit to land in Hyderabad, and that's why the aircraft took a U-turn and returned. This is what the news agency ANI quoted the Lufthansa Airlines as saying. But this is not the only incident. The other incident we are talking about is reported from Lucknow, where you have a Saudi Airlines flight from Jeddah that sparked a brief scare at the Lucknow's Chaudhry Charan Singh International Airport on Saturday morning. This after smoke is seen coming from the aircraft's wheels shortly after landing. But officials say that Saturday's event was minor, handled as a precautionary measure. But what more do we know about these incidents and what more? First up, let's get in our colleague Ranveer, who's joining us live on top of this edition of the news. Ranveer, we are just putting out details of both the instances. They are scary to say the least, especially in today's day and time where there is already a lot of concern about the fact whether our skies are safe.
Yes, obviously, if we talk about some cases related to aviation, yesterday a major tragedy averted in Lucknow also when a Saudi Airlines flight returning from Jeddah to Lucknow, it witnessed some flames and smoke during the landing time, and as a precautionary measure some fire tenders were there. And the report says that it was carrying around 250 passengers returning from Hajj. So a tragedy may occur, but due to prompt action by the airport authorities, it averted. But obviously there are some question marks over the safety and security of flights, and obviously after the Ahmedabad incidents, it is said that such kind of security measures should be checked promptly. And if we talk about Lucknow, the SV3112 aircraft, which is related to Saudi Airlines, was landing at Amosi Airport in Lucknow Lucknow, and it witnessed some smokes and flame in the rear side wheel, left wheel of the aircraft. But the airport authorities were very much alert, and a major tragedy was averted yesterday in Lucknow also.
Oh yes, Ranveer, there is that word coming in. For the moment, I'll thank you, but we'll also make way to get in more perspective. This is our colleague Shiv, adding more to what we know and the entire string of these events that you have seen the last few days, and what could this entail?
The pilot and the crew of that Lufthansa flight, erring on the side of caution, because whenever there is a bomb threat of any kind, it leaves the pilot and crew with very little, chance of actually doing that. In fact, the decision to actually divert and return would have been taken both from the air as well as from the ground. And like we've just been pointing out, the Lufthansa flight is one of 5 flights in just the last 12 hours which have seen some kind of incident, some kind of scare or the other. Now remember, in the wake of the Ahmedabad Air India flight 171 crash, there is heightened interest, heightened sensitivity and a heightened spotlight really globally over any small incident as far as aviation is concerned because of the sheer volume of air travel. The Lufthansa flight from Frankfurt to Hyderabad had to make that U-turn owing to a bomb threat. It still hasn't taken off from there, so obviously there is a heightened state of alert, but there are many other aircraft and flights as well, at least 5 in the last 12 hours that have seen this kind of shift. So this smoke detected on the wheels of a flight that landed, a Saudi Airlines flight that landed in Lucknow. It was the wheels of the flight actually saw some sparks. So this was that second flight that we saw. Earlier today, there was an Air India flight from Hong Kong to Delhi, which saw a U-turn as well. This was the Saudi Airlines flight, the Frankfurt Hyderabad flight. The Hong Kong flight to Delhi saw apparently some kind of a technical fault, not a bomb scare, that forced the crew of flight 315, Air India flight, again a 787 Dreamliner, to take a U-turn and land back. An Air Arabia flight also saw problems. This was a technical issue as far as that flight was concerned once it actually landed. This was Saudi Airlines. So, a whole host of them. Remember, it's important to put into context that individually each of these issues may not be of heightened interest, but at a time when there is uncertainty over civil aviation in general, there is a cloud hanging over the global directives that might emanate from the big investigation that's going into the Ahmedabad crash. Every little incident that takes place, and all of these appear to be connected with India, either inbound flights or flights leaving from the country, there is going to be a sense of disquiet, uncertainty among the flying public, and that's the reason why we will factually report on each one of them.
Let's move on to get you more details. This is about the Star Air flight S5431 from Goa to Daman and Diu that was cancelled. Now, this particular flight, scheduled to depart from the Manor International Airport, Goa to Daman and Diu, was suddenly cancelled because of operational issues. Now, what passengers were actually told at the boarding gate actually led to a lot of frustration, concern, images of which you see on your screens of these heightened fracas that happened between both sides. This flight was originally set to depart at about 12:35 and arrive at 2:05 p.m. But this unexpected cancellation then led to a heated discussion between the passengers and the airport staff. The passengers were informed at the boarding gate, causing them to obviously question the arrangements that have been made right now.
सुनिए मेरी बात, कोई के घर पे ऐसा है जो घर पे मरीज है, उनके घर पे कोई नहीं है अभी यहाँ, और एक भाई की सगाई भी है, एक भाई है उसकी सगाई है, पूरे घर पे मेहमान आए हुए हैं, वो यहाँ पे फंसा हुआ है। आप ये बोल रहे हो कि आप नहीं कर सकते हो, आप दूसरे एयरपोर्ट पे भी नहीं डाल सकते हो, आप कोई, सुनिए मेरी बात, आप कोई और फ्लाइट में भी हमको नहीं डाल सकते हो, और लिख कर भी नहीं दे सकते हो, और लिख के भी नहीं दे सकते हो। ये कैसे? तो अब हम यहाँ से हर जिम्मेदारी से हाथ, तो अब हम यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे? अब हम क्या करेंगे? समझिए कि फ्लाइट क्यों कैंसिल हुआ है? आप समझ रहे हो? एक मिनट, मैं समझाता हूँ, मैं एक मिनट। फ्लाइट जब हमने बुकिंग करी थी तो कितने बजे की थी सर? वो आप कितने बजे की थी? कितने बजे की थी? जब हमने फ्लाइट बुक करी थी कितने बजे की थी सर? आपको कितने बजे की थी? पहले दिवस है ना, जब आपका यहाँ पे पहला दिन है, इनका पहला दिन है, बड़ा बुरा फंस गए भैया। अरे कोई बात, सॉरी। जब हमने फ्लाइट बुक करी थी कितने बजे की थी? 4 बजे की फ्लाइट थी हमारी, 4 बजे की फ्लाइट थी, फिर 10-10 मिनट कर करके आज 12:30 बजे लेके आए और आखिरी मौके पर सडनली 11:30 बजे हमको बता रहे हैं कि फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो रही है तुम्हारी। सर आपका नाम क्या है सर?
राहुल खोडियार।
राहुल
खोडियार।
और आप किस पोजीशन पर है सर?
एयरपोर्ट मैनेजर। हेलो, हाँ सर।
क्या ठीक है, तो भारत सरकार से हमारा यही निवेदन है कि इन 26 यात्रियों को किसी भी प्रकार से गुजरात पहुंचा दिया जाए, क्योंकि हमारे पास जेब में सिर्फ खाने भर के पैसे बचे हुए हैं। हमें गुजरात के किसी भी एयरपोर्ट पर पहुंचा दिया जाए।
Let's now move on to get you two heart-wrenching visuals that have come in from the Ahmedabad plane crash. Now, the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad that has claimed 265 lives, including 241 passengers, several junior doctors and local residents. Amongst the victim was a 15-year-old. His name was Akash. He had just stepped out to deliver a tiffin to his mother at a tea stall when the tragedy struck. That is the moment that you see there playing out on the right of your screens. In that moment, Akash's mother risked her own life in an attempt to save her son. But tragically, she could not. A video capturing this painful struggle now has surfaced, leaving viewers teary-eyed and also questioning how fragile life sometimes could really be. And even as, remember, we keep getting these videos, talk of a lot of these stories, the focus is also on the probe. Why did this happen? Why did so many people lose their lives? Even as we speak, you have the first meet of the high-level probe that is underway. And this is essentially to figure out reasons and to ensure that something like this never, ever happens. This is the first meeting of the high-level committee. The officials attending the meet are the Home Secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs, who's the chairperson also, the Secretary of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India, the Additional Secretary, the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs. There are also, remember, representatives from the State Home Department, the Government of Gujarat representatives, from the State Disaster Management Authority, later also people in the Police Department. In fact, the Commissioner of Police is also expected to be in attendance. The Director General and the Inspection and Security of the Indian Air Force, Director General of the Bureau of Civil Aviation. So all these are important individuals who are a part of that meet, where not just what happens as far as the black box is concerned, the voice data recording is concerned, the DVR is concerned, but a lot of other things possibly are going to be discussed to have a standard operating procedure in place so that something like this never ever happens. Let's get you more details. Aishwarya telling us exactly that.
It was announced by Ram Mohan Naidu, Union Civil Aviation Minister, that there will be two parallel investigations that will go on. One would be of the AAIB in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, in which there would be also the authorities from the United Kingdom and the US will probe into how things went wrong. And there was another high-level committee that was constituted by the Government of India that has been chaired by the Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan. And there are different people who had been involved in this high-level committee, which involved the Secretary of the Civil Aviation Ministry, the Police Commissioner of Ahmedabad, the Civil Aviation officers, the officers from the Intelligence Bureau, and will be assisting all of them to find out, what went wrong during the plane crash. They will also prepare a document as to how to further secure the aviation in the country, and will prepare a blueprint for that as well. 3 months had been given to this committee to find out what went wrong and how there could be more directions or more rules that could be given to such airlines to check the balances as far as the aircraft is concerned. And within 3 months, the committee will submit a report to the Home Ministry and the Civil Aviation Ministry as well. So today was the first day of this meeting that is currently underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs. On the other side, yes, it is a separate investigation. The forensic teams are recovering.
Let's also move on to get you more details of the other aspect of this entire tragedy. Do remember, a lot of the bodies have been charred beyond recognition. Then DNA matching is the only way that can help ascertain that you're able to find your loved ones. Until now, DNA matching has been completed for 99 bodies. 64 of these bodies have been handed over to the families. What more details do we know? Aishwarya telling us exactly that now.
The latest data coming in, 99 DNA profiling had been done, and the DNA samples had been matched with the family members who had given the DNA samples earlier. We have been told that 64 of the dead bodies had been dispatched till now. The family members are coming one after another to the mortuary complex, where the formalities are being done as far as the death certificate, post-mortem report, or the legal paperwork, and only after that the mortal remains of those who had lost their loved ones have been handed over to them. But to fast-track that entire process, there are continued instructions that had been given. Remember, 36 of the forensic experts with the 10 FSL teams are working day and night, 24/7. And because the foreign nationals are also arriving, and yesterday it was the family of lone survivor Vishwas Kumar Ramesh also arrived. They gave the samples because one of their brothers have died in this unfortunate incident. It is them who will receive only after 72 hours after the processing of the DNA sampling. So yes, today 34 families is what is the estimate. They will be called in. They have already been contacted, and they are hoping, the civil hospital authorities are hoping that more bodies would be handed over by this evening.
And a day after the DNA match, the funeral of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, is going to be held in Rajkot with full state honours. On your screens are images of a little while earlier today, parts of his final journey. That mortal remains have earlier reached Rajkot. They were handed over to the family and the other members, who reached the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital at about 11 this morning. Before the last rites, his body is also being kept for public viewing for an hour. The final procession, the final journey, in fact, begins right now, and these could be latest images that you see on your screens. There are several government officials, including the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP's Gujarat Chief C.R. Patil, who will be a part of the final journey. We also have our colleague Abhishek Avasthi, who's joining us. And let's also tell you that a one-day state mourning already has been declared in Gujarat. You know, Abhishek, these are very, very tough moments for the family in particular. We've seen so many people turning out in huge numbers because it's a tragedy that has hit everyone around.
Definitely, you know, and these visuals are beyond words. You know, these are the people who have a lot of emotions, a lot of attachment to their beloved Vijay Bhai. You know, for us, he was a former Chief Minister, but for the people of Rajkot, he was Vijay Bhai. Vijay Bhai, who stood beyond them in sorrows, who participated in celebrations. And you know, this is the moment you can see out here that people are on the street. In fact, entire Rajkot is on the street bidding farewell to their beloved leader. You can see these youngsters, you know, holding flowers in their hand, just waiting for the mortal remains to reach them, and they will shower those flowers on the mortal remains. You know, this is the emotions, this is the feeling out here in Rajkot, where people from the day when they came to know that he is no more after that tragic incident, and entire city, you know, was waiting for the mortal remains to arrive and just to pay that last respect. You can see these school students holding those flowers in hand. You know, this shows this, how they were attached to their leader. In fact, won't say leader, for them it was Vijay Bhai. And definitely, since we're reporting from yesterday itself, the entire city, you know, is mourning the death of their beloved Vijay Bhai. And this is the procession which is now being headed towards his residence, where you know, other dignitaries and senior cabinet ministers along with other people, will be paying their last respect. And from there, the final journey will start to the cremation ground. And you know, this is what it is on the ground of Rajkot when Vijay Bhai, their own leader, the mortal remains comes, and this is how they are paying the last respect. And you can clearly see the people, the sea of people on ground, and these visuals definitely tells us a lot more how affectionate the people of Rajkot are with Vijay Bhai. And definitely not only a important politician, he had his own social life. You know, when this mortal remains passed through the important trust, Pujit Rupani Memorial Trust, which was built by him in the fond memories of his son Pujit, whom he lost at a very young age. You know, at that time, that trust works for the underprivileged children, give them education, in fact, give them food. In fact, there was a community hospital which we reported from, free of cost. You know, this is what Vijay Bhai was for them. And this is why you see the sea of people on ground, and they are expressing their feelings. They are paying their last respect with those flowers in hand and bidding farewell to their beloved Vijay Bhai. Back to you.
Oh yes, Abhishek, though he rose to the highest chair in the state, but many say he was always a commoner, and you know, his doors were always open. You could walk inside, speak to him, discuss your problems. And I think that is exactly what people will miss for the many, many years to come. Thank you so much right now, Abhishek, for getting us the latest. Our thoughts and prayers right now with the family at this very difficult hour. But staying with the story and focusing more on the investigations now, as the Ahmedabad plane crash probe is picking up pace, remember, there is a lot of conversation about the cockpit voice recorder that has been recovered 3 days after the crash. Now, the officials that are investigating the plane crash have confirmed that yes, the cockpit voice recorder black box has been found. This is an important discovery. Why? Because this will help identify the real cause, what happened in the last few moments, and what led to that deadly crash that killed 270 people, including 241 on board. Earlier, you would recall, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, that is the AAIB, had confirmed that it's only the FDR, that is the flight data recorder of the ill-fated plane, that was found. A panel then formed by the Union Home Secretary already is meeting as we speak, because that is the probe that is essentially underway now to find out what were the reasons behind the crash. It will submit its report in 3 months. Also, a lot of health officials earlier have confirmed that the DNA identification of more victims of the AI-171 plane crash have been completed, bringing the total number of identified victims now to 47. But what is it that the cockpit voice recorder will reveal? What is it that it will tell us? Shiv decoding that for us.
So every aircraft has a black box which contains the flight data recorder and what is called the cockpit voice recorder. Now, both these devices have been recovered now. So let's tell you what exactly is expected to be revealed on the cockpit voice recorder of flight AI-171. Now, the cockpit voice recorder is like a hard drive which records audio conversations inside the aircraft, especially in the cockpit. The first thing and most important thing that the cockpit voice recorder will reveal are the exact last words of Captain Sumit Sabharwal and the co-pilot Clive Kundar in the cockpit. Remember, a Mayday message was sent out just about 18 to 20 seconds after liftoff. What exactly were those words they actually used? Number two, it will clarify whether they mentioned just Mayday, 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 or did they talk about thrust or lift or loss of power? Was it a brief message or did they provide even more detailed message? That will be settled once and for all by the cockpit voice recorder. The precise time of the Mayday message, we're hearing it was about 18 seconds after the aircraft lifted off, but that precise time becomes extremely important in the scheme of the investigation. Number four, the full cockpit conversations, not just the Mayday message, but all communication between the pilots and between air traffic control. And remember, this entire flight lasted just 32 seconds, but the full cockpit conversations of the aircraft on ground and then also in the air. Number five that investigators will be looking at is those 32 crucial seconds from the time the aircraft lifted off till the time it actually impacted, killing nearly everyone on board. those full conversations in those 32 seconds beyond just the Mayday call will be recorded. Cockpit audio warnings. Now remember, depending on what happened inside the cockpit, the flight control system, the warning systems inside the cockpit have audio signals, audio warning signs, audio alarms. There's even a stick shaker which has a vibrating sound. All of this would have been captured in the cockpit voice recorder and will allow investigators to create a sequential timeline. Number 7, any other audio indicators from the cockpit? Were there any other sounds, either technical sounds from the warning systems or by the pilots themselves? Sometimes there are verbal communications which may not necessarily be, words. There could be just sounds of acknowledgement. Those become important and will be captured on the cockpit voice recorder. Number 8, crew resource management on the flight deck. Remember, a tiny amount of time would have been recorded in the cockpit voice recorder, what was on the ground, and then those 32 seconds, how resources were used in the cockpit, what kind of CRM happened, that will be nailed in the cockpit voice recorder. And finally, and most importantly perhaps, a clear, very definitive, non-theorized sequential map layering the audio response to the alert system. When those communications actually happened between the pilots and when those alarms were actually triggered. Was there any delay between the alarm and the response? Was there any communication gap? All of those will be clarified. Remember, these were very, very qualified pilots, and whatever they were speaking in the cockpit has been recorded in that cockpit voice recorder and will be crucial to the investigation. I'll tell you a little bit about the black box itself. The black box, like I said, contains both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder that I've just told you about. Now, both these devices are currently with the investigators who are looking at it. As we speak, in fact, analysis has already begun. That data has presumably already been downloaded and is being scrutinized right now. Now, the black box which contains these two devices is located in the tail of the aircraft. The tail, which became one of those, defining images of the crash, which had been largely intact. The black box, like I said, consists of two devices, which is the flight data recorder, also recovered, and the cockpit voice recorder. The FDR records all data, all parameters, airspeed, altitude, angle of attack, everything. And like I said, the cockpit voice recorder captures the timing sequence of events through audio communications inside the cockpit. So we can confirm, as NDTV reported first, that both these devices are now in the hands of forensics investigators to help them map the minute details which will be key to the crash probe.
Let's move on to the other big story we are closely tracking. This is from Bengaluru. A video of an altercation between a woman and a Rapido driver in Bengaluru's Jayanagar has, remember, gone viral. This is what you see on your screens. Now, the moment you have the Rapido driver slapping this female passenger after the argument they had goes out of control. Now, what is being learned is that the woman who had booked a Rapido bike ride was irked with the rider for the rash riding. Then she got off the bike, began to question him. There is an FIR now lodged against the Bengaluru Rapido rider, is what we can confirm to you. As you've seen that argument escalating, the two couldn't understand each other, as one apparently spoke in English, the rider only in Kannada. But there is investigation now that is underway on that story. We'll see if we can also get in Deepak, who has been getting us more details. Deepak, what is it that you can tell us? Under what charges has this FIR been filed? What does it say? And do we know more about the identity of this driver?
Yes, he's been identified as Suman. He's 28 years old, and as of now, the police, of course, have detained him. Since this is now a case that has been registered where the imprisonment is less than 7 years, they need to question him, then issue a notice, and of course, and only then arrest him. You were just asking me, of course, under which sections. As of now, under BNS 115, 352 and 79 is what he has been booked at. We've just got a copy of the FIR as well. As the police now question him, they'll really look at all the details of the case, because initially we saw this video. We've seen the FIR that has been registered based on the complaint here by the woman, and more importantly, the entire incident broke out because she had raised issues about how he was driving, where he was driving, and then we can see the man slaps that woman so hard that she falls to the ground. what was even more shocking is that the locals nearby hardly tried to, stop him or reprimand him after that. Now, he, of course, in his own justification, has gone on to say that she assaulted him initially, verbally abused him repeatedly, and he only retaliated. Now, a thorough investigation, of course, could reveal what exactly happened. Meanwhile, I tried to reach out to Rapido as well, who say that they don't want to comment on the matter.
All right, Deepak, why don't you stay with us? Let's also make way to listen into how citizens of Bengaluru are responding. One of them is Mohan Das Pai, who has a strong opinion on these images. We listen into what he has to say.
The High Court said you must take a policy decision and come out with regulations. If the safety is a key issue, we need regulations. Issue regulations. See, we have a problem in Bangalore, let us understand. We are short of public transport. We have only 6,500 buses, same for 10 years, despite population nearly doubling. We have a metro which is 3 to 4 years behind schedule. It's a big disaster. The management and the government has goofed up big time. Costs have increased and we are in deep trouble. We have auto rickshaws, maybe 3.5, 4 lakhs, out of which people say maybe 1 lakh are unregistered, which has become a mafia. They extort money, they don't go by the meter. For the last 10 years, government is not enforcing the rule of law. Let the government increase the fare, give the auto rickshaw drivers whatever they want. They're already extorting money, and let the people decide whether or not to use it. Allow these bike rickshaws, issue some regulations so that people have a choice. The government job is to give commuters and citizens a choice of various modes of transport. Now government is controlling everything. They control the BTS, the Bangalore transports. Why should government run transport? This is the 21st century.
Our next story is also from Karnataka, where there has been some drama in Devangri as the farmer groups barged in to submit a memo to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. This happened near the Circuit House in the Devangri city. Now, the farmers group here had come to submit this memorandum. They're requesting a grant of 1,000 crore for lake rejuvenation. They were irked that the police did not allow them to hand over this petition to the Chief Minister. The farmers were seen expressing their angst against the cops to the Chief Minister as and when they got this opportunity. On your screen, in fact, is that entire moment also that has been captured by our cameras. Deepak, why don't you talk us through these pictures that we see? How much time then was given to these farmers? Could they have a face-to-face with the Chief Minister? Could they share their problems and concerns?
Well, they had all gathered outside the Circuit House. The Chief Minister, of course, visiting Davangere today. And, the farmer groups had various demands. One of them, of course, included a rejuvenation program that they wanted an approval for. Now, while they didn't get to go inside, the police preventing them, they, of course, thought that while the Chief Minister was leaving, that was the best time to probably approach him and submit that memorandum. We saw them, gather there. The police, of course, have their own limitations as far as allowing people next to the Chief Minister due to security reasons. But one of them managing to give the memorandum, but not before the other started to raise issues that the police, of course, tried to heckle them, prevented them from meeting the Chief Minister, and one of them even trying to get in front of the Chief Minister's car in a form of protest. They eventually, of course, tried to raise the grouse about the police, ill-treating them with the Chief Minister too. We'll really have to see whether, firstly, their demands eventually will be met, and also whether their concerns about how the police treated them, whether this will be addressed by the Chief Minister or the government overall.
Wait and see what happens on that story, Deepak. For the moment, thank you for getting us the latest. With this, it's also time for us to head into a very quick break. On the other side, lots more coming up.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate kiya jaye.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at ground zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it
Welcome back. A narrow space, a lot of overcrowding and ignorance of warning signs. All this is what led to the tragic bridge collapse over the Indrayani River in Talegaon near Maharashtra's Pune district Sunday afternoon. Now, there were many tourists who were on the bridge who fell into the river that had been in spate after heavy rains over the weekend. 4 are dead, about 50 injured. They were rescued in operations that ended this morning. Before and the after pictures of the bridge actually show that there were some warning signs, particularly that it was not made for more than one two-wheeler and a couple of people at the same point. These are those two images that we are talking about before and after. According to the officials, the bridge had a width of just about 4 feet. So this actually tells you how narrow this was. But at the time of the tragedy, there were around 7 to 8 bikes on that bridge. This is in addition to the already huge crowd that again you see in this particular video that's playing out on your screens. Officials also say that more than 100 people were present on the bridge, ignoring the warning board that was put at the spot. According to officials, there were potholes that had appeared on the bridge, causing two-wheelers to even collide. There was no permanent solutions. So what locals did is that they put cement blocks on the bridge to temporarily cover those potholes. Clearly, that could have led to more weight being put in there. Now, also on your screens are all these details that we just spoke about, but not the first time that you have seen a bridge falling down, leading to casualties. And that is the reason why agencies believe that there should be a complete overhaul, whether it is 2022, where you have seen the Morbi Bridge in Gujarat collapsing, about 100 were injured and many were killed in that very, very sad incident. Saharsa Bridge again in Bihar was no different. Then a foot-over bridge collapsed in Mumbai, likewise in Kolkata in 2018. So the list is long, but have we been able to fix the system is what people want to know. Our colleague Anuj has been on ground zero, speaking to a lot of people, also to authorities. Let's listen in to what he brings us now.
वहाँ पे जो अभी इतनी भीड़ हुई थी कि उसकी वजह से वो वारदात हुई है, तो वहाँ पे जो बाइक्स आ रही थी और कुछ बाइक जा रही थी, तो उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ था कि जो रोड है वो ब्लॉक हो गया था। तो उसकी वजह से जो आने वाले और जाने वाले वो जा नहीं पा रहे थे, तो सब एक जगह पे जो भीड़ जमा हुई उसकी वजह से जो बैलेंस गया और जो पुल था वो बहुत ही पुराना था, तो उसकी वजह से वो एक साइड गया और पूरा का पूरा कोलैप्स हो गया नदी में। तो उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ, जो बीच में थे सेंटर में वो पानी में बह गए और जो हमारे जैसे थोड़े से पानी से बहाव के बाजू में थे तो हम जाके पत्थर पर गिरे, तो पत्थर पर गिरने की वजह से हमारे पैर को लगाए, किसी के सर पे लगाए।
I have with me one of the residents of the Kundamala village, someone who used to use the bridge which is now fallen, as you can see on your screen, and used to use it for educational purposes, for working purposes, pretty much on a daily basis. Let us try and talk to her on how important was this bridge to the locals here. Tell me, how often do you used to get onto this bridge? How many times in a week did you?
Actually, I used to travel on a daily basis. For my education purpose also, I used to go from this bridge because Begdewadi railway station was being the nearest railway station to me, and by the railway station, from there by the local train, I used to travel to the college. So I used to travel every day for my educational purpose, and after that also for daily activities, for some other work, I used to travel from this bridge.
How important was this bridge? I'll come to what happened yesterday a little later, but how important was this bridge to all of the people who used to live in the Kundamala village?
Okay, actually this was the only option for us to travel from here because the dam which you are seeing over here, it gets full of water in the rainy season, and for 4 to 5 months, or some of the time even for the 6 months, it is underwater. So we couldn't travel by four-wheeler from that dam because it gets open after the rainy season only. Here now they have to travel 15 to 20 kilometer long distance to reach those places. So it is going to be a very problematic issues for us for the traveling purposes, and even all the locals are going to face this problem. Every weekend it is a very, actually we the locals were facing a lot of problem because of this tourist also, because it's the issue that the bridge was very small and the tourists used to stand on the bridge, and when we used to travel from here it was a very big issue because we couldn't see the other vehicle coming from there, from here which we were going or the locals were going, they couldn't see the vehicle, and it used to get a block over there. So it was a problem for us also.
While the NDRF might have called the operations off as far as the rescue operation here in Pune is concerned, there are still a lot of questions lingering over the minds of the Kundamala village here in Pune. And we're outside the the police station here. This is one of the 3 police stations which falls or which comes under the 5-kilometer radius of this particular of the place where this incident happened, and one of the first calls was made to this police station. Now there's a lot of controversy over whether the police was present there or not. We've learned that only a week before this incident happened, that is last weekend, there was a sort of a suggestion being put out by the senior PI here from Talegaon Dabadi police station, stating very clearly that at the very local level he will ensure, or the police station here will ensure, the constant presence of the of the police officers, especially around that bridge, considering that the number of people or tourists coming there was increasing day by day given the season, and the fact that it was raining, while the eyewitnesses, the locals, the villagers, and even the Sarpanch has gone on record while speaking with NDTV that if the police wasn't absent yesterday, a huge amount of tragedy would have been avoided. However, the officials here still hold that the police was present. It is just that amongst the 1,000 or 2,000 people who had get out the entire place around that bridge and in that entire river basin region, that is why they could not really control the situation as better as they could have if in case the number of the people or the tourists was much lesser.
And to the other top story we are tracking closely at this hour, a heartbreaking case has come forward in Kharkhoda of Sonipat, where a model named Sheetal, working in the Haryanvi music industry, is brutally murdered. Unknown miscreants strangled Sheetal to death. Now her body was recovered from the Reliance Canal. This is near the village Khanda there. The deceased is said to be a resident of Panipat, and the police there has registered a case of disappearance of Sheetal. Then the police took the body late in the night, sent it to the civil hospital for post-mortem, and the case right now is under investigation for murder. But what more do we know about this? What is it that the police has been able to figure out? Let's get in our colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us live. Gurpreet, first up, why don't you tell us, what is the police saying? Are there any suspects that they're already looking at? And what do we know about the sequence of events?
Well, yes, of course. We have seen the police have already initiated a multi-level investigation into this case, and the prime suspect as of now, as per the police sources, they feel that the boyfriend could be prime suspect in this case. What we have learned from the police official, boyfriend is being detained by police, and he is being interrogated from the multiple angle at this point of time. What we have learned, the complaint which has been lodged by the victim sister, she has also mentioned that she called her at the last time and she had explained that she was about to come to home because what we have learned from the police official, they say that boyfriend had reached when she was shooting somewhere and he started thrashing her. So that was the phone call which she victim's sister, she had got from the victim side. So after that she was missing, and that was one of the reasons why she had reported this matter to the local police station. After doing the course of investigation, they have learned that the body of this victim has been recovered from a nearby area, and after that investigation has already been initiated. As of now, as per the police sources, they say in the preliminary investigation it's a clear-cut case of a murder. They have already initiated investigation into this thing, and prime suspect in this case, as per the police sources, is the boyfriend of the victim. So let's wait for the investigation, how the investigation will be unfolded. But as of now, we have seen multiple level investigation has already been initiated by the Haryana police to just find out what was the motive behind her killing and what was the motive behind this murder. Back to studio.
Oh yes, Gurpreet, for the moment, thank you for getting us the latest. We'll continue to track that story. With this, it's also time for us to slip into another quick break. On the other side, there is lots more lined up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The Prime Minister earlier has tweeted saying, and I quote him, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Cyprus for conferring upon me the Grand Cross of the Order of Marquess III. This isn't my honor," the Prime Minister says. "It is an honor for 140 crore Indians," and he dedicates this award to the everlasting friendship between the two countries.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news, from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has
Welcome back. Let's get you a quick update. In fact, a high-level panel that was earlier meeting over the entire Ahmedabad crash, and to find out reasons, that meeting we are given to understand now has ended. It lasted about 2 hours. What happened? Do we have any response? Aishwarya is tracking that story and he joins us live. Aishwarya, what do we know?
Well, the high-level committee that was headed by Home Secretary Govind Mohan and the members, which includes the senior officials from the Civil Aviation Ministry and the Home Ministry as well. The meeting has just got over. It lasted for almost 2 hours, and what we've been told by our sources in this meeting, it has been decided that the committee that had to submit its report within the 3 months of time frame, the root cause of the entire plane crash will be investigated, whether there was a human error, where there was a technical fault, or the weather conditions impacted the flight to go down. All of these would be ascertained in the investigation that will take place in 3 months, or there was any sort of non-compliance of rules that was also could be the reason. That will also be investigated. Also, this particular committee will prepare a blueprint. There will be a document that will be prepared for the SOP for the future security of the aviation sector, and that will be the new norms that the entire aviation industry have to follow. It will also prevent such incidents, as what we have been told in this particular SOP. There will be policy changes, operational improvements and necessary changes would be given, and the Indian aviation industry had to follow it. And lastly, this committee, the high-level committee, will also visit the crash site very soon. They will be landing up in Ahmedabad and will be visiting, gathering evidences. Also, remember, it is just not a single body, but also the AAIB, in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, that is independently probing, in which UK and US authorities are also involved. They will also consult this investigation team as how the forensic department is heading towards the investigation. So, collaborated report will be formed, and that will be submitted to the central government after 3 months of time period.
All right, Aishwarya, getting us those important details for the moment. Thank you. Now to the biggest story that the world is watching. Remember, the situation is tense between Israel and Iran, and that has, as expected, raised a lot of anxiety amongst foreigners residing in both the countries. There are about 9 students from Karnataka that are studying medicine at the Shahid Best Medical University. This is near Tehran, that is the capital of Iran, and they are worried because of the situation right now. One of these students, Nadeem Hussain, and his parents in Bengaluru have contacted the non-resident Indian committee in Bengaluru over the phone. They've expressed their pain and desire to return to the country immediately. Our colleagues have been tracking that story, and Nehal is also with us, and he has spoken to Syed Imtiaz on what possibly could be the road ahead. What is the information that he has received?
Day one से जब अटैक हुआ तो सूरत हाल, चूँकि मैं मीडिया को अच्छी तरह से देख रहा था कि किस तरफ जा रहा है, तो मैंने इमीडिएट उनसे कहा कि अगर पॉसिबल है तो तेहरान छोड़ दो और नियर बाई कोई जगह है वहाँ चले जाओ। तो वो सुबह में चले गए, लेकिन बाकी स्टूडेंट्स जो हॉस्टल में थे उनकी सिचुएशन ख़तरनाक हालात में गुज़र रही है, ख़तरनाक हालात से वो गुज़र रहे हैं। उनके लिए वहाँ, जैसा बाद में मुझे पता चला कि एम्बेसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने यूनिवर्सिटी के मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को या जो हॉस्टल में थे सभी को वहाँ से दूसरी जगह हटाया, क्योंकि जो डोम है जहाँ पर ये बच्चे रह रहे थे वहाँ पर भी कार बम ब्लास्ट हुआ है और सुनने में आया है 1-2 बच्चे ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं, लेकिन ख़तरे से बाहर हैं और अब सब वहाँ से दूसरी जगह ले जाए जा चुके हैं, लेकिन वो सभी डर और खौफ की हालत में हैं और वहाँ से निकलना चाहते हैं। और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट होगी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से या जो उससे कंसर्न लोग हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी उनको वहाँ से निकालने की कोई सूरत निकाले।
आपका बेटा वहाँ कौन सा कोर्स कर रहा है और कहाँ पे रहते हैं, क्या नाम है वो?
मेरे बेटे का नाम है सैयद मोहम्मद रज़ा आबिस और वो वहाँ से MPT किया और अब उसी सब्जेक्ट पर PhD तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी से एडमिशन के प्रोसेस शुरू थे कि इस बीच में ये अटैक हो गया और जिसकी वजह से वो अभी रुक गया है।
And NDTV will continue to track that story much more. For the moment, we head into a quick break. On the other side are top stories and headlines coming right away.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The Prime Minister was on Monday conferred with the Grand Cross of the Order of the Makrois III of Cyprus, the country's highest civilian honor, and he said he's humbled to receive this and dedicated this to the friendship between the two countries. Now, do remember the Cyprus president earlier has conferred the award on the Prime Minister. The Order of the Makrois is a senior order of knighthood awarded by the country named after the first president. News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Very good evening. You're watching Prime 5. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, we'll tell you the big story that we are tracking. Indian students caught in the crossfire in the Iran-Israel fight as it escalates. But first up, the headlines as always. Crash probe moves into top gear. First high-level meeting to probe the crash ends. The crash root cause to be probed. Policy changes suggested. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani's final journey. Rupani's mortal remains reach Rajkot as the former Chief Minister's farewell is being done with state honours. Crucial discovery in the Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. AI 171 cockpit voice recorder found. Clarity expected on Mayday message by the pilot. Boeing experts in Ahmedabad to analyze the crash details to find out the causes for the horrific air crash. Rapido rider slaps female passenger in Bengaluru. Altercation between the rider and passenger. All right, let's quickly now first, viewers, get you the latest that's coming in. Live visuals coming in of the Prime Minister departing from Cyprus. Those are live images that are coming in and visuals that are coming in on your screens right now. The Prime Minister is set to depart from Cyprus. That's the first leg of his three-nation tour that comes to an end after he met the Cyprus president after the bilateral discussions ended, the press statement that was issued. And now he will depart for Canada, which is the second leg of his three-nation tour. He will now be going to Alberta in Canada to attend the G7 summit. There he will participate in the leaders' discussions that will take place in Canada. And then he will move ahead for the third and final leg of his journey, which is in Croatia. But right now are those live images and live visuals that are coming in of the Prime Minister, who was accorded ceremonial welcome. And now he is departing from Cyprus to Canada. Those viewers who are tuning in right now, Prime Minister Modi is departing from Cyprus, which was the first leg of his three-nation tour. In Cyprus, the focus was both on business ties, strategic ties, and also a very strong and clear message to terror a better Turkey. Cyprus has been a strong and close votary of India's position on Kashmir, on cross-border terrorism, and how those need to be taken with the strongest decision. All those have been backed by Cyprus, who also now takes the EU rotational presidency come January. In the wake of that, this has been a very strategic and extremely important trip of the Prime Minister, the first since Operation Sindoor. So the first trip after Operation Sindoor was to Cyprus for the Prime Minister, and now he's headed to Canada, where the G7 meeting will be held in the backdrop of the escalating tensions in the Middle East and how the global order has been changed since Donald Trump came to power earlier this year. Viewers, on your screens are the departure shots of the Prime Minister from Cyprus, where the Prime Minister had a very fulfilling trip, which also included IMEC, was a very significant part of this visit, something that the PM also mentioned in the statement after, which followed the delegation level discussions. IMEC is one of India's most ambitious geostrategic projects which aim to connect India with the Middle East and Europe, where Cyprus is expected to play a very significant role. All right, let's quickly get in my colleague Arjun Samar Mahendran on the phone line. But before that, viewers who are tuning in right now, the 3-nation tour of the Prime Minister, which is underway. The first leg of that has concluded. He has departed from Cyprus and he will now be headed to Canada, where for a day he'll be meeting, there's an expectation right now there could be possible pull-asides, though officially what we know is that he will be participating in the G7 leaders meeting. All right, I'm told Arjun is with us on the phone line for further details on this. Go ahead, Arjun. This is an extremely important visit of the Prime Minister that has just concluded in Cyprus, and he's now headed to Canada.
Most certainly, Gauri, and the strongest part of this visit perhaps was the Prime Minister backing Cyprus's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I'm quoting his words here during his recent visit. Now, as he departs, he toured the capital city of Nicosia, which also, of course, remains divided after the 1974 Turkish invasion. And in fact, he was also photographed against the backdrop of the flag of the Turkish-controlled North Territory. It was a moment that analysts are saying or interpreting as a subtle but a firm geopolitical signal which went right through to Ankara, to Erdogan sitting there. Now, this gesture, Gauri, very interestingly and for perspective, comes against the backdrop of Turkey's support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, and its president, moreover, Recep Tayyip Erdogan's repeated remarks on Kashmir, which India, of course, as we know, has strongly opposed. For perspective here, the feud between the countries, Turkey and Cyprus, is not new. It has been there since 1974. That's when Ankara's forces, in fact, invaded the island. The northern part of Cyprus, against the backdrop against which PM Modi had that iconic image taken just a few hours ago, is still under Turkish control and is, of course, also till now recognized only by Ankara as the Turkish Republic of North Cyprus. Back to you, Gauri.
A third of Cyprus territory has been illegally occupied by Turkey for the last 50-odd years, and talks have yielded no results so far. And Prime Minister Modi's visit there sends a strong message, Arjun. It sends the strongest possible message to Turkey in the backdrop of how Ankara supported Islamabad all through the tensions between India and Pakistan last month.
Most certainly, Gauri, the visit was not only strategic but also symbolic. Now, why do we say this? We say this because the PM also, in fact, visited the Green Line. Now, what is this Green Line? It's a UN-controlled 180-kilometer-long demilitarized buffer zone that, in fact, separates the two parts of Cyprus. Now, the Green Line is also patrolled by the UN peacekeeping force in Cyprus to prevent any possible flare-up, which also includes abandoned homes, buildings and roads ever since 1974, Gauri.
All right, Arjun, appreciate you giving us that update where the Prime Minister, as we're saying, departed from Cyprus and is headed now to Canada, where he will be participating in the leaders' discussions in G7. Since 2019, Prime Minister Modi has been part of all G7 discussions. And this will be extremely important G7 meeting that happens in the backdrop of the Iran-Israel crisis. Also, it will be a rebooting of the India-Canada relationship after it was subjected to Justin Trudeau's Khalistani, pro-Khalistani sentiment that affected the ties. All right, viewers, turning attention now to the biggest other big international story that we've been covering. Tensions between Israel and Iran have intensified overnight as both nations are attacking each other, and those attacks have only intensified through the night. Viewers, raising concerns amongst world leaders that the biggest battle between old enemies could potentially lead to a larger or a broader regional conflict. 224 is the death toll right now on the Iranian side, with 90% of the casualties being reported to be civilians. Now, this is the Iranian Health Ministry saying that, so we must be mindful of that. The Israeli authorities have reported that 14 people have been killed so far in the Jewish state in Iranian attacks that have taken place, and that includes children as well. On your screens are those latest updates that are coming in of and visualization through maps as to where exactly those strikes have taken place. It started with Israel's unprecedented attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. That led to a massive retaliatory attack that came in from Iran, and since then it seems that it is only escalating. And let's quickly now play out a soundbite of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and then we come back and talk who's actually caught in the crossfire of this tension. Indian students. We come back and talk more on that, but first up, let's play out the Israeli Prime Minister's soundbite.
הטייסים הנפלאים שלנו מעל טהרן. טהרן בוערת, אבל אנחנו מכוונים לא לאזרחים, אם כי אמרנו להם להתפנות. הם מתפנים בפינוי המוני. זה קורה עכשיו. אתם לא שומעים את זה, כי האיראנים מסתירים את זה. אבל זה מה שקורה. אבל הם, לעומת זאת, הם תוקפים, מפציצים את האזרחים שלנו. בתמרה, בתל אביב, בראשון לציון, ברחובות, בכל מקום. אנחנו כמובן פועלים אחרת.
All right, now the tense situation between Iran and Israel has raised anxiety amongst foreigners who are, of course, caught in the crossfire. And that includes 9 students from Karnataka who are studying medicine at the Shahid Beheshti Medical University near Tehran, the capital of Iran, that are worried that this tense situation, of course, could have them being caught in the crossfire. And we are now going to decode what exactly are the options available in front of these students, how many of them are actually stuck there, and what could be the best way forward to actually take them out. And let's take that, in fact, some of those details on our screens right now, viewers, to tell you what are the options that lie ahead for the Indian students who are stranded. So about 1,500 Indian students are stranded in Iran. Most of them are from the state of Jammu Kashmir, and most of them are actually medical students. You can see they are young doctors who are studying there, and the Indian Embassy is in constant touch with most of them. So the Indian Embassy has been very proactive, has been reaching out, telling them that you reach to us through Telegram, and that constant contact with the Indian Embassy is there for the students. Next, they are being evacuated via land. That is the important part, because when India did reach out to Iran, it was told that the airspace is shut. The opportunity and the option available for evacuation is through land, and all land borders are actually open. That's what Iran has said, that land borders are open for evacuation, and that's the route India needs to take for evacuating some of these its nationals, its citizens. How many of them will actually be evacuated is a developing story, and we're going to keep tracking. But this is how the possible route could be for those who want to be evacuated out of Iran. So from Tehran, it could be Qom, then Gilan, and then it could be all the way to the Armenian border, where they could actually be taken out of. Now, how many of them, as I said, will do remains to be seen, because some of them are also being transferred away from Tehran, away from cities which are actually being impacted most by Israeli cities, and may not choose to actually be evacuated out of Iran. Before we move any further, I want to quickly now play out some of these sound bites of students who are anxious because of the complete lack of clarity that they are staring at. Let's play out some of those student bites. Yeah.
At this point हमारे जो भाई हैं तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनकी बॉयज डॉम के नज़दीक ही हमला हुआ है एंड दे हैव आल्सो बीन अफेक्टेड बाय द अटैक और कुछ जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो जख्मी भी हो गए हैं. सो वो हालत हमारी भी ना हो जाए उससे पहले प्लीज हमें इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए क्योंकि इस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे ना हमें वाटर सप्लाई है डॉम की ना नेट. इंटरनेट इज वेरी वीक. इंटरनेट बिल्कुल भी नहीं चल रहा है. ना मैसेज जा रही है ना आ रही है ना प्रॉपर्ली कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं हम किसी से भी. और ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट अभी शायद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी चली जाएगी और उसके बाद हमारा वाईफाई भी डाउन हो जाएगा जिसपे हम अभी थोड़ा बहुत इंटरनेट चला रहे हैं और उसके बाद हम शायद बिल्कुल भी कम्युनिकेट ना कर पाए. तो प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट LG मनोज सिन्हा NCM उमर अब्दुल्ला कि हमें जल्द से जल्द इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए.
Medical student from Tehran. Right now we are getting relocated to Tehran outskirts just because the strikes are continuously going on. The strikes from Israel. As you see the smokes around, the flames around, it's all chaos here. The roads are closed. We have been stuck. Right now, completely stuck. We don't know what to do. The atmosphere is so tense right now.
I'm joined by Mr. Sohail Qadri, whose son and daughter. Yes, is that correct?
My son
and daughter. They are pursuing.
They are all my children, but
they are pursuing MBBS in Tehran.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So it has been, we know, very traumatic time for you. When did you speak to your daughter and son last time?
I spoke. It was yesterday evening. I got connected to them. After that, the connection was very poor. Internet was not working well over there. My son throughout was in high spirits. He was saying, Baba, nothing is, no problem is there. But my daughter, first 2 days, she was saying, no, don't worry. We are all here, okay. But third night was traumatizing. They were traumatized that night. And they're saying, we don't have any bunkers, we don't have any shelters. When the strikes were going on and I got connected to my daughter, that time she said, Baba, something, there's a loud explosion and all. I'm running down. I said, Beta, where are you going? She said, we are going downstairs. I said, is there any basement or something? She said, nothing like that. हम किसी कोने में.
You must have been in touch with the embassy, Indian embassy in Tehran. Their government has said that they are moving them to the safer places, whether it's the state government or the central government.
I have visited Iran 3-4 times and I have found Indian embassy very cooperative over there. And particularly in this, when this war started, they have done a commendable job. I don't have words to thanks them. And particularly from yesterday, our foreign minister was on the job. It's not that our foreign minister is a very vibrant person and he knows his job very well. And he knows what to do and at what time to do. He got in touch and he instructed the embassy to give every possible help to the.
You appear to be very, very satisfied with the embassy in Tehran.
Yes.
And are your children now safe? Have they been moved to safer places?
We cannot say anybody is safe in the war zone. You never can say that a person is safe. Yes, comparatively, when they have done yesterday full day, they were making listings of different universities, getting in touch with the representatives of the universities, and then they prepared the list. Today morning, buses were ready. Officials from embassy had come to see them off. They said, "Beta, no problem. You people move ahead." And we have made all arrangements, boarding, lodging over there, and they have been given this buffet, breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Day one से जब अटैक हुआ तो सूरत हाल चूँकि मैं मीडिया को अच्छी तरह से देख रहा था कि किस तरफ जा रहा है, तो मैंने इमीडिएट उनसे कहा कि अगर पॉसिबल है तो तेहरान छोड़ दो और नियर बाई कोई जगह है वहाँ चले जाओ. तो वो सुबह में चले गए, लेकिन बाकी स्टूडेंट्स जो हॉस्टल में थे उनकी सिचुएशन ख़तरनाक हालात में गुज़र रही है. ख़तरनाक हालात से वो गुज़र रहे हैं. उनके लिए वहाँ, जैसा बाद में मुझे पता चला कि एम्बेसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने यूनिवर्सिटी के मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को या जो हॉस्टल में थे सभी को वहाँ से दूसरी जगह हटाया, क्योंकि जो डोम है जहाँ पर ये बच्चे रह रहे थे वहाँ पर भी कार बम ब्लास्ट हुआ है और सुनने में आया है 1-2 बच्चे ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं, लेकिन ख़तरे से बाहर हैं और अब सब वहाँ से दूसरी जगह ले जाए जा चुके हैं, लेकिन वो सभी डर और खौफ की हालत में हैं और वहाँ से निकलना चाहते हैं। और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट होगी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से या जो उससे कंसर्न लोग हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी उनको वहाँ से निकालने की कोई सूरत निकाले।
आपका बेटा वहाँ कौन सा कोर्स कर रहा है और कहाँ पे रहते हैं, क्या नाम है वो?
मेरे बेटे का नाम है सैयद मोहम्मद रज़ा आबिस और वो वहाँ से MPT किया और अब उसी सब्जेक्ट पर PhD तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी से एडमिशन के प्रोसेस शुरू थे कि इस बीच में ये अटैक हो गया और जिसकी वजह से बहुत ही रुक गया है।
All right, now let's quickly get in to important voices. First, Farhan Pareh, whose younger brother is in fact studying in Iran. He joins us on the broadcast. And Manju Seth, former diplomat, to understand the options that New Delhi has to ensure that its nationals remain safe and sound. Farhan, let me start with you. Have you been able to speak to your younger brother? What is he telling about the situation on ground?
Yeah, I've been continuously in contact with him. But right now, they are tense. The situation is in complete chaos. They are being relocated right now to a city called Qom, but I don't think relocation is an option. Right now, they should be evacuated.
But has your brother told you is he in touch with the authorities? What is the next course of action? How many of them are going together?
Students from Sky DHP University that's based in Tehran. Right now, they are traveling to Qom.
Okay, they are traveling to Qom. How many students are traveling together?
It's a whole bunch of students. I don't know the exact number, but they are in buses right now.
Mm-hmm. And are they going to be evacuated from Iran, or are they just moving to a safe city?
No. They are moving to some different city called Qom. There has been nothing from authorities right now regarding the evacuation. But I heard some university, that's Urmia, they are being evacuated to Armenia.
Mm-hmm. From the Armenian border, they may be evacuated out of Iran. Stay with us, Farhan. I want to quickly get in a word from Manju as well. These are challenging times, but one also needs to keep in mind, Manju said, that India has actually undertaken more challenging, more complex and more large-scale evacuation of its nationals in the past. So this is something that hopefully we should be able to tide over fairly quickly.
Absolutely, and I think this is given that so many areas are conflict-ridden in the world, I think we have an overall SOP in place. But at the same time, each situation is unique and each situation is different. And here we can see initially it appeared that there was no need for evacuation, but as the conflict has escalated, it has now become evident that the government is now, the embassy is now helping to move them out of the conflict zone first, and then towards the border, and if required, because the airspace is closed, then they would have to be taken to a neighboring country from where they would be evacuated by air or even possibly by sea. Mm-hmm. But could be, depending on the local circumstances, they will have to take a call on that. And we can only, request all students in Iran, in different places, to be in touch with the embassy. Very often they don't register, they don't, tell the embassy where they are, so it becomes difficult for them, for the embassy to coordinate. But yes, in this particular case, it's positive that most of them have registered. They have told they're in touch with the embassy, and the embassy is able to coordinate all the movement of all the students at the same time, and other Indian citizens also. If they are there, if they wish to be moved to safer places.
I think communication is the key. That's most important here. Farhan, then let me ask you this, that while this is a process that may take some time, this is also a period of a deep sense of anxiety for students right now, right? I mean, to see that there are strikes happening around them, somebody's getting hurt. Did your brother share with you what exactly is happening around? What did he see?
Right now, they are traveling to home, and I can talk to them. I can see through the videos. It's chaos. It's complete chaos out there. I can see smoke on the either sides of the highway. It's complete chaos. They are anxious. They are feared. They just want evacuation right now.
And Manju said, this is the other aspect of it. You know, you have young students who are very troubled. They are in anguish. They need also a lot of mental comfort right now because they didn't sign up for this.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It's a very, very sad situation. And though the embassy is not equipped for this, but the fact that an embassy official is there at that point of time, I think is a source of comfort for all the young people. And as we saw in Ukraine also, they were happy that, and when there was nobody, they were very upset. But when they see somebody from the Indian embassy, it gives them straight away that they're not alone. And other students as well, it gives them that feeling that they're not alone and that they will and should be safe. And the embassy is in touch with the local authorities and helping to move them to safer places and to evacuate them. And I think that itself is a positive indication, a positive development, which should send a positive and comfortable message to all the students.
Farhan, final question to you, which is that internet connectivity has been very badly impacted there.
Yeah, it has been.
How much are you able to be in contact with your brother?
I have been in continuous touch, so regular calls. It's not that I'm on the Zoom or something like that. I have been direct calling him. But yeah, internet connectivity has been affected. That is because of the chaos and the war going on. And that makes us back home anxious, troubled, fear.
I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much, both of you. And we're going to keep coming back, Farhan. We're going to keep coming back to this story because there are 2,000 Indian students who need comfort, coordination and complete communication from India as to how we are keeping and ensuring that they are safe in Iran. All right, viewers, let's now quickly also tell you that the US Embassy in Jerusalem has been hit by some of the Iranian strikes. And the ambassador also pointed out on that the embassy in Tel Aviv has been shut because part of it has been impacted, even as it's only a minor damage that has taken place. But the staff is now under full precautions and there's been some minor attack that has taken place. I want to play out this soundbite of Benjamin Netanyahu on the Fox interview that he gave, and then we come back and talk more.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with them in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner. They understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
All right, viewers, turning attention now to the other big story that NDTV has been giving you every detail, every update on that, which is the AI-171 crash that took place in Ahmedabad. A high-level panel meeting has ended. The meeting lasted for about 2 hours as key issues were raised in the meeting. Source-based information coming out with regard to what really happened and the root causes of that. I want to get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who has all the details of this in terms of what really happened and what were discussed in that meeting. Do we have Aishwarya with us? All right. Okay. Aishwarya, go ahead. Tell us what is it that your sources are telling you about this important meeting.
Well, the high-level meeting that lasted for almost 2 hours in New Delhi that will decide the future course of action as far as the investigation is concerned. Remember, there are two separate investigations which are underway. One of the AAIB in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization and the government, which has constituted this high-level committee, which is chaired by the Home Secretary Govind Mohan, which also involves the Civil Aviation Ministry officials and the Gujarat government officials. Now, in this 2 hours long meeting, the roadmap had been set up within 3 months of time period. The report has to be submitted back to the central government. As per the sources, we have been we got to know that the committee will thoroughly investigate about the root causes of this particular air crash, whether there was a human error, whether there was a technical error, or there was weather conditions that affected the air crash, or whether there was non-compliance of the safety protocol. The sources have also told us about the panel recommending the critical improvements, including the SOP for preventing the similar incidents in the near future as well. We've been also told that this particular committee will visit the crash site in the near future as well in Ahmedabad. They will be visiting and also would be taking inputs from the investigative authorities, that is AAIB, which is sending all the equipments after recovering the black box, the flight data recorder system and the cockpit voice recorder system, and the inputs will be also taken from them as well. The comprehensive report will be submitted back to the central government within 3 months of time period is what we have been told.
There, Aishwarya Jain telling us that all angles of the investigation will be probed in greater detail. What could have happened? Something that may take about a couple of months to get out all details. In fact, now viewers, we get you two heart-wrenching visuals from this Ahmedabad plane crash, the Air India plane crash that took place in Ahmedabad that claimed 265 lives, including 241 passengers and several junior doctors and local residents. Among the victims was a 15-year-old boy, Akash, who had stepped out to deliver a tiffin to his mother at a tea stall when the tragedy struck. In a heart-wrenching moment, Akash's mother risked her own life in an attempt to save her son, but tragically, she could not. A video capturing this painful struggle has surfaced, leaving viewers teary-eyed. And you can see some of those visuals right now on your screens, telling you just how many lives have been impacted by this crash. All right, let's get in my colleague Ankit Tyagi, who's joining us live on the broadcast. He's joining us from Rajkot, where, in fact, I believe he's joining us from Rajkot. Of course, that's where Vijay Rupani's final journey will take place. Ankit, we put as more and more visuals keep coming out, more human faces to this horrific tragedy keep surfacing. One cannot but keep in mind just how many lives were impacted, including Vijay Rupani's, where you are right now in Rajkot. Talk to us about what is it that people on ground are saying, remembering Vijay Rupani.
Well, as far as Mr. Vijay Rupani is concerned, his final journey has begun in Rajkot, the area which was known as his Karam Bhumi, the place where he rose to the higher echelons of power. Remember, he was first elected as a corporator here and then went on to become the mayor, then MLA, and of course later became the chief minister of Gujarat at a time when there was a transition period in the BJP of Gujarat as well. He was given the helm of the affairs in 2016 after Anandiben Patel, and it was under his leadership that the government, the BJP, went into the elections of 2017, the closest that the Congress party in almost over 3 decades came to retaining power, to snatching power in Gujarat. Mr. Rupani, at that point of time, many saw him as the fall guy, the fall chief minister, but the BJP won under him, and of course, rest is history, how he was able to, in fact, form the government and lead that government, which was at that point of time was seen as also a generational change which was taking place within the BJP in Gujarat. His persona, very calm persona, was seen as somebody who was non-confrontive, and had the ability to take people along, and that is what helped the BJP and the government at that point of time in Gujarat. Let me also tell you that all those that we have spoken to here, many of those who have worked with him for many years, say that there was zero difference between Rupani the corporator and Rupani the chief minister or the MP later. He was always accessible with a smile, and whether he could help or not, he would at least give people a very patient hearing. Where I'm standing is, the program is already running late, but Sudesh will show you where I'm standing is where the final, tributes for Mr. Rupani are expected. He would be, in fact, his body would be laid there, and post that, a lot of dignitaries, in fact, the Chief Minister is also accompanying him. We are expecting the Home Minister as well. This is where the final tributes of respect would be paid to Mr. Vijay Rupani, Rajkot's own, son of the soil. At this moment, as we speak, there was a large procession which is on the streets of Rajkot, which is on its way to where I'm standing near his residence in the Prakash colony, and this is where Mr. Vijay Rupani this will be the final stop before his final journey begins, after this tragic death, along with 241 on board that aircraft and many more on the ground.
All right, we leave it there. Rankit Tyagi, really appreciate you joining us live on the broadcast from Rajkot, giving us that update about how it's unfolding there. Update coming in that the DNA matching has, the process for matching of DNA has been completed for 114 bodies, and 64 of them have been handed over to families. Remember, that has been the most challenging, complex and anguishing part of this, where victims' families wait in anxiety and anguish. Aishwarya Jain has filed this report about this entire process and the latest update with these numbers. Listen in.
Latest data coming in, 99 DNA profiling had been done, and the DNA samples had been matched with the family members who had given the DNA samples earlier. We have been told that 64 of the dead bodies had been dispatched till now. The family members are coming one after another to the mortuary complex, where the formalities are being done as far as the death certificate, post-mortem report or the legal paperwork, and only after that the mortal remains of those who had lost their loved ones have been handed over to them. But to fast-track that entire process, there are continued instructions that had been given. Remember, 36 of the forensic experts with the 10 FSL teams are working day and night, 24/7. And because the foreign nationals are also arriving, and yesterday it was the family of lone survivor Vishwas Kumar Ramesh also arrived. They gave the samples because one of their brothers have died in this unfortunate incident. It is them who will receive only after 72 hours after the processing of the DNA sampling. So yes, today 34 families is what is the estimate. They will be called in. They have already been contacted, and they are hoping, the civil hospital authorities are hoping that more bodies would be handed over by this evening.
All right, breaking news coming in, turning attention to the horrific murder that took place, the honeymoon murder that took place in Meghalaya, where the murder weapon has been found. That's the big update coming in right now, viewers, that the murder weapon used to murder Raja Raghuvanshi has been discovered. My colleague Mukesh Singh Sengar has all the details on this. Mukesh, ये तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सबूत का हिस्सा है. This is the clinching evidence.
देखिए, बिल्कुल जो जिस वेपन से राजा रघुवंशी की हत्या हुई, वो मर्डर वेपन डाव पुलिस ने बरामद कर लिया है। ये एक पुलिस के मुताबिक जो सोनम है और जो 3 जो किलर्स थे, उन्होंने 21 मई को ये जो वेपन है ये गुवाहाटी के पास रेलवे स्टेशन से परचेज किया था और इसी वेपन से राजा रघुवंशी की हत्या की थी। 23 मई को जब राजा रघुवंशी की हत्या हुई तो इसी वेपन से सबसे पहला जो वार है वो विशाल ठाकुर ने किया था और इसके बाद जो बाकी आरोपी हैं उन्होंने भी राजा पर हमला किया था, जिससे राजा की मौत हो गई थी। उसके बाद इन लोगों ने डेड बॉडी को ठिकाने लगा दिया था। तो पुलिस ने ये मर्डर वेपन जो है जहां पर मर्डर हुआ था उसके पास से ही बरामद किया था और इस मर्डर वेपन की जो पिक्चर है वो पहली बार सामने आई है, जिसमें देखा जा सकता है कि आज होता है, जिसका प्रयोग आदिवासी करते हैं, आदिवासी अपने पास ये वेपन रखते हैं, उस वेपन का इस्तेमाल राजा रघुवंशी की हत्या के लिए किया गया है। तो पुलिस ने इस वेपन को जब्त कर लिया है। इस वेपन की फॉरेंसिक जांच होगी और इसमें इसकी जो डीएनए सैंपलिंग है वो भी होगी, क्योंकि वेपन में कुछ खून के धब्बे लगे हैं, जिससे ये प्रूव होगा कि ये खून राजा रघुवंशी का है कि नहीं। तो डीएनए प्रोफाइलिंग कराई जाएगी, जिससे कि प्रूव हो पाएगा कि वेपन में लगा खून राजा रघुवंशी का है या नहीं। लेकिन जो आरोपी हैं उन्होंने कन्फेस किया है कि उन्होंने इसी हथियार से, दाव से राजा रघुवंशी की हत्या की थी।
जी, और इसके बाद तो ये एक ओपन एंड शट केस पुलिस के लिए हो जाता है। उनके पास इस तरह का एविडेंस मिल जाएगा, दे विल बी एबल टू पिन द एंड कंप्लीट द एंटायर प्रोसेस एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन सूनर। जल्दी ही सारी जांच कंप्लीट हो सकती है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल किसी भी मर्डर केस में जो सबसे जरूरी चीज होती है वो होता है जिसकी हत्या हुई है उसकी डेड बॉडी का मिलना, और दूसरा जिस वेपन से हत्या हुई है उसका मिलना। तो इस मामले में दोनों ही चीजें पुलिस ने बरामद कर ली हैं। 2 जून को जो राजा रघुवंशी हैं उनका शव बरामद किया गया था। एक खाई, हजारों फीट गहरी खाई में उनका डेड बॉडी मिली थी, और जिस वेपन से हत्या हुई है वो वेपन बरामद हो गया है। तो दोनों ही चीजें इस केस में काफी इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, और जब पुलिस चार्जशीट पेश करेगी तो निश्चित तौर पर ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सबूत होंगे, जिसमें ये वेपन भी शामिल है। जी,
एक फाइनल क्वेश्चन मुकेश, मैं ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि आपने बोला ये 2 सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एविडेंस होते हैं, डेड बॉडी और मर्डर वेपन। ये दोनों मिलने के बाद अब कितनी जल्दी ये सारी कानूनी प्रक्रिया जो है वो आगे बढ़ेगी?
देखिए, इसमें इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारे एविडेंस हैं, जिसमें सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, कॉल रिकॉर्ड्स हैं, जो स्कूटी सोनम ने रेंट पे ली थी उसका पूरा एक जीपीएस ट्रैक है, जिस तरह से वो जहाँ गई थी वो जीपीएस का पूरा रूट मैप पुलिस ने तैयार किया है। ये सारे टेक्निकल एविडेंस हैं। इसके अलावा जो मैसेज एक्सचेंज हुए हैं सोनम के बीच में, वो सारे पुलिस के पास हैं। जहाँ जहाँ सोनम रुकी है वहां से पुलिस ने सोनम और बाकी आरोपियों के जो आधार कार्ड हैं, जिन होटलों में ये रुके हैं, जो उन्होंने फ्लाइट बुक की है, कहाँ से आए थे, पूरा रूट मैप पुलिस ने तैयार किया है। और सारे डिजिटल एविडेंस जो है पुलिस ने ये सारे अपने कब्जे में लिए हैं। तो पुलिस के पास अभी 3 महीने हैं, यानी कि 90 दिन का वक्त होता है। 90 दिन के अंदर पुलिस को कोर्ट में चार्जशीट पेश करनी है। पुलिस का कहना यह है कि जिस तरह से उन्होंने जांच की है और पूरा केस जो है क्रैक किया है, वो 90 दिन के पहले ही इस पूरे मामले में चार्जशीट दायर कर देंगे, और उसके बाद जो मामले का ट्रायल है वो कोर्ट में शुरू हो जाएगा। तो ये माना जा रहा है कि अगले 1 साल के अंदर ये पूरा मामला जो है अपने अंजाम तक पहुंच जाएगा, और जो आरोपी हैं उन पर कोर्ट अपना फैसला सुना देगा।
Right, let's leave it there. Mukesh Singh Sengar bringing us up to speed with the most crucial piece of news break, which is that murder weapon has been found, and that is a clinching piece of evidence in the honeymoon murder case that shocked India. All right, viewers, on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side with more news and more stories on Prime 5. Stay with us.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from the Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
All right, turning attention now to a horrific case that came to light from Pune, a narrow space, overcrowding and ignorance of all warning signs. What it led to? Well, there was a bridge that completely collapsed over the Indrayani River in Talegaon near Maharashtra's Pune district. This took place on Sunday afternoon. Many tourists who were on the bridge fell into the river that also after the heavy monsoons that complicated matters further. 4 people have been killed so far. 50 people have been injured as rescue operations ended this morning. Before and after pictures of the bridge on your screens showed that warning signs, particularly that it was not made for more than one two-wheeler and a couple of people at a time, were completely ignored. According to officials, the bridge had a width of just 4 feet, making it extremely narrow. However, at the time of the tragedy, there were around 7 to 8 bikes on the bridge, in addition to a huge crowd. And that was the reason why the tragedy unfolded. According to officials, that 100 people were present on the bridge at that point, ignoring the warning board at the spot. As per updates coming in, potholes had appeared on the bridge, causing two-wheelers to collide. With no permanent solution, locals had put cement blocks on the bridge to temporarily cover the potholes. All right, turning attention now from Bangalore, another important story coming in, which is that an altercation between a rider-passenger took place and an FIR has been registered in that matter. What happened was that there was an altercation between a Rapido driver who had assaulted a woman in Bengaluru. A shocker of a case that came to light where the rider told woman to go back to her state. Something that has actually shocked many people. The CCTV shows what really happened. Let's quickly play out this sound bite before we move ahead.
I just wanted an official statement of yours. What exactly happened? Because he claims that you had assaulted him, using your tiffin box and abused him. That's why he retaliated, ma'am.
I'm telling you one thing. Whatever Rapido these people are there, they will be going into some merging with the companies, and they'll be working under them. Okay. So when they will have a right, they have to talk with the agents who know very well about the location and take safe right to the customer. Someone, they can't behave as if they want, and they can't blame the customer. Okay. One thing I'll tell, he was not following the traffic rules. Second thing, whatever it is, after talking everything, he should not attack me. Okay. Whatever it is, he should stop, soft manner and clear it off and do the payment and go. I did not do the payment. Last ending, I gave the helmet and did the payment. Okay.
What exactly was he saying? Because we could hear him say, go back to your country. We could hear, very few parts where he only says that.
He was talking in that manner. If Canadians mean, only we will give respect. If not, no, with the language issues if he's having, I'm not the person to fight regarding, okay? Because many states will be coming and living here. That meaning is Canadian means we have to speak in this many years. We have to know the language. Otherwise, you have to get out from the state. It's not like, instead of using the state word, he was using country.
Right, and also what exactly did he do? You're saying that he was not riding well, there was a problem. What exactly happened, ma'am?
He was using helmet, everything is fine, but the language he was communicating is not convenient to the customer, okay?
Okay. So you were not able to understand what he was saying, you're saying?
Yeah, obviously, no. I was asking him, who is the Bihar and you? Are you approaching him? And I called to customer care, they said that, sorry, from my end, it's mistake. I have removed from the employment to him, and he is out of his position.
Okay. Finally, I just want to ask you, so
his mistake will be there only if he will be going out of the position. If mistake is not done, no, he will be working under his employment, what position he is, right?
Yeah.
I did not take any action with behalf of him.
Okay. Right, ma'am. You've registered an FIR. Now the police are already have detained him. Would you expect more action to be initiated against him?
Yeah, because it went into social media. The video has become viral. I attended to the police station. Behalf of that, nothing. Any woman also will take action regarding whatever the video has been viral. Okay.
Right. Absolutely. It's your right to do so.
ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು 100 ಮೀಟರ್ಸ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರ ಆಫೀಸಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ. ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಂಗೆ ಏನೇ ಓದಿರೋದು ಹಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಿಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ, ರೂಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ. ನಾನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಂದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅವರೇ ರಾಶ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತವ್ರೆ, ಏನೋದಿದೆಯಾ ಹಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತವ್ರೆ. ನನಗೂ ಕೋಪ ಬಂತು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವೇ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದೆ ನಾನು. ಹಂಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ 77 ಅಂದರು. ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ಹೋಗಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೈತಾನೆ ಅವರೇ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ತಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ವಿಷಯ ರೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದು. ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಸ್ಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಟಿಫಿನ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಕೋಪ ಬಂತು. ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಂಕ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ ತಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸವ್ರು ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರೇ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು. 2 ಸಲ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಕತ್ತನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಜೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
All right, let's get in my colleague Deepak Bopanna, who joins us live for this story. Deepak, now clearly there are two versions that are coming to light here, right? Both sides have their own version, and that's complicating the matters, isn't it?
Well, the police are now investigating all aspects, but what will make their investigation really simple are these two videos that are available. One is the CCTV footage that corroborates what the man was claiming, that he was assaulted in the beginning. Now you can see, from the CCTV footage, as soon as she gets off the bike, initially she, assaults him once and then carries out another assault. He, of course, mentioned this while speaking to us earlier, that he said that he was assaulted twice and he retaliated. Now, whatever said and done, him carrying out that assault was unwarranted, uncalled for, and even more appalling is that nobody around there tried to even stop him. Now, yes, it is clear that she has assaulted him, but that does not give him the right to assault her, especially in the manner that he did. He could have approached the police, he could have filed a formal complaint, but that has not happened. So it's a clear case of them not able to really communicate with each other well. She says that he was speaking in Kannada, she continued to speak in English, he couldn't understand. He says that he could not make out what she was saying, but what the issue was is not very clear in this. A thorough police investigation could probably throw more light as to what led to this entire altercation. The FIR right now registered. Whether there'll be another counter FIR, that's also a possibility considering the new footage that's now emerged, especially the CCTV, and we'll really have to see how the investigation proceeds in the case.
Let's leave it there. Deepak Bopanna joining us live on a story that has really been a bit of a shocker for many around the country. Well, viewers, on that note, let's quickly first play out this soundbite of the DCP South, Lokesh B, on what really happened as far as this case is concerned.
On 13th of this month, at morning 10 a.m., there was an argument and an altercation which was followed by the slapping of a woman by a Rapido driver. The woman, on asking to register an FIR, refused to register the FIR at Jayanagar police station on that day. And however, today she has come forward to register a case in this regard. The brief facts of the case are such that on 13th morning, the woman had objected to the unsafe riding of the driver, following which an altercation ensued, and he slapped her. Regarding this, the investigation is underway, and the accused is being questioned.
All right, viewers, completely timed out on this edition of Prime 5. Thanks so much for watching. We slip into a break. We come back on the other side with more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Vijay Rupani's final journey. Rupani's motto remains reach Rajkot. Former Chief Minister's farewell with state honours. AI 171 crash probe moves into top gear. First high-level meeting to probe the crash ends. Crash root cause to be probed and policy changes suggested. Crucial discovery in the Air India Ahmedabad plane crash investigation. AI 171 cockpit voice recorder found. Clarity expected on the Mayday message by the pilot. Boeing experts in Ahmedabad to analyze the horrific crash details.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Very good evening and welcome. Nationwide at 6 comes to you today from Rajkot, where the city of Rajkot is all set to bid a tearful goodbye to Mr. Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, a lifelong BJP Karyakarta, the man who rose in the city of Rajkot from a corporator to the Chief Minister, even going on to become the Member of Parliament. He was on board that ill-fated AI-171 Air India aircraft to London, was going to see his daughter and grandchildren. Twice Mr. Rupani cancelled his ticket. He was busy because his party had given him the responsibility of the elections, the by-elections in the state of Punjab. After cancelling his ticket, Mr. Rupani booked himself on the 12th of this month, 12th June. That was the ill-fated flight that failed to take off from Ahmedabad, and in that crash, 241 people died. Mr. Rupani was one of them. A short while back, after a meticulous DNA process, the matching process was completed yesterday. The confirmation came in that Mr. Rupani's mortal remains have been matched to his son and his sister. And then today, his journey began from Ahmedabad back to Rajkot. A short while back, he landed, his mortal remains landed at the airport in Rajkot. And then since then, there have been hundreds of people in Rajkot saying goodbye to Mr. Rupani, paying their last respects. I'm at this moment just a few meters away from his residence. This is a temple, and in the vicinity of this temple, Mr. Rupani will be brought in, the mortal remains will be brought in for the people of Rajkot, for the people who were dear to him, for all the colleagues that he worked in Rajkot for many, many years, to pay their last respects. Home Minister Amit Shah, Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, along with other senior colleagues of his from the BJP, and the government of Gujarat are expected to pay their last respects to Mr. Rupani here where I'm standing at this moment. These arrangements have been made, though the program initially was for 4 o'clock for his mortal remains to reach here. But now, of course, with that long yatra that took place in which lots of people from Rajkot, in fact, gave their last respects to Mr. Rupani, I've just been informed that his mortal remains have arrived at his residence. His residence named after his youngest son who passed away, and there is a charity that is run on his name as well. My colleague Abhishek is joining us at this moment from the residence of Mr. Rupani, where his mortal remains have been brought in for the family to grieve in some private moments, do their rituals, and then of course he will be brought here. One-day state mourning has also been declared for Mr. Rupani. Abhishek, if you can hear me, you were along that journey that Mr. Rupani's mortal remains took from the airport to this place, to his residence. This is an extremely somber moment, not only just for his family, but for all those who know him. It's a jam-packed Prakash colony at this moment, isn't it?
Definitely, I mean, the visuals are beyond words, From the entry point of Rajkot city, we have been traveling along with the mortal remains of ex-Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. But for us, he's the next Chief Minister. But we have to remember, for the city, for the people of Rajkot, he is Vijay Bhai. And Vijay Bhai Amar Rahe, Vijay Bhai Amar Rahe. These were the slogan raised by all of them, right from youngsters, senior citizen, all. In fact, school children out of their schools with those flowers in their hand, showering over the mortal remains of the truck that was carrying the mortal remains, symbolizes, the feeling, the emotion they have. And for them, Vijay Bhai is not the Chief Minister. Vijay Bhai is someone who has participated in their sorrow. They've participated in their celebrations. He's a person next door. For every problem or any celebration or planning of anything that is required. And more importantly, if we talk about how things have unfolded, he's just not a politician. He is a man of a social work because, after losing his son, he has made the entire charitable trust in his name, and which was dedicated for underprivileged children for their studies, for making food available to them. In fact, a community hospital which gave treatment free of cost, which we are reporting since now. And when that moment came, when this yatra was passing that charitable trust, there were tears in the eyes of the people, the members whom we spoke earlier, and it was all flooded. The people were flooded across the city. In fact, we could see none of the people were inside their house. They were all on ground, and these are the emotions that people wanted to share. People wanted to bid farewell to their beloved Vijay Bhai, pay the last respect to him. And definitely, as we report from outside residence, it's all jam-packed. Even we are not allowed to go that place. And definitely, final rituals are being performed as per the tradition in the residence. And then the mortal remains will be kept at the nearby park, where the senior dignitaries and the members of the state cabinet, in fact, Union Minister, will be paying the last respect to the mortal remains. And then the final journey will again start till the crematorium. Back to you.
Right, stay on with me, Abhishek. Let me also bring in, Mr. Ajay Umar, Group Editor, Ahmedabad Mirror, who's with us at this moment. Raju Dhruv, Senior BJP Leader, who knew Mr. Rupani very, very well, is also with us this evening. But I just want to ask my camera person to just give you a glimpse of the number of people, those who are standing outside. And a lot of people, neighbors, people, those who knew him, he has spent considerable amount of his time. 68-year-old Mr. Rupani, spent over 4 decades as far as Rajkot is concerned, in learning the ropes, going up the ropes of politics in the state as well. And remember, he also played, he was in fact election in charge of Prime Minister Modi when he contested the assembly elections from a constituency here in Rajkot. So an organizational man. But let me bring in Mr. Umat at this moment. Sir, since morning people have been asking you about Mr. Vijay Vijay Rupani. But I just want to understand from you, what was that endearing quality? What did Vijay Rupani bring on the table that he became such an important person for the BJP in terms of organization, and somebody who was entrusted to lead the BJP through a very turbulent time of the 60s to 2016 to 2018-19, when there were too many factions in the BJP? They almost lost the election to the Congress party. What were the qualities that made him such an important personality as per the BJP is concerned in the state of Gujarat?
Quality, and the most important quality that Vijay Bhai had was, his loyalty to the ideology of party, his loyalty to the party, his loyalty to Sangh Parivar. Do you remember when Kesubhai Patel was Chief Minister of Gujarat and Shankar Singh Waghela had revolted, and there were two divisions in party, Hajuria and Khajuria, namely. Vijay Bhai was the only person, Vijay Bhai and Raju Bhai Dhruv, who is also a panelist, I heard his name. They were the two strong pillars from Rajkot and Saurashtra who stood with party, and gave solid support. He was the one, the other panelist was telling, he was not only a politician, he was a social worker. And once he left the position of Chief Minister of Gujarat, he behaved like a statesman. It was he who resigned in a fraction of a second, and then it was he who first announced that he will not contest the assembly elections in 2022, because he never wanted to put party into an embarrassing position, because there were many ex-ministers and ex-MLAs who wanted to contest elections in 2022 assembly elections. It was he, who believed that, let party decide. He always, behaved like an ordinary karyakarta. So his journey from Rangoon to Rajkot, from an ordinary corporator to chief minister position, he never, he was never asking for any position or promotion. He was simply working for party and in the interest of party, and that is the basic distinction, that Vijay Rupani was class apart.
Right. So stay on with me. As you said, Raju Dhruv is also with us, somebody who knew Mr. Rupani well. ध्रुव साहब, मैं सबसे पहले आपसे ये समझना चाहता हूँ, आपकी क्योंकि सब लोग आज उनके बारे में, आप उन्हें आज कैसे याद कर रहे हैं, और कुछ एनेक्डोट्स, कुछ जब आपके साथ उन्होंने काम करने का, क्या आपको इतना इम्प्रेस किया उन्होंने, किस तरीके से आप प्रभावित रहे उनसे?
सर मुझे पूछ रहे हैं आप मुझे पूछ रहे हैं?
जी राजू जी।
जी ये देखो, अभी विजय भाई के साथ मेरा 35 साल का कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर काम करने का हुआ। जब मैं 80 में राजकोट संघ कार्यालय में था, विद्यार्थी था, तब मैं वहां पढ़ता था। तब विजय भाई रूपानी राजकोट शहर भाजपा में मंत्री बने। जैसे आज अभी जेएनयू में अभी एबीवीपी के लिए जो चुनाव संघर्ष होता है, अभी भी लेफ्टिस्ट वाले अभी भी संघर्ष करते हैं। वैसे 75 में 1975 में कितना कड़ा संघर्ष रहा होगा, तभी विजय भाई रूपानी जी महामंत्री बने, जीएस बने। वो एक ऐसे संघर्षशील कार्यकर्ता थे, हर में मेहनती कार्यकर्ता। 11 महीने जेल में रहे और सबसे कम आयु का वो जो कैदी था, बंदी था। विजय भाई रूपानी का एक क्या था, वो बचपन से ही समाज जीवन से जुड़ गए थे। राजनीति उनको, वो राजनीति के पास नहीं गए, राजनीति उनके पास है। 87 में वो पहली दफा पार्षद बने, स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के चेयरमैन के तौर पर 7 साल रहे, 7-8 साल। राजकोट का अभी जो डेवलपमेंट का मैप है, वो उसमें विजय भाई रूपानी का अग्रिम प्रदान है। विजय भाई रूपानी जी की एक बात क्या थी कि चेरेवेती, वो सबसे पहले एक बात मानता था कि पहले व्यक्ति नहीं है, पहले दल है, पक्ष है, लेकिन पक्ष भी ऊपर तो देश है। और वो मैं मानता हूँ, वो आखिरी सांस तक वो ही जिया। वो ऐसे एक आदमी थे जिनको हम विकास पुरुष भी बोल सकते हैं, एक जननायक भी बोलते हैं। आज देखो 3 दिन से बार बंद होता रहता है राजकोट में जो यात्रा निकली उनकी, जो वहां से आई, तो आज 3 घंटे लेट हुई, क्योंकि लोगों के हृदय में, जन सैलाब के मन में उनके प्रति जो आदर था वो इतना गहरा था कि आज सबको मालूम हुआ एक जननायक कैसा होता है, एक लोकनायक कैसा होता है। वो मैं आपको बताऊं, जब हम आते थे, मैंने 6 लोकसभा चुनाव, 6 विधानसभा चुनाव, 5 महानगर पालिका चुनाव, कुल मिला के 17 चुनाव में मीडिया सेंटर का इंचार्ज राजकोट में मैं रहता था। राजकोट में 1997 से प्रवक्ता हूँ और वो महामंत्री रहे, प्रवक्ता भी रहे, लेकिन हम लोगों ने साथ में काम किया। उनका आखिर तक शाम तक उनका नाम विधानसभा उम्मीदवार के दौर पर चलता था कि विजय भाई को इस दफा टिकट मिलेगी। कल दूसरी दफा सुबह में आ जाता है कि दूसरा कोई को टिकट मिल गई, लेकिन कार्यालय पे सबसे पहले जिम्मेदारी वहन करने के लिए, व्यवस्था के लिए सबसे पहले पहुंचने में विजय भाई पहले रहते थे, दूसरा मैं रहता था। वो आदमी कभी हारा नहीं, थका नहीं, निराश नहीं हुआ।
As Ajay Umar was telling us, a thorough party man, who has always been somebody who only gave to the party whenever he received, and he was asked to give up the chief minister's post as well. It didn't take him much to in fact do that. But Ajay Umar, I just want to understand also from you, because you've spoken to him many times, had those conversations in personal life. How was he able to balance both the political and the personal life? He was seen as a family man. Unfortunately, his son passed away, and that was something, that always played on his mind through a lot of work that he did.
Ankit, he used to give that credit to his wife Anjali Ben. He used to say that, whatever I am today is thanks to Anjali, because, Anjali was Anjali Ben. I'm sorry, Anjali Ben or Anjali Bhabi. I used to call her Anjali Bhabi only. He was telling me that I and Anjali, we have started our political journey, our student life journey, ABVP journey together. So she understands me and my political compulsion. So Anjali Ben has always supported Vijay Bhai, and that was the reason. Even the first loss of their child, Urjit, it was terrible moment for him. But then he came out of it, and both the Vijay Bhai and Anjali Bhabi has decided that rest of life they will dedicate to social work only, and that was the reason. I distinctly remember that once he came for a function to my organization, and few children were standing outside. They were children, suffering from spastic. They were suffering from cerebral palsy, and some were handicapped. And they were wanting a selfie with Vijay Bhai. So I told Vijay Bhai that if you can oblige these children. He said, why oblige? It is my duty to talk to them. He spoke to them. And children said, okay, we want to do a Garba on the stage. He said, Ajay Bhai, I will speak 5 minutes less, but let these children do Garba. And he was very much impressed. And he said that how a child with cerebral palsy can do Garba, can dance on the stage. And I told that, this girl has undergone a treatment, and she has got prosthetic legs. And then he said that, I want every child in Gujarat to have this sophisticated prosthetic leg. And he said that, I can make provision in the budget. That
Right.
NGO said that, sir.
Right, Mr. Umar, I'm sorry, sir, I'm interrupting you here. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Abhishek, who is with us, because I've just been told that preparations are now being made to bring his mortal remains to where I'm standing from his residence, which is just about 150 meters from where we are, about 200 meters from here. Abhishek, if you can hear me, it seems that, they are bringing him here for the final darshan as far as the people of Rajkot are concerned. From his residence, a very small stop where we are standing, in the vicinity of this temple.
See, definitely, because as per the schedule, it is very much delayed. So quickly things need to be wrapped up, and that's the reason the mortal remains will be brought over there. And the final respect of all the dignitaries who are present over there, Union Minister Amit Shah and all the state cabinet ministers will be paying the last respect. And after that, what has been planned in the schedule is, the mortal remains. Again, a small yatra has been planned till the crematorium. So definitely the schedule has been delayed, and that's the reason this needs to be taken as early as possible. So quickly the mortal remains will be kept in the nearby park from where you are reporting, and the people will be allowed to pay the last respect, and accordingly, the final journey will start to the crematorium, and definitely the people of Rajkot will be bidding farewell to their beloved Vijay Bhai. Back to you.
Right. So as we speak at this moment, there is a lot of commotion here on the other side. Remember, there will be, as it has been decided, that Mr. Rupani is going to get state honors in his cremation. Just a short while from now, what we are going to see is the band and the full honors of the Gujarat police being presented to Mr. Rupani as his mortal remains are brought to this very place for the respects of the people of Rajkot as they prepare to bid goodbye to the son of the soil, who, in fact, as we've been saying, rose, learned the ranks, learned the ropes, and rose from a corporator to the chief minister of the state of Gujarat. All I can see at this moment on both the sides of this very small street, there are people lined up waiting, in fact, for Mr. Rupani's mortal remains to be brought here. While we do that, and we'll come back to these live pictures as soon, in fact, we get the first glimpse of Mr. Rupani's mortal remains being brought here. Let's take a look at the life and times of Vijay Rupani from Rajkot.
Born in Rangoon, Myanmar in 1956, Vijay Rupani rose from humble beginnings to become Gujarat's 16th Chief Minister from 2016 to 2021. A steadfast BJP leader, his journey was marked by dedication to public service and deep roots in the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Known for his calm demeanor and accessibility, Rupani was a strongman of Saurashtra.
All right, what you see on your screens at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, is Home Minister Amit Shah, who has arrived at the residence of Mr. Rupani. He is inside the residence, so there has been this arrangement which has been made for these visuals, in fact, for Mr. Rupani, residence for all these VVIPs to pay their last respects. I can see Home Minister Amit Shah. He landed just a short while back in Rajkot, and there you see the family of Mr. Rupani. Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, also paying and his respects. Home Minister with Mrs. Rupani, and the son of Mr. Vijay Rupani. The family members at this moment are quite a somber moment for, and understandably so, for the family to lose her husband, for his son to lose his father in this fashion. But of course, the Home Minister also paying his respects to Mr. Rupani and to the family as well. There are going to be a lot of dignitaries who will keep coming in to pay their respects. Remember, initially the program was planned for this place, but because of the security concerns, Home Minister, the Chief Minister, and the Cabinet, largely the Cabinet of Gujarat, is going to be paying their respects inside their residence itself. We are seeing at this moment C.R. Patil, the Union Minister, and also the Chief of Gujarat Unit of the BJP, all of them at this moment inside the residence of Mr. Vijay Rupani, which is just about 200 meters from where I am standing and reporting this evening. The family members, grief-stricken, his son flew down from London, and there was the DNA sampling which took place 2 days back when his son and also when Mr. Rupani's sister came there and gave their DNA sample. Yesterday in the evening, it was announced that Mr. Rupani's DNA has matched, and the mortal remains were given to his family today in the morning. After that, he made his final journey to Rajkot, the place which he referred to as his Karma Bhumi, the place where he built his entire political career. The dignitaries, in fact, one by one coming and meeting the family as well. The former Chief Minister's final journey begins as I've been saying, the fate has its own games, its own twist. He was to leave earlier than 12th of June. He booked ticket twice, cancelled twice because as organization man, he was given the responsibility of the Ludhiana West elections, the by-polls which are taking place in Punjab. Cancelled it because he had to go there, meet the Karyakartas and see the arrangements. Came back on 12th, took the flight. That flight from Ahmedabad, which just took off but never could reach its destination. Mr. Rupani was among the passengers and the 240 of his fellow passengers of the 242 and Mr. Rupani, that making him 241, passed away in this horrific plane crash that took place. His wife at that point of time was already in London. She flew back along with the son and they were absolutely heartbroken. The Prime Minister on the very next day when he visited on 13th to Gujarat, met the family and offered his condolences to Mr. Rupani and the family members. These live visuals coming in from his residence where the Home Minister and other senior leaders of the BJP, including the Chief Minister and other union ministers, have paid their respect. Mr. Rupani's daughter also there in the frame. What we'll do at this moment, we'll take a very quick break and we'll come back, we'll stay with these visuals. Former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani's final journey.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at ground zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Nationwide at 6 coming to you at this moment from Rajkot, where the city is bidding a tearful goodbye, a final farewell to Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister. While we are, waiting for the process to in fact ensue here, let me also bring to you, because now the story on one hand is about investigation, on the other is about people like Mr. Vijay Rupani. Two new videos have come out of the day when this crash took place, and both of them are absolutely soul-stirring, heart-wrenching videos, absolutely heartbreaking on many levels. Let me just play out those visuals for you. In one, you will see, in fact, the video, the point of impact, right at the time when the crash took place. The family, this one woman absolutely desperate and coming in, trying to save her son. She was, one of the women who was working right near this entire hostel, the BJ Medical College hostel, where this plane crash took place. She owned a tea shop there. Her 15-year-old son, Akash Patani, was the one who was delivering a tiffin, and as soon as this crash happened, he was engulfed in that inferno. The woman haplessly trying to get people around to help her son. She tried herself, but you can't imagine the heat and the inferno at that point of time. Unfortunately, she could not save her son. Another significant piece of evidence as far as this video is concerned is of the lone survivor, Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who is also seen walking out in one of the videos and going and getting help from one of the ambulance drivers. Take a look.
Crash, inferno, cries, chaos. Two new videos of the moment of the Air India plane crash, amplifying the horror of the accident that left 275 dead, both on board and on ground. A wailing, desperate mother running around to save her son. In the next video, the lone survivor of the crash, Vishwas, seen walking out of the cloud of smoke and roaring flames in a white t-shirt, injured. As the plane came crashing down, turning into a ball of fire, 40-year-old Sita ran around, crying in desperation to look for her 15-year-old son, Akash. Sita ran a tea stall near the crash site. Akash had stepped out to deliver tiffin to his mother at the stall when the tragedy struck. In a heart-wrenching moment, Akash's mother risked her own life in an attempt to save her son, but tragically, she couldn't. Akash died in the crash. The same video from a different angle captured the lone survivor, Vishwas, limping out of the jaws of death. Here again, Sita is seen, crying in desperation. Sita and Vishwas, two ends of the horrific tragedy, losing her beloved son, the other defeating death. An NDTV Bureau report.
Now imagine the coincidence, imagine the chances, imagine the luck that Vishwas Kumar Ramesh had to walk out literally from the jaws of the death in the same crash. His own brother and 13 others from his village passed away. Let me very quickly at this moment bring Harsh Chotalia. He is from the BJ Medical College. He's a student at the BJ Medical College, an eyewitness and also a survivor himself. Harsh, thank you for speaking to us. I want to first ask you, there is, all of us cannot even imagine what was the situation on the day of the plane crash. Did you know the colleagues or friends, the 4 medical students and others who passed away at this medical college? Did you know anybody of them?
Yes, 2 of them are studying with me as a second-year students, and 2 others are my juniors. They studied in the first year.
It must be absolutely heartbreaking for you, Harsh, to know about their deaths. But could you tell us, where did they die and what happened? Where were you and how did you survive this plane crash?
Yes, I tell you the whole thing about this incident. Me and my friend rode on the same scooter and coming from our college library to the mess for our lunch. And around 1:30 p.m., we arrived at our mess, and then we took our food in our plates. And I sit 2 to 3 tables in front of my friend who just came with me. Then my friend's position is like that. Okay, he sit behind the windows and the wall that collapse after. And first of all, there is the vast, shocking explosion occur from behind, and all the glass of the windows are shattered on the ground. And suddenly there will be a chaos on the floor, and there is dust all around the floor, and there is no visibility on the floor. And all the students who are having a lunch at that time, including me, we are running from here to there. And then our senior who see from the window and told about that there was a plane crash. In the starting though, I felt that there was an earthquake-like situation. Then all our family get out from that mess.
Right, you were able to successfully come out of it, but many could not. How many people, those who were living in the hostels, have died in this in plane crash, Harsh?
Earlier you mentioned that only 4 colleagues are died because of this terrible incident.
Right, and there have been, others who also lost their life. Harsh, of course, your parents would be very, very happy. At this moment, are you able to go back to the hostel? Is there access to the hostel still available for you guys?
Yes, we can go our hostels, but there were our academic schedule has postponed for till next news. Our hostel are intact. There is no any harm to our hostel.
Yes.
It is our mess where we have a lunch or dinner.
How do you remember those? How do you remember those? Right. How do you remember those 4 of your colleagues, those who who lost their life in this accident?
Yes, I still remember that one of them is Jai Prakash, who are sitting next behind me, and we have attended the practical class in the same batch.
Harsh, very quickly, before I let you go, did they die in the mess or were they in the hostels when the impact took place?
No, they are in the mess during they have their lunch.
They were having their lunch when they passed away. Harsh, stay on with me. There is some breaking news at this moment which is coming in from Ahmedabad. In fact, Dr. Rajesh Joshi, the superintendent at the civil hospital, has informed that 119 DNA samples have been matched at this moment. A body of 76 deceased have been given to the families, as we speak. That includes that of Mr. Rupani, which is expected to be where I'm standing in a short while from now. So 119 total DNA samples have been matched. Remember, it's been a very, very exhaustive process, and there is no scope for mistake. Aishwarya, my colleague, joins me. Aishwarya, 119 already, in fact, samples have been matched. It is a very tedious process, but the administration doing their best to quickly hand over the bodies to their families.
Well, that's right. That's the data coming in at 6 p.m. The medical superintendent had informed us that 119 DNA samples have been matched so far. 76 of those mortal remains had been handed over to the relatives, and 34 families more had been informed about collection of the mortal remains. As far as the FSL team is concerned, they are working day and night to have the DNA profiling match with their family relatives for the last 4 days. We've been told that the FSL team has been working continuously to quickly establish the identity of
All right, the Home Minister has reached. Aishwarya, I'm sorry, the Chief Minister, the Home Minister have just arrived in these visuals that you are seeing on your screens at this moment. The entire state machinery of Gujarat, the top leaders of the BJP and the security establishment is here as we speak. This is where the body of the mortal remains of Mr. Rupani will be kept, and after that the final respects would be paid by the locals here for Mr. Rupani. Let me also tell you that there is it's absolutely pouring at this moment where we are standing. It's raining in Gujarat and in Rajkot. It's just coming down heavily. The Home Minister, where he's sitting, we can also see a little bit of dripping of the water which is taking place through these tents which have been put in. There was a forecast of rain, but at this moment there are, as we speak, Home Minister has arrived. The family of Mr. Rupani is also expected to come in here. And the entire procession is going to take place in a short while from now. There will be the police band and the police escort which would be bringing Mr. Rupani to the very place where I am standing at this moment. My colleague Sudesh would be showing you the visuals of the Home Minister along with the top leadership of the BJP in the state, which is present here in Rajkot to pay their respects to Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister, a thorough organization man. And as it comes down, as it is raining here in Rajkot, I can hear the band already playing the beats. In fact, for the last post sort of a procession which is taking place, the Gujarat Rajkot Police Band, where we are standing, and in just a few moments from now, Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister, would in fact, his mortal remains would be brought to this very place. A lot of you will see the police, in fact, band marching in as we speak. My colleague will show you the procession. It is under a lot of media and the camera glare that all this is happening. So you would, in fact, also see a lot of cameras and media in my frame. But we apologize for that. It's a cramped space, but everybody wanting to report this very important story. As you can see at this moment, that the police band is escorting the mortal remains of Vijay Bhai Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. the man from Rajkot, the young man who joined the RSS and the BJP at the age of 24, died a BJP karyakarta at the age of 68 in this horrific plane crash that took place on the 12th of June. A lot of locals, his immediate neighbors, people, those who have worked with Mr. Rupani, all of them coming in also to pay their last respects, as we see the security establishment also standing here to ensure that things go down smoothly. What we have been told is that after Mr. Rupani's mortal remains are brought in here, led by the Home Minister, the state machinery is going to pay their last respects to him. And after that, you would see the procession leave from this place for the cremation, for the final rites of Mr. Rupani. On your visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens at this moment, the police escort coming in. As we said, full respect is being given to the body, to Mr. Rupani. State honors for him and the police, Rajkot police band, accompanying the mortal remains of the departed soul. They are bringing in the mortal remains of Mr. Rupani as we speak. His son, his family members, all of them are in tow. The Home Minister is standing as to mark his respect, and so are the other leaders that you are seeing here in this enclosure, which we are bringing to you from Gujarat, from Rajkot. Massive thunder clouds and rain, which is at this moment it's pouring in Rajkot, and the chants of Vijay Bhai Amar Rahe, the locals showering petals at Mr. Rupani. Now his remains being brought to this very place, the temple complex where Mr. Rupani would be laid for the locals to pay their respect. His photograph being carried, his son, I can see at this moment, also in fact coming in, and so is his family, along with the mortal remains of Vijay Bhai Rupani being carried here in Rajkot, draped in the tricolor as a mark of respect for the service that he provided to the people of Gujarat, to the people of his state. A one-day state mourning has been, in fact, as a mark of respect, it has been declared in the state of Gujarat. A lot of people standing here, many BJP karyakartas, all of them being asked to clear the path because of the dignitaries, because of the VVIPs, those who are going to pay their respect to Mr. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. We see, and while we see what's happening here, I can tell you a lot of chaos as well, because there have been many, those who wanted to pay their respect, wanted a last glimpse. Remember, the condition, of course, the body is in. We've been told that this won't be an open darshan. The coffin would not be opened, but the tricolor is draped on the coffin as a mark of respect for Vijay Rupani, for the service that he has rendered to the people of Gujarat, not only as the Chief Minister, but here in Rajkot as an MLA, later MP, as a councillor, a mayor, and a lot of... Okay, let me just for a moment just play this out for our viewers, what's happening here. The last pose being played for Mr. Vijay Rupani here in Rajkot. Full state honours being given to him. This is a moment of silence, a somber moment where people remember Vijay Bhai Rupani, the son of the soil from Rajkot. To the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Bhai Rupani, who passed away at the age of 68 in the horrific plane crash that took place in Ahmedabad. Now the police band and the police, in fact, paraphernalia leaving this place, and I can still see his son standing there. It is expected that the Home Minister will lead the gathering here to pay the respects, and that's the Home Minister. In fact, that's the Home Minister. That's the Home Minister at this moment, once again meeting the wife and the son of Vijay Bhai Rupani, and will be as he marks his respect and would be leaving from this very place. After that, the process of this entire cremation, in fact, will begin. That's the Home Minister leaving the venue. That's the Home Minister leaving the venue. In fact, the place where Mr. Rupani has his mortal remains have been kept for people to pay their last respects. And as we speak, after the Home Minister, the Chief Minister of Gujarat would also be meeting the family and making their exit. Post this, there is going to be some time where the locals would come in and pay their respects to Vijay Rupani. That's Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister, exiting the venue. I can see Mr. Rupani's son, his daughter, his son-in-law, and also his wife, all standing there, sister and other members of his family as well. That's Union Minister C.R. Patil, also the chief of the BJP in Gujarat. And now it is expected that the doors would be opened of this place for the locals to come in and pay their respect. Remember, it's as I said, it's pouring right now. It's really coming down hard here in Rajkot. And in braving this rain, braving this weather, there have been hundreds, thousands, those who have come to pay their respect to Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. While we are reporting from this place just 200 meters from where Mr. Rupani's residence is, you would see a lot of police bandobast to try and ensure that people can pay their respects and then leave this venue. As I said, it's raining heavily. Abhishek, my colleague, also at this moment joining me. Abhishek, from this venue, it will be some time before the mortal remains of Mr. Rupani can be taken out for cremation. What is the plan ahead, and what are you picking up at this moment?
Definitely, as per the schedule, the things are being delayed. But as per the plan, after it will be taken to the crematorium. So it is 5.5 kilometers away from the residence from where we are reporting. And definitely, as per the weather condition, we can clearly see it's raining heavily at this given point of time. And soon, the mortal remains will be carried out, and as per the planning, Antim Yatra is what has been planned at this given point of time. But it seems that in this weather condition that could be difficult. But as you also pointed out, police and the entire administration is on ground, making a point that everything goes out to be smoothly, and all senior politicians, including senior members from the BJP cadre, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah, is expected to go to the crematorium and to be present at the last rite that will be taking place over there. So definitely we will have to wait and watch out for how soon this can be done, and amid this weather condition that we are reporting from outside his residence. Back to you.
Right, Abhishek, a lot of locals coming in here, and as we speak, there is a lot of chaos where we are standing. Not just with the media coming in, but also to all those who want to pay their respect to Vijay Rupani. With that, we are taking a very quick break. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Par ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
हमें as soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up this evening and our special focus on Indian students in Tehran. We'll speak to a parent and a student. Also our Bengaluru specific focus this evening. What's your take on bike taxis? But first, the top headlines from the Air India tragedy. The ill-fated AI-171's cockpit voice recorder is found and could be essential in deciphering the final seconds before the crash. Boeing sends its experts to Ahmedabad to analyze the crash. The first high-level meet to probe the crash comes to a close. An emotional final goodbye to former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, one of those who died in that crash. The ordeal of identifying the other victims continues, and several families continue the agonizing wait for the final remains. The Madras High Court makes scathing observations in an abduction case, orders the arrest of an ADGP rank officer, and comes down heavily on an MLA. Well, first up this evening, focus on the top international story, the Iran-Israel conflict, and caught in the crossfire are thousands of Indian nationals, including medical students in Iran, as the strikes between Tehran and Tel Aviv continue. Key focus now for India is evacuating or moving to safety the over 1,500 Indian medical students who are amongst hundreds of other Indian nationals stuck in Iran. Most medical students are from Jammu and Kashmir, but there are many from the southern states as well, including 9 from Karnataka. Many Indian citizens from Kerala and the other states have also been reported there in Iran. Indian students at the university in Tehran are being evacuated and moved to the city of Qom, according to officials. India had requested evacuations of its students from cities that are being hit by Israeli bombings. Even evacuation through land routes from Iran is being considered. In a statement, the Foreign Ministry of Iran had said, and I quote, "We inform that all land borders are open for crossing." So what's the latest from the Indian students in Iran? Joining me live now, my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who has been tracking this very, very closely. I also hope to be joined in a bit by Shabab Zehra from Bengaluru, whose 22-year-old son Nadeem Hussain is an MBBS student in Tehran. We also hope to be joined by Afnan Pare, who's a third-year MBBS student in Tehran. But first to you, Ghazali, as we wait for our other guests to join, what are you picking up from the authorities in terms of the evacuation and moving Indian students to safety processes concerned?
See, Veera, there are certain students who have been asked to gather at one location in Iran from where they will be taken to the city of Qom. From the city of Qom, the border of Armenia is around 1,000 kilometers, over 1,000 kilometers. So as of now, the details of certain students have been gathered. It has been given to the Tehran authorities or to the Foreign Ministry of Tehran. An officer has been appointed by the Iranian government for licensing this entire travel of Indian students for their safe exit till Armenia. Now, there is a lot of panic among the students because this evacuation is not something which will happen just in a day, because there are more than 1,500 students. Some estimates and official sources also confirm that the number of students could be higher. There are around 10,000 Indians in Iran who are in different occupation. Out of those, 1,500 to 3,000 are students. Most of them are in pursuing medical studies, but they are in different locations. Though most of these medical students are also based in Tehran, but there are certain students who are studying in those colleges which is located in the areas which have not faced any aerial strike from Israel. But the problem right now is that how to cover the distance of more than 1,000 kilometers without facing any aerial strike. And it is almost similar to how India carried out that evacuation during the Russia-Ukraine war, that how students in Ukraine were evacuated after Indian authorities spoke to the Russian authorities to ensure that the Indian buses which were carrying Indian students is not attacked. So a similar kind of approach could be seen here, that Indian government will be in touch with the Israeli authorities to ensure that at the time when Indian students are being moved from one location towards the Armenian border, the land border, since all the land borders are open as Iran had claimed. So at that time, Indian authorities will speak to their Israeli counterpart as well to ensure the safe movement of students.
Right, as you say that, Ghazali, is there a state-wise breakup of people there in Iran? We believe in Karnataka, as per the government's own notification, that 9 students from Karnataka are there at the Tehran University, possibly along with the several other students from Jammu and Kashmir that you have been in contact with. And as you rightly mentioned, this is just one small segment of Indians possibly there in Iran.
Yeah, certainly. This is one small group because the Indian authorities, the embassy officials in Tehran are gathering the details of all those who are studying in Iran. Now, that is happening with WhatsApp groups. There are multiple WhatsApp groups which are operational right now, where Indian embassy and embassy officials are sharing the contact details, the emergency numbers, and through which any Indian student who is willing to be evacuated are sharing their passport details and other details, their locations and all, and through which the Indian authorities there, the embassy officials in Tehran, are sharing the exact location, the details of buses, other means of transport, so that they all can gather at one point from where they will be relocated to the city of Qom. Now, the first phase of this evacuation involves the relocation, which is the internal relocation, and till the time everybody is, till every student is moved out of Iran, the embassy officials are also in touch with the community leaders, the local community leaders, for the safety and welfare of Indian students.
Right. As you mentioned that, Ghazali, as I mentioned as well, we're waiting for Shabab Zehra, whose 22-year-old son is there in Tehran, as well as possibly get through to a student there in Tehran, a third-year MBBS student. Just tell us, from the conversations you've picked up from students, is there anything specific that they've sent across as a message to their family and friends back home? What would be the key concerns of the families here? Because we believe that they are in communication with each other.
See, Veera, we need to understand, and even the students over there, despite being in such a situation, in such a crisis situation, they also acknowledge the fact that this evacuation is not an easy task, because students are scattered in most of the areas of Iran. It is not; they are not just concentrated or studying in certain universities in Tehran, but they are studying in different locations, in different universities. Gathering the details, ensuring that everybody is safely moved out will be the priority of Indian Embassy. But obviously certain students were also injured in the aerial strike, so there is a kind of panic among the students as well. They want to be continuously in touch with the embassy officials. That is why the WhatsApp groups which are operating right now, it is continuously buzzing with queries that by when and where they should be moved out and who will be assisting them, though the embassy officials and their local representatives are also coordinating with the students.
Right, thanks very much there, Ghazali. Unfortunately, we've not been able to connect live to both the parent in Bengaluru of the 22-year-old MBBS student as well as to the student we were hoping to cut through live across in Tehran. But my colleague Nihal Kidwai has this report. He spoke to one of the families of those who are looking at how to bring back students from Tehran. Listen in.
डे 1 से जब अटैक हुआ तो सूरत हाल, चूँकि मैं मीडिया को अच्छी तरह से देख रहा था कि किस तरफ जा रहा है, तो मैंने इमीडिएट उनसे कहा कि अगर पॉसिबल है तो तेहरान छोड़ दो और नियर बाई कोई जगह है वहाँ चले जाओ। तो वो सुबह में चले गए, लेकिन बाकी स्टूडेंट्स जो हॉस्टल में थे उनकी सिचुएशन ख़तरनाक हालात में गुज़र रही है, ख़तरनाक हालात से वो गुज़र रहे हैं। उनके लिए वहाँ, जैसा बाद में मुझे पता चला कि एम्बेसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने यूनिवर्सिटी के मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को या जो हॉस्टल में थे सभी को वहाँ से दूसरी जगह हटाया, क्योंकि जो डोम है जहाँ पर ये बच्चे रह रहे थे वहाँ पर भी कार बम ब्लास्ट हुआ है और सुनने में आया है 1-2 बच्चे ज़ख्मी भी हुए हैं, लेकिन ख़तरे से बाहर हैं और अब सब वहाँ से दूसरी जगह ले जाए जा चुके हैं। लेकिन वो सभी डर और खौफ की हालत में हैं और वहाँ से निकलना चाहते हैं। और हमारी रिक्वेस्ट होगी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से या जो उससे कंसर्न लोग हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी उनको वहाँ से निकालने की कोई सूरत निकालें।
आपका बेटा वहाँ कौन सा कोर्स कर रहा है और कहाँ पे रहते हैं, क्या नाम है वो?
मेरे बेटे का नाम है सैयद मोहम्मद रज़ा आबिस और वो वहाँ से MPT किया और अब उसी सब्जेक्ट पर PhD तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी से एडमिशन के प्रोसेस शुरू थे कि इस बीच में ये अटैक हो गया और जिसकी वजह से वो अभी रुक गया है।
So several parents anxious back in India. We'll keep a close watch on that. Of course, India's focus on the safety of its citizens there in Iran and perhaps those in Israel as well. But now to the big story from the Madras High Court, which had ordered the arrest of an additional Director General of Police in an alleged abduction case involving a family dispute over a love marriage. We believe the additional Director General of Police has been arrested. The court which ordered the arrest of H.M. Jairam, the ADGP rank officer, also directed Puvai Jagamurthy, MLA and chief of the Purachi Bharadam party, to appear before the police for investigation. The judge, while hearing the matter, made scathing observations against the MLA and asked, "Why are you afraid of a police investigation? An MLA must be a role model and not run kangaroo courts." The judge also warned that Jaganmurthy must appear without being accompanied by party cadre before the police. Joining me now, NDTV's Sam Daniel. Sam, take us through the details of this case. And obviously, the arrest of an ADGP rank officer would send shockwaves through the police establishment.
It's unprecedented in quite many decades in Tamil Nadu in that sense, Veera Raghav. Interrogation is underway as we speak. The background is a love story. A young couple belonging to two different communities got married. The young lady's father had approached a former police constable to somehow get the lady back home to stop the marriage, who in turn, police allege, had approached the ADGP, Mr. Jairam, who in turn approached this politician, Purachi Bharadam chief and MLA Puvai Jaganmurthy, who sent men, police say, to possibly kidnap the groom, but they did not find the groom. Instead, they abducted his younger brother. When his parents approached the police, when police got wind of this kidnap, the kidnapped boy was sent back, released using the official car of the ADGP. In that car, both the girl's father and the police constable who had helped also traveled. There was also, police say, large sums of money in the car. It's in this context they wanted to first arrest the politician, but his cadre did not allow police over the weekend, and he had moved the Madras High Court seeking anticipatory bail. Court made those strong observations that a politician, elected MLA, should not indulge in kangaroo courts. Why would his cadre stop police performing their duty? They did not grant him bail, but asked him to appear for interrogation. And if he cooperates, then they would consider giving him anticipatory bail. And the court also directed the arrest of the ADGP in this case, and following which the police have arrested him. It's certainly a huge embarrassment for the ruling DMK, with a sitting or a serving police officer in the rank of ADGP being involved in an abduction case, and embarrassment for the opposition AIADMK as well, as Puvai Jaganmurthy got elected in an AIADMK symbol, in 2021 assembly elections.
Right.
More developments possibly tomorrow with regard to the arrest of the politician.
Right, thanks very much, Sam. As you say, unprecedented that an ADGP rank officer has been arrested under the orders of the Madras High Court. It is a very, very important development. We'll keep a close watch on that case. Now to our urban focus this evening on bike taxis in Bengaluru. Even as the future of bike taxis in the city hangs in the balance following High Court orders, a viral video of an altercation between a woman passenger and a Rapido bike driver sparked viral reactions. The woman and the Rapido driver got into a physical exchange allegedly after an unpleasant ride. Video footage shows the woman getting into an altercation and assaulting the driver, following which the driver assaults her. The rider assaults her. The police have registered an FIR. My colleague Deepak Bupanna joins me live for a very quick update. Deepak, multiple dimensions to this story, as you mentioned. The girl reportedly the first to assault the Rapido driver, but it does add one more to the long list of violent altercations between riders, drivers, whether it's autos or bikes or cabs and passengers.
Well, there are multiple, layers really to this story that the police will have to investigate and come to the bottom of. Because while initially the video that went viral showed the man assaulting the woman, her falling to the ground, people nearby not really coming to her aid, and then eventually the CCTV emerged, which shows the entire picture, doesn't it? The woman carrying out that assault. Whether this issue stemmed out of a language barrier, whether it was sheer arrogance on either of their parts, or whether this was, an incident which was completely avoidable. All of this, of course, can be, revealed only through a thorough investigation at this point in time. But yes, we've seen multiple instances like this come to the fore from Bengaluru. The police right now have registered an FIR. He has been detained since this is a crime which draws imprisonment less than 7 years. According to the latest rules, he cannot be immediately arrested. They'll have to continue their investigation, and based on that, they can go ahead and arrest him. Whether there'll be a counter FIR against the woman, that's also something that remains to be seen.
Right, important there to observe those investigations. Thanks very much, Deepak. Remember, this incident, as I mentioned, comes in the backdrop of a larger debate in the city over bike taxis. Of course, the incident itself may not have much of a bearing on that debate. Following a High Court order suspending bike taxi services in the absence of regulation, the state government has been cracking down on these services. However, there have been sharp reactions from users who depend on these services for last-mile connectivity. The opposition to bike taxis come from auto drivers and taxi unions who say there is no level playing field and that private bikes are being used for public transport. It sparked off a sharp debate in the city where commuting, remember, is a nightmare. Two strong voices on the issue I spoke to earlier in the day. The first is noted Bengalurian, chairman of RN Capital, Mohandas Pai, who's taken a strong position in favor of bike taxis. I asked him why he's so strongly in favor of them, though there are safety and regulatory concerns.
High Court said you must take a policy decision and come out with regulations. If the safety is a key issue, we need regulations. Issue regulations. See, we have a problem in Bangalore, let us understand. We are short of public transport. We have only 6,500 buses, same for 10 years, despite population nearly doubling. We have a metro which is 3 to 4 years behind schedule, is a big disaster. Nobody knows when the metro is going to start in various areas. The management and the government has goofed up big time. Costs have increased and we are in deep trouble. We have auto rickshaws, maybe 3.5, 4 lakhs, out of which people say maybe 1 lakh are unregistered, which has become a mafia. They extort money, they don't go by the meter. For the last 10 years, government is not enforcing the rule of law. Who are the people who are owning these autos? Who is behind all this? And you'll be very surprised to find the results. Why are the autos not going by the meter? If you talk to the auto rickshaw driver, they'll say fares have not been increased. Increase the fare. Let the government increase the fare, give the auto rickshaw drivers whatever they want. If they want 100 rupees per kilometer, give it to them. Doesn't matter. They're already extorting money. And let people decide whether or not to use it. Allow these bike rickshaws, issue some regulations so that people have a choice.
Well, Mohandas Pai making a very, very strong point. Several commuters do use bike taxis for the last mile connectivity. The counter view to bike taxis come especially from auto and taxi drivers. Inayat Ali of the Peace Auto and Taxi Drivers Union I spoke to earlier in the day, and I asked him simply why passengers should struggle with fleecing auto drivers when they have other options.
Raghavji, we really appreciate that the High Court order, which has been declined the stay for the Uber and all the bike taxi, and it's protect the livelihood of the cab drivers and the auto drivers. Rules and regulations for the bike taxi, they are taking the private vehicles and they are giving the public services. And they are violate the aggregator company like Ola, Uber and Rapido. They are violating the rules. They are keeping the fight between the workers, the bike riders and also the auto drivers. Because in the under the Motor Vehicle Act, in the private vehicle, you cannot give the service for the public. First, they have to make sure whether they got the aggregator license from the transport department, whether it's from state government or the central government. Nowadays, customer is not safe in the bike taxis.
Two sharp points of view there. Sridhar Pabbisetti, urban planning expert, joins me live right now. Sridhar is also someone who hails a bike taxi ride when it's desperate, and perhaps we are all desperate at some point of time or the other in the city for that last mile connectivity. But Sridhar, there are two very important points of view. One is the question of last mile connectivity in the city, and that the auto rickshaw services, even if they aren't fleecing, may not be enough for a city of the size that's growing. But the other is that you've got private bike taxi operators just turning out into public service, public sector, public transport situation, which could result in regulatory issues as well.
Thank you, Veera, for inviting me for this. Very valid points by Inayat Ali on like the challenge of trying to use private vehicle for public transport. So that challenge can definitely be looked at and addressed by the government in consultation with all the bike taxi riders. Yes, you can look at yellow boarding some of these bikes and make sure that they are well kept, well maintained. You could look at ensuring that all the riders are trained specifically to become public riders, so that they are well aware that they are traceable, they need to behave in a certain fashion, and hence they are regulated, right? So definitely welcome move in terms of trying to look at how you can license it better, how you can regulate it better, and also more importantly, Bangalore is an underserved city. Road rage is a commonality. We should definitely come together and talk about the accessibility, the availability, and affordability. Until unless we kind of create more and more options, more and more solutions, we will not be able to solve the Bangalore congestion problems. Mohandas Pai, while talking about, definitely flagged the two key issues in public transport, where we are not doubling or tripling our buses. Tripling our buses is something that I mooted almost 8-9 years ago. And if we triple our buses, definitely we will decongest city. Right. If we kind of move the metro fast, if we kind of stick to deadlines, then definitely the city will decongest. While those two things can be worked on by the government, why not allow the bike taxis to ease up the traffic? This is not a legality issue that can't be resolved. Regulate them, take up the issue of licensing, and also take a look at insurance. Veera, incidentally, a couple of hours ago, I just got a message from one of the operators who said that you can top up your insurance at just 3 rupees per ride and get 10,000 rupee accidental coverage and 10 lakh rupee medical coverage. If an operator can push an additional top-up insurance, surely third-party insurance can also come in. So we should not throw the baby with the bathwater, change the bathwater, and surely the baby will be happy and smiling.
Right, there are multiple dimensions to it, as you point out, Sridhar. It's something that you're saying, long and short of it, it's something we need to make work because we need it desperately, and that's the only solution that we have at the moment till we have long-term solutions, right? So let's hope let's follow this conversation. Yes, go ahead, Sridhar, very briefly.
Just one more quick point, right? I mean, nobody in Bengaluru would do a cross-city ride on a two-wheeler, right? Even an auto, by the time you do 5 kilometers, 8 kilometers, the Bangalore roads are so smooth and so heavenly that you will start getting back pain, right? So there are different causes for courses. We should kind of leverage each one for their advantage and not really get into this thing going that one over the other.
Absolutely. No, not one over the other. We need all of them. Thanks very much there, Sridhar Pabishetty. We'll keep a close watch on that serious urban commuter issue in Bengaluru. But that's all we have time for on the Southern View. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Hello everyone, you're watching NDTV. The government has finally announced dates for the next census, October 2026 for the hilly states of the country and March 2027 for the rest of India. Now this will be India's first digital census using a mobile app, allowing self-entry and supporting multiple languages. Most importantly, it is expected to include caste data for the first time since 1931. This will help the government understand the real numbers of different communities, especially OBCs, and could guide decisions on reservations, welfare schemes, and even redrawing political boundaries. Now, the census happens in two steps. First is, of course, the house listing, where officials note household details like how many people live there, what kind of house it is, and if they have electricity or water. And the second step is the important one, the population enumeration, where they collect details about each person, such as age, gender, religion, and this is where caste comes in, education, and also job. This census is especially important, like I said, because it's happening after 16 years and could potentially give us an updated picture of socio-economic realities in the country. But the politics around all of this has already begun. Opposition says that the BJP did not clearly mention caste in the official order that was released today, and it is avoiding the issue. The Congress party says that the BJP is ignoring social justice, choosing religious politics over caste data. And in Bihar, where elections are coming up, the BJP is attacking the RJD by using a video of Lalu Prasad Yadav, RJD chief, accusing him of insulting Dr. Ambedkar. Now, the big question, will caste data change Indian politics forever? Will it help create fairer policies? Will it create better support systems for backward communities? Or will it just lead to more political fights and divisions? That's what we discuss in the course of the next few minutes. Joining me now is Siddharth Yadav of the BJP. We have Mahima Singh of the Congress party. We have E. Venkatesu, who is from the Department of Political Science, University of Hyderabad. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Before I come to my guest, let's first listen into what BJP leader and Minister for Environment Bhupender Yadav said today in a press conference.
इस देश में ओबीसी समाज के साथ धोखा करने का काम, छल करने का काम हमेशा से कांग्रेस ने किया है। अगर कांग्रेस के मन में कभी सच्चाई रही होती तो काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट आने के बाद कांग्रेस ने कोई दूसरा कमीशन ही नहीं बनाया।
Well, we have Charu Pragya from the BJP today and of course Mahima Singh. Charu, to you first, you heard what the Congress party said today. Jairam Ramesh put out a long tweet in which he said that the budgetary allocations are not in place and that BJP betrayed the cause of Mandal for the sake of Kamandal. How do you look at these allegations?
So Congress has a PhD in only levying allegations and doing no work. Because today we are at a place where we are saying we are going to deliver better welfare targeting because of the census. The census is long overdue, but it needs to be done in a way which is constitutional, which is data driven, and which is actually for the benefit of our citizens, not for the benefit of one political party's vote bank, which is exactly what Congress did, and I'll tell you how. In Karnataka, they did a caste census, but in spite of repeated requests, the data of that was never made public. You know why? Because it did not suit their political motives and intentions. Now, when we are talking about doing the census, it is going to be done in a way which is transparent, which makes sense to everyone, and which makes our country more prosperous and progress faster, which is the end goal of the census. Exactly that and nothing more. So Congress cries foul over every single thing, every single day, but we are focused on what better we can do for our country. And we can do it at the national level. That is what we are setting out to do.
Okay, Mahima Singh, a very valid response there. You had two demands, the Congress party. One, that the census itself needs to be conducted, and all of us agree that it has been delayed quite a bit. And the second thing is you wanted a caste census. The centre seems to have agreed on both counts, and it seems to me that the political class is finally in agreement with the demand for caste census. This should be a happy moment for all of us, isn't it?
Jai Hind, Vasudha, there's a third demand which you have forgotten to mention here, which we have been reiterating again and again, and that is that the 50% reservation cap needs to be blown away. Now, let me just, and we have done that by Telangana, and we are on our way to doing that in Karnataka. The BJP spokesperson has put forward a very convenient stance, and the BJP leader's statement that you played out just before her was also very appalling, because he indicated that after Kaka Saheb Kalelkar commission report, the Congress's stance is questionable and so on and so forth. I would briefly like you to draw your attention to that before I bring your attention to the very, instantaneous issue of the Modi government's lack of and completely being devoid of integrity. Now, Kaka Sahab Kalelkar was the only president of a commission, Vasudha, who dissociated himself from the report, who disagreed and dissociated himself from that. And hence, what did Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru do? The then Prime Minister Pandit Nehru actually empowered the states to conduct their own, census, and thereafter 11 state commissions were constituted. Before in 1980, Mandal Commission came in place. The very Mandal Commission, upon the agreement with whose report by VP Singh, the BJP actually resigned and backed off from that government. Now, let me come to the immediate issue, Vasudha. What has happened is that Modi government has lied to the nation on more than, multiple instances. But let me just say, today the question is, have they committed a crime of perjury? Because on 21st of September 2021, Modi government has...
Charu, Mahima is pointing to some very important points. Also, she's talking about the time when Kaka Kalelkar committee came up with, and also I believe that the BJP is very different now. The Congress is very different now. I've never seen the Congress party also talk about reservations with such measure. The BJP is also talking about the same thing. So clearly, political parties have changed in the last 2 decades. But Charu, how would you respond to Mahima Singh's allegations that all that BJP is doing now is just optics, just talk, and it's not really ready to walk that talk?
The Gen Z says we are not the same, bro. So when Congress talks about caste census, they do it because they want to carry forward their caste politics. We are talking about targeted upliftment. And I mentioned Karnataka, but let me also take a while to mention the socio-economic caste census Congress government conducted in 2011. Again, the data of that was not released. Why? Because it would have just exposed your tokenism.
Government lied
So,
on the affidavit.
Mahima, I'm not interrupting you.
Immediate question, no, Vasudha.
Vasudha,
Let her not
Mahima, I'll come back to you. Let her finish. Let's just have Charu. I'll come back to you, Mahima. I will come back to you, Mahima. Let Charu finish.
You did not allow me to finish my point.
I'm completely out of time. Let Charu finish. I'm coming to you, Mahima. I'm coming to you next. Yes, Charu.
I'm sorry, these pointed bits of data are cutting Mahima too deep today. I will ask again, socio-economic caste census in 2011, why weren't the details released to the public? In Karnataka, you did a caste census. Why wasn't the data given to the people? You have your governments in several states. You have it in Himachal Pradesh today. You had it in Haryana. Sorry, you had it in Rajasthan till some time back. You have never done anything for the upliftment of people. It merely becomes tokenism and nothing else.
Yes, socio-economic survey that was conducted in 2012, 2013. Why is the data not out yet is what she's asking. Mahima.
Vasudha, here I am talking about commission of a crime of perjury by lying on a 60-page affidavit by the BJP government, by Mr. Modi's government on 21st September 2021.
No, not at all.
Where is the BJP spokesperson? Now will you stop her, Vasudha? Now Vasudha, will you stop her from doing what she was preventing
me to do? Why don't we go back to 2011 and Karnataka caste census first?
Let's just have Mahima first.
This is why we have all started to interject.
Why did you always think
Charu, I'll come back to you. Mahima, finish.
The BJP spokespersons have always not conferred the courtesy on the Congress spokespersons and others which they expect, which is why now they are having to face the brunt of the same. Now let me just come to this.
Permanently angry in life.
Now here she goes. You see the very frustration.
Okay, I gave you time, Mahima. Please make your point.
Vasudha, you see, I am talking about the perjury they have committed because to the Supreme Court they said Modi government doesn't have a policy to conduct caste census. Then in 2024, Mr. Modi went out in an election rally and said, those who are demanding a caste census are urban naxals. Those statements are very much on the record.
Charu, before I go to the expert, how do you respond to this criticism that the BJP was not completely, aligned with the idea of caste census, but it took time for you to, align yourself with that idea? Is
not at all, Vasudha. I have just quoted that when Kaka Sahab Kalelkar's commission actually dissociated and disagreed with the report.
But Mahima, you're talking about a different BJP now. Charu, yes.
No. You cannot look at history.
Yes, Charu. Yes.
You have to look at the history holistically. And
even Jairam Ramesh in his tweet said that let's not get into that kind of history because we're talking about today. Charu, yes. How would you respond to Mahima's allegations? Because it's a serious one, the urban Naxal one.
Yes, and absolutely. And why we stand by everything that our party has said, it's because you see for yourself, Congress has done this twice and these two times I'm quoting you. I am telling you 2011, I'm telling you about Karnataka. They have done the census and they're sitting in on the data. You know why? Because it exposes them completely and thoroughly. What we are doing today is to make sure that while we are rolling out welfare for the country, it is done in a proper way. Representation is done in a proper way. Ours is the government.
Go to the expert now, Professor Srinivas.
How do you look at given reservation in Telangana?
But in let's get a response about Karnataka.
Professor, how do you look at the response of the BJP and Congress when it comes to caste census? How do you look at this, deciding the future course of political discourse in India?
No, where retrospectively, when you look at the electoral politics of this country, both Congress party, that was a single dominant party for a long period of time, and from 2014 onwards, Bharatiya Janata Party, it has been the ruling political party. But both of them have neglected the other backward classes or socially or educationally backward classes since 1947 onwards. After more than 7 decades of independence, so for the first time since 2024 election, and the issue which was neglected for more than 94 years since 1941 onwards has become a national agenda of the all the political parties, whether a Hindutva political party or secular political party or leftist political parties, because by 2024, the backward classes voice has emerged as one of the powerful voice. Without the backward classes, you can't run the politics in this country.
Okay.
So Congress party, when it lost the political power, it has started talking about the OBC caste census, lifting of the 50% ceiling of the reservations, protection of the constitution. Subsequently, the Bharatiya Janata Party, since 1990s onwards, it has opposed. We have seen in 1990s Mandal and then Mandir movement. Subsequently, when Mandal Commission was announced to implement the 27% of the reservations by VP Singh government, there was a Mandir movement.
That's very important. Let me take closing remarks from our political spokespersons. Mahima Singh, is the Congress party talking a lot about reservations and social justice only because it wants to have that kind of comeback? It also understands the political power of Bahujan.
See, Vasudha, we have walked the talk. The only way to blow away the 50% cap and the BJP, which is devoid of policy and intention to bring that policy, would not know it. Let me just say, to blow that 50% cap away, we will have to bring about an amendment. And it is the Congress government that brought about an amendment, the 93rd Amendment in 2006, which enabled the SC/ST OBC reservation in private and government-aided institutions.
And there are out of time, Charu Pragya, closing remarks from you, because Mahima, the reservation thing, the limit is also set by the court, right? So the matter is in the court. Charu Pragya, very quickly, 20 seconds.
No, allow me to complete.
I have no time. I have to give Charu Pragya. Charu, closing remarks from you. Yeah.
There was no OBC census in 70 years. UPA 1, UPA 2, no census at all. Whenever they have conducted a census, they have sat on that data because their intention was never upliftment. Their intention was only vote bank politics. I am glad now we have a decisive government which is going to be data-driven when it comes to conducting this census, and it's going to be focused on delivering welfare. Only that and nothing else, and that is why I think the Congress is upset today. As for snatching credit, etc., if Rahul Gandhi was honestly interested in making the country better, he would have done so already. And if the people of India were falling for all these dialogues he makes about caste and upliftment, etc., they would have voted for him. They chose not to vote for him.
Quickly, Mahima, because I interrupted you, please finish your point in 10 seconds.
A party, you see, the BJP, the RSS, the very organizations that have been opposed to the fundamental idea of social economic equality, who have been opposed to the idea of reservation.
What's wrong with you? Do you even know about what BJP and RSS stand for?
We'll have to listen to what Jairam Ramesh of the Congress party said today, because I showed you what Bhupendra Yadav said. Let's also listen into what Jairam Ramesh said today. Thank you.
आज की जो अधिसूचना है, इसमें नई बात क्या है? इसमें यही कहा गया है ना कि जम्मू और कश्मीर, उत्तराखंड और हिमाचल में अक्टूबर 2026 को और भारत के अन्य राज्यों में मार्च 2027 को ये जनगणना होगा। ये तो 30 अप्रैल को ही घोषणा की गई थी और इसमें सिर्फ जनगणना की बात है, जाति जनगणना नहीं है। तो क्या हमारे जो पलटी मास्टर हैं, हमारे पीएम हैं, क्या एक और बार अपना उन्होंने मन बदल लिया है? क्यों इस अधिसूचना में कास्ट को लेकर, जाति को लेकर इसका कोई जिक्र नहीं किया गया?
Well, the announcement of the census becoming another flashpoint between the Congress party and the BJP. Thank you, Charu. Thank you, Mahima. And thank you, Professor Venkatesh, for joining me on this broadcast. While the centre is very serious about caste census, is what it's saying, the opposition parties have questioned about the exclusion of caste in the official Gazette notification. It has also asked about the funding roadmap for a national census exercise that's expected to cost over 10,000 crore. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
As the Iran-Israel war escalates, Indian students in the crossfire.
As soon as possible evacuate किया जाए.
War zone worries grip parents. The next Indian mass evacuation ahead. NDTV at Ground Zero. Three days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death. Doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center. A sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in?
Welcome back. As Israel ramps up military strikes on Iran, fear has gripped hundreds of Indian students, many of whom are studying medicine in Iran, currently stranded across Iranian cities with airports shut and also Iran's airspace closed and explosions echoing through civilian areas. These are students who say that they have gone sleepless for days. The Indian embassy is in touch with them, relocating some of them to safer areas and also activating helplines. Parents, especially in Jammu and Kashmir, are pleading for swift evacuation. The situation remains tense, with logistics and timing posing serious challenges to a full-scale rescue. Also joining me now is James Bowden, who's an expert on these affairs. Mr. Bowden, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What we understand now is that Iran has responded to India's request. It has opened its land borders to India, also sought details from India about students that need this kind of evacuation. But considering that this conflict has only escalated in the last 3 to 4 nights, how difficult would that process be?
I'm not 100% sure. We are seeing that Israel is increasing strikes over in eastern Iran, and they have actually hit an airport in Mashhad, which is in extreme eastern Iran. And so that has damaged the airport. The Israelis are beginning to cut road lines. We see that they have cut the main road between Tehran and Qom. And so it looks like the Israelis are moving to shut down transportation networks within Iran, and that is going to be a significant issue for moving anybody outside of the country. So I would definitely project that anybody in Iran should prepare for a long-term stay.
Right. Also, how do you see this conflict escalating in the coming days? Because we've seen what happened with Russia and Ukraine. The war still goes on. How do you see this conflict between Iran and Israel, shaping up in the next few days? Do you see this getting de-escalated at some point? And also the kind of role that countries like US are likely to play. How is that going to really impact lives of common people there, especially of students?
I really don't see any further escalation per se, because unless Iran fires something like a chemical or a biological agent towards Israel, right now it is at kind of a plateau. What we have seen is just kind of a mission creep and a normal, let's say, evolution in process where they have gone from military leadership down to the nuclear program, which was their primary target. And then they went to economic targets, which were oil fields, gas refineries, electrical plants. And now they seem to be moving to another phase where they are shutting down the transportation networks. And so that's a further economic artery disruption. So I'm not sure about escalation. De-escalation is also another key problem. We have seen a lot of these conflicts begin, and that many of these countries are not interested in listening to interjection. And let's be honest, the United States has lost its voice in the world.
So that is basically the biggest diplomatic challenge, that the US also seems to be losing its voice as Iran-Israel tensions escalate. MEA is working towards safety of Indian students. Thank you, Mr. Bowden, for joining us on NDTV. India is looking at diplomatic channels to ensure safety of Indian students. There are about 1,500 Indian students that have been stranded in various parts of Iran. And as missile trails across skies and uncertainty looms, the plea that is being made by the students is simple. They want to get home. They want to get home fast and safe, something that the Indian government is also working towards. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, Your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to India Matters on Monday night. AI 171, the Air India crash still occupies all our minds, doesn't it? And it's going to stay there for a while. But tonight, as the big committee investigating this air crash kicks off its very difficult and complicated work, I wanted to focus on one aspect that has truly outraged so many of us, and I'm sure it will outrage you as well. Friends, this isn't an emotional message tonight. It's one of cold, growing anger. I don't know if that's the word for it because there's no real room for emotion in this business. But what we're watching unfold in the aftermath of the AI 171 air crash tragedy is not just tragic, it's calculated. Yes, pilot error is always a possibility in an air crash. It happens. Even the best, most experienced aviators have made errors. But what we're calling out tonight on India Matters is the very visible, very organized, and frankly devious attempt to quietly push the pilot error narrative into the bloodstream of public perception more than any of the other possible theories for this terrible tragedy. Subtly, systematically, and to great effect. Once again, I tell you, this is said without emotion, and I will demonstrate it tonight. The late Captain Sumit Sabharwal is at the center of this, a pilot with a spotless record, impeccable skill, and the respect of all of his peers. And yet, within hours of the crash last week, the whispering began, online, offline, by so-called experts, even foreign TikTok aviators with zero access to actual facts, dropping breadcrumbs of blame at the cockpit door. Now, let's be very clear. We're not defending emotions. We are defending fairness and justice. What we object to tonight is the chillingly familiar pattern, one we've seen before. Put the spotlight squarely on the pilots, suggest pilot error, suggest human error early, shape the narrative, prime the public mood, and in doing so, steer the investigation away from deeper, structural, systemic, or corporate questions. And it's working. The noise grows around the pilots. Everyone says, oh, pilot error. Meanwhile, silence deepens around the aircraft, the maintenance, the regulatory lapses, the airline safety culture. The blame shifts from billion-dollar systems to a human being who can no longer speak for himself because he is no longer alive. Everyone we've spoken to who flew with Captain Sumit, colleagues, crew, commanders say the same thing. There is no way he could have made a mistake. Pilot error is not even possible. But even if, for argument's sake, he did, the question is why that is the only theory being whispered louder than the rest. That is my objection tonight. Because when you manufacture perception, even before an investigation has taken place, you manufacture pressure. And when you manufacture pressure, you shape accountability, conveniently, selectively, cynically, and quietly. So tonight, we ask the question others simply don't have the heart to do. Who gains from this? Who profits from blame when humans are blamed, but responsibility isn't? It's time we expose this campaign and trace it to its authors. Captain Sumit Sabharwal was in his mid-50s. We are told that he was planning to retire in just a few months to take care of his aging father, over 90 years old, in Mumbai. A thorough professional, beloved of anyone who ever crossed his path, always courteous to passengers, and someone who simply loved flying and enjoyed a spotless track record. This is a farewell to Captain Sumit.
The tragic clash of Air India Flight 171 in Ahmedabad has sent shockwaves across the globe. A flight meant to land safely in London became the site of heartbreak, leaving behind a trail of shattered dreams and grieving families. Among the victims was Captain Sumit Sabharwal, a name that resonated with excellence in aviation. A senior Air India pilot with nearly 30 years of experience, he had flown across continents, clocking over 8,000 hours in the skies. Known for his rigorous pre-flight checks and unwavering focus on safety, Captain Sabharwal was respected by his peers. Captain Sumit Sabharwal had recently promised his 80-year-old ailing father, a former senior official in India's aviation regulatory body, that he would soon retire and return home. That promise now echoes a painful memory. Families who were expecting calls from Heathrow were instead confronted with news of the devastating crash. Moments before disaster struck, Captain Sabharwal made a distress call to the Ahmedabad ATC. His last radio transmission was chilling. A single word, Mayday, which means a full emergency. After that, silence. Communication ceased. This is not just the story of one pilot. It is the story of countless parents whose children are their lifelines. Of families who wait for safe landings, of promises never kept, of farewells never said. As investigations continue, one thing is certain. The sudden demise of Captain Sumit Sabharwal has left behind a void that can never be filled. Our thoughts remain with the families who've lost their loved ones in the Air India 171 tragedy. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Now remember that nowhere are we saying that pilot error is simply impossible. Pilot error as a theory is always a possibility, but it isn't the only possibility is what we're saying. And there appears to be a clear but very cleverly subtle attempt to push this narrative above all else. And there are very good reasons for this, and I'm about to explain it, because quite simply, it helps divert from possible action against bigger fish and plants thoughts in people's heads. You probably were already thinking about pilot error these last few days. Number one, pinning the crash on the pilots beyond just a theory, among others, helps deflect scrutiny from the airline's operational practices, including maintenance, possible shortcuts, crew fatigue policies, ground assistance, cost cutting on safety. Number two, suggesting pilot error as more than just a theory avoids implicating potential design flaws or systemic issues in the aircraft itself, which could trigger massive financial and legal consequences for the manufacturer. Number three, by focusing blame on individuals in the cockpit even before an investigation, aviation regulators could potentially escape questions about oversight, lapses ignored, red flags, or possible complicity in allowing unsafe practices. Number four, a technical or structural fault would require grounding and inspecting similar aircraft worldwide, causing disruptions and billions of dollars in losses, something all stakeholders want to avoid. And number five, framing the crash as an isolated human error reassures passengers and avoids a crisis of confidence in the broader aviation ecosystem, which depends heavily on perceived reliability and trust. So that's the reason why we say tonight that the pilot error theory could be pushed by vested interests, because these are the elements and entities that stand to gain. They do exist. And tonight, since we're putting the spotlight on the crew, the pilots of Flight 171 that crashed last Thursday, Captain Sumit Sabharwal was the pilot in command, and we're joined by two people who knew him personally, but are also thorough professionals in their own rights, because they are aviators, they have been in the industry, they have flown, and they know Captain Sabharwal not just personally, but also professionally. Welcoming Sanjay Lazar aviation expert who knew Captain Sabharwal very well. He also knew two other members of the crew, Aparna and Shraddha. And also with us is Manmath Rautre, who used to fly with Air India through his entire career and had in fact trained under Captain Sumit Sabharwal. We're going to try and keep this conversation professional, not emotional, even though there are so many emotions in this story. Manmath Rautre, I'd like to start with you by asking you to remember Captain Sumit on a day when we put the spotlight on him after 3 days of this whole pilot error theory being pushed above all else.
First thing is, when we heard about this accident, we didn't. I was looking for who are the captains. Were they my batchmates or one of my juniors or somebody went? But then all kind of reports came in that the aircrafts, different kind of reports from different media. The data was all here and there. So then we thought, for a while, we thought it could be a pilot error, So the data, the way the data were coming in. But then when I heard Captain Sumit Sabharwal's name, then I was taken back. Not this guy. This guy has been a very polished guy. This guy has been one of the most patient person you can ever see in a cockpit, And, we have something called crew resource management.
Yeah.
The gradient between a first officer and a commander, the shallower it is, the better performance it is. And he was one of the pioneers in those things. And by the book, he had everything in notes. He kept studying. He was so updated. You could make out from his personality that you're in safe hands. So what a gem of a person, and very grounded, very, very, very down to earth. So such kind of person, and you can just believe him. You cannot expect a mistake from him. That kind of command aura he commanded. So any pilot error from him, no ways. And I was really upset when I heard him. I've been emotionally involved. I've flown under him as a first officer. I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah.
Then on, when I transitioned to commander last 10 years, we always met. We have operated 2 command operations to all over the world. I don't know how many destinations we must have landed up and enjoyed and come back. Great senior, great colleague, great things to learn from him. And I always knew that till his last second, he will follow the procedure. He will do the standard operating procedure. What he's taught us, he's going to follow it. And from the video, I'm 100% sure, I have no doubt in my mind that he did try to mitigate all his problems. The problems which he ended up, anybody like me, anybody who's got so much of experience and who doesn't have thrust at 600 feet would do the same. What he was taught, what he taught, he did it till the last second. He was flying the aircraft. He did try to save as many as possible, but it wasn't his day, and the situation was really bad.
Incredible. I feel how upset you are that this whole pilot error narrative has been pushed so conspicuously. Sanjay Lazar, welcome. Good to have you on the show. And I know that you have expressed your surprise and anger over this pilot error narrative being pushed by, YouTubers and TikTokers and sundry experts from different parts of the world, no matter how qualified they may be. Before I come to you, Sanjay, I want to tell our viewers that Sanjay Lazar is not just any old aviation expert or someone who has spent his life working at Air India. He is someone who actually lost his entire family, if you permit me to share that with our viewers, Sanjay. He lost his entire family in the 1985 Kanishka bombing. The Air India Kanishka bombing is where Sanjay lost his parents and family. So he knows a thing or two about loss and the unfairness of what can happen in the air. Sanjay, pilot error being pushed, do you see some kind of pattern and some kind of design in trying to push that narrative?
Absolutely. Thank you, Shiv, for having me on your show. It's a very sad day, as we know that the funeral of Captain Sabharwal is probably going on right now, or just completed in Powai. I knew him well. To recap, not only did I lose my entire family in the Kanishka, but as the General Secretary of the Cabin Crew Association, for 25 years, I we were first on scene in Mangalore. We were first on scene in Kozhikode. We've seen at least 4 crashes in the last 40 years. So death is not a stranger to me.
Yeah.
And I've seen sadness and pain. I've also seen, how people rush to cover it up by blaming it on people who are no longer there to defend themselves. In this case, the pilots. The very first day I appeared on your channel with Vishnu, and I remember this same video. And I said, according to me, it seemed like dual engine error, failure and, catastrophic failure. We saw a lot of people trying to put a lot of things. I was on a show with Captain Rotre when this, foreigner captain was on also. And both of us countered him. It's amazing the way people in Boeing uniforms are all over the world are running to paint this as a pilot error. This guy, I've known him from the Airbus 310 days, by the way. The Airbus 310, I'm talking about, 90s. It came in, when I joined in the 80s, it was there. So I've seen Captain Sabharwal from those days. He is not a gentleman. He was a gentleman. He was such a sensitive, simple soul and never harmed anybody. To the T, like Captain Rotre said, absolutely followed every rule to the T.
Yeah.
And absolutely, did everything by the book. So you would never find, anything amiss.
Yeah.
And here we were seeing on day 2, the people were running to talk about flaps and landing gear mistakes and all this nonsense. And these were 2 pilots who had 10,000 hours between them. They're not, auto rickshaw guys who climbed into the aircraft yesterday.
Yeah.
You've got to give some respect. He's trained in one of the most premier institutions in the country. He's come here. Not only has he been a seasoned commander, he's a trainer himself. And this is not how we do it. I don't want to, go in and rip apart those people, but it was disgusting and I was feeling sickening. I walked off, one show and then I just said I had to tweet it. You saw, I've just vented because it was just so disgusting that at least let the investigation come to bear. There's another point I wanted to make which nobody else raised. And I pointed this out to Vishnu on day 1 because I had information. ACARS, the ACARS system, apart from relaying information, also has remote engineering capability.
Yeah.
And Air India has that. And it is my personal knowledge or information or belief that it did indicate disruption in engines.
Okay.
This is on day 1, but it was
Sanjay,
not...
I'll come back to that point. I'll come back to the ACARS point if we have time. With your permission, I want to pack as much in as I possibly can.
Yes, please.
Mr. Captain Rotre, this special narrative that Sanjay Lazar is talking about to push this pilot error suggestions, I'm sure that must have upset you.
Being a pilot, we've been taught that learn from others' mistake. Never make a mistake. Don't make your mistake. Learn from others' mistake. And in case you made a mistake, you should know what mistake you did and when. And otherwise, you'll never improve as a pilot. So if there is a 1% chance, if there's somebody saying that there's a pilot error, then accept it. We're not going to. We are all humans. No matter how perfect we are, we can make a mistake. But as a personality, as a person, we always knew Captain Sabharwal is one of the best in Air India, at least. I don't know about the other airlines. I've only worked in Air India from my first day to the last day till I resigned. So I knew even if he had made a mistake, he knew how to get out of it. The profile the aircraft was in, the initial videos were all blurred. We tried to zoom in and check whether the flaps are out. We tried to check the landing gears. Later on, when we started checking more clearly, more heads, more brains started working. You could see now we could see the tires are in a different tilt angle.
Yeah.
So which is not normal. In normal system working, the tilt angles are different. And if you try to retract the landing gear, the front wheels will be in a different tilt angle. So now now we come to know that they've done their procedures. So initially, when we thought there are 10-20% chances human error, there are more 30-40 chances that both the engines fail, because see, these kind of exercises we do practice. We've been practicing in the simulators.
Yeah.
We're practicing at 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, both engines out. How do we manage? What do we do? What are the procedures? But not at 600 feet, definitely. But in case we are in 600 feet also, we know how to get out of it. I'm not saying it's going to be a normal, very good, great client performance, very smoothly we'll just get out of the situation. But in case we had both engine thrusts, those engines are so efficient, so powerful, And once if we had the complete thrust, complete control with him, I'm 100% sure with the required pitch attitude of about 6 degrees and full thrust, he would have come out of the situation. Not that he wouldn't have descended. He wouldn't have climbed as the aircraft climbs, but he would have come out of the situation even with the gear down, even with the flaps up. So that's why I was pretty sure there is something wrong with the thrust. So that's what in the Mayday call you can see the captain saying, no thrust or no power. I don't know what word he used, no thrust or no power. I'm sure he would have used no thrust. That's what we use as pilots. So no thrust, that's a great indication. Later on when you can see the ram air turbine out, we can hear you can hear it audibly now. So ram air turbines come out only when we have both engines issues, both engine power issues, or else severe electrical, all electrical failure, or a combination of hydraulics and electrical failure. That is also great it's a severe situation. So definitely there was multiple system failure with no thrust. At 600 feet, he had no other chance. He did what we were taught. Fly straight, try and overcome the obstacles if possible. Try and land with your land in some kind of field, some kind of open area, so that you can save maximum lives. You cannot save all in this situation. Try and save maximum lives, but he had no chance. He had to go down into a building, and he flew the aircraft till the last second. And that hats off to Captain Sabharwal.
No, truly hats off. I mean, it's incredible because you could see that he was aviating till the very end. Sanjay, who gains from this narrative of pilot error? Very quickly, I'll try and pack in 2 more questions. But who, in your view, gains from this narrative of pilot error?
Let me reverse it. Reverse the question. Let's say it is pointed out that it is a twin engine failure catastrophic engine failure due to electrical failure. The manufacturer is the biggest loser. 1175 aircraft flying around the world. I mean, I know Air India's maintenance is very strong. The engineering is strong. If there's something technically wrong with the system, it's curtains, it's Boeing. And it beats me why foreign pilots have suddenly come. Don't we have Indian experts?
Yeah.
Don't we have Indian aviators? They're on every TV channel, barring yours, that is. And I was shocked that, you've got these TikTokers spreading this nonsense. It really pissed me off, sorry. But, it was disgusting. And that's what I see. And that's why I want the earliest possible preliminary report to be released. That's another thing. We saw random fake preliminary reports being released on WhatsApp and circulated from Canada, from Australia. People all over the world want, know more about our aircraft than we know in India. Ridiculous, crazy. And they're all attacking, whether it's Air India or our pilot or our crew, absolutely undone. Whether it's our captains, 2 captains, or the 10 cabin crew, they've, done their job valiantly, and they've sacrificed their lives in the line of duty here. We need to understand.
And I don't want to exaggerate things, and there's a great deal of professional respect in the aviation world. But, I don't think I am too far out to suggest that there is also a subtle amount of, the West being a little patronizing, being a little racist as far as India is concerned, saying, let's paint this as a bunch of, unprofessional crews who have messed up and screwed up an aircraft. And therefore, we can put the blame on them instead of highlighting larger questions. Captain Rautre, in your view, do you agree with that? Who gains from this narrative of pilot error?
All I can say is, whoever, even if the companies want to get away, Boeing wants to get away, or they just want a hush-push investigation, put it on somebody else's shoulder or on somebody's head. Fine, do what you want to do. But out of this, even if you put it on the pilot, the responsibility as a commander, captain is on my shoulders. My passengers have lost their lives. So I don't mind being hanged. Fine. I've been taught not even one scratch should be there. Not in a second of unsafety to my passengers or to whoever, whatever lives when I'm around as a commander. But out of this, let it be whatever you do. Whatever has happened after the investigation, flying is going to get safer. Ultimately, whatever is it, even if it's an engineering technical issue, you want to put it on Captain Sabharwal, fine. But Captain Sabharwal or people like me won't hesitate to sacrifice ourselves in case safety is enhanced after the inquiry. So you want to bury me, you want to hang me, you hang all the pilots, but do a proper investigation. Let us know whatever the truth is. Don't hide the investigation. Keep it transparent. Let the environment get more safer. Let the procedures enhance after this. Let the engineering technicians, whoever worked it, in case they made a mistake, in case the refueling guys made some mistake, any kind of impurities in the fuel, whatever it is, don't mind. I don't mind. Just let me know whatever it is, and we want to keep the skies safer, our passengers safer, and in the process, if the pilots have been hanged, it's okay, fine.
Captain Rautre and Sanjay Lazar, I know this is an emotional time for you. You knew Captain Sabharwal well, and I'd like to thank you for your time. And again, I want to end this segment by saying that this is the reason why it's important not to jump the gun and to wait for an investigation rather than these piecemeal opinions that can only serve larger vested interests. Thank you to the both of you for being so candid and honest here on this show. But remember that with Air India Flight 171 gone, there are images and stories that are still coming out. NDTV has accessed 2 new videos never seen before of the immediate seconds after the aircraft plowed into that medical college hostel in Ahmedabad. These are heartbreaking pictures. Watch these.
Crash, inferno, cries, chaos. 2 new videos of the moment of the Air India plane crash, amplifying the horror of the accident that left 275 dead, both on board and on ground. A wailing, desperate mother running around to save her son. In the next video, the lone survivor of the crash, Vishwas, seen walking out of the cloud of smoke and roaring flames in a white t-shirt, injured. As the plane came crashing down, turning into a ball of fire, 40-year-old Sita ran around, crying in desperation to look for her 15-year-old son, Akash. Sita ran a tea stall near the crash site. Akash had stepped out to deliver tiffin to his mother at the stall when the tragedy struck. In a heart-wrenching moment, Akash's mother risked her own life in an attempt to save her son, but tragically, she couldn't. Akash died in the crash. The same video from a different angle captured the lone survivor, Vishwas, limping out of the jaws of death. Here again, Sita is seen, crying in desperation. Sita and Vishwas, 2 ends of the horrific tragedy, losing her beloved son, the other defeating death. An NDTV Bureau report.
And the investigation into what happened to that Air India flight will continue to be our big focus here on NDTV. After this break, as Iran and Israel escalate tensions and exchange missiles, I'm asking the big question that isn't too far-fetched at all. Could these 2 countries trigger the World War III? That's next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से
मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, कार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master Global ESG.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
On NDTV, we take conflict and war very seriously. We do not indulge in juvenile exaggerations, cartoonish dramatics, or something that requires sober analysis, no exaggeration there. But there's honestly no exaggerating what's happening between Iran and Israel right now, is there? And there's very credible reason to believe that things could spiral. That is the nature of war. If this conflict escalates into a larger regional war, or even a limited global conflict that goes beyond just the region, keep in mind these 10 pointers I've distilled from the current exchange and why the world, us in India and everywhere else, should be worried. Number one, first, this time Israel didn't just strike the proxies or facilities, it hit deep inside Iran, directly targeting that country's nuclear infrastructure for the first time ever. That alone changes this game completely. Second, Iran hasn't held back either. It's been launching swarms of ballistic and hypersonic weapons, some at Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. A deliberate step into uncharted and dangerously escalatory territory. Third, one of the strikes reportedly killed senior commanders in Iran's elite Quds force. Tehran sees this not as a skirmish, but as a belligerent act of war. Number 4, Israel is now said to have used its F-35 stealth fighters, which it has done before, but never to this effect, for deep strikes on its nuclear facilities, signaling both capability and intent to cripple Iran's strategic depth. Number 5, civilians are paying the price. Multiple Israeli towns have been hit. In Iran, retaliatory drone attacks caused casualties in densely populated areas. There have been civilian casualties on both sides for the first time. 6, American bases in Iraq and Syria have already come under attack from Iran-backed militias. That pulls Washington closer to the firestorm, whether it wants to or not. And remember, Trump has offered once again to mediate. Number 7, Lebanon's Hezbollah and Syria's militias are opening new fronts. The battleground is no longer bilateral. It's a regional chain reaction that could spiral even in a post-Bashar Assad scenario. Number 8, there are even reports of Iran's navy confronting Israeli vessels in the Red Sea. This could become a maritime flashpoint with huge energy and trade safety implications. Number 9, countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE are scrambling missile defenses. Neither wants to be dragged in, but one misstep, one misfire, one stray drone, and West Asia could ignite interminably. And finally, number 10, the dangerous elephant in the room. Russia and China are publicly backing Iran's stance, calling Israel the aggressor. The fault lines are global, so this is no longer just about two rivals exchanging missiles and drones. There's something existential about this time's crossfire. This is about a region teetering on the edge and the terrifying possibility that the next missile might not just hit a nuclear depot or city, but trigger a cascade that takes the world past the point of no return. And I want to take your attention to some dramatic footage that was captured by the passenger of a flight headed to Dubai. Remember, airspace over Iran is closed, but these are pictures of Iranian missiles, footage released by Iranian state television of an armada of Iranian missiles taking to the air and heading towards Israel. This becomes one of the most shared videos of the day. A passenger in a civil airliner from a great distance captures this very, very dramatic image of Iranian missiles headed towards Israel. Now let's show you an NDTV exclusive Maxar satellite images of precisely what Israel struck that has changed the game entirely. This is the first time in history that Israel has done what it has always wanted to do, hit Iran's nuclear capability. It has hit places like Natanz, it has hit places like Kermanshah. The facility has been damaged, the storage facility and tunnel entrances. Then you've got Shiraz, where fires burn. At this particular missile facility in Kane, again, damage has been incurred, and it has been confirmed in satellite images. The famous Shiraz base, where fires burn at this electronics production facility. So things are very, very precarious at this point of time, with Israel going where it has never, ever gone before. And now let's talk about an Iranian weapon that has become front and center in some of the most dramatic pictures captured by Israelis during that missile attack in Tel Aviv and in other Israeli towns. The weapon you see is so fast in some of these pictures, it's practically invisible of light, and that is Iran's Fatah 2 hypersonic missile. It sports a range of 1,500 kilometers. Remember, from Iran to strike in Israel, these missiles have to fly all the way across Syria. The Fatah 2 is a hypersonic weapon capable of speeds of 15 times the speed of sound. Some of these, as you can see in these pictures, have managed to penetrate Israeli air defenses. This is not the first time that this has happened, but many of them are likely to have been intercepted by air defenses, but some of them perhaps have not. And joining us now to answer that question and to look at the possibility of this exchange between Iran and Israel escalating into something larger, Benny Binyamin is a former Israeli soldier. He's also a commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Benny, good to see you. Thank you very much for being with me. Gabriel Narona is president of Polaris National Security. He's a former State Department advisor on Iran. Gabriel, thank you very much for being with me. Benny Binyamin, I want to come to you first. We've seen a very, very drastic escalation in the exchange between Iran and Israel. We did see the air defense alerts over Israel yesterday. Virtually the entire country was covered, in those alerts which citizens got on their mobile phones. What is your view, Benny, on whether this is likely to escalate into something bigger?
First of all, we have a good news today that Iran is supposed to come back to the negotiation table with the US. That is the news that we got it before 20 minutes.
That's right.
We don't want war. We don't want that the Iranians will aim their missiles or their nuclear bombs, whatever they want to do, on Israel. That's what we want. Nobody will fight for us. We are fighting for ourselves. That's one thing. Second thing is, even though we are fighting, we are shooting, we are doing, our planes are doing very good job in Iran, but we are not aiming any civil, but they are aiming civil. Where you can take, Israel is a very small country, you know that, where Iran is a very huge country, and it is not affected by the war. But we are really affected by the war. At least for last 3 nights, we are not sleeping at all at home. We are in shelters, and we are waiting for the bombs to come in, and whatever it is happening, you have seen on the TVs. I know that they don't have any sympathy on anybody. They love themselves. That's all. This regime, I know we were fighting for. We were fighting through their proxies once upon a time. It was Hezbollah, then it was Hamas, and it was Hamas. We are still fighting, and it is Houthis. And now, really, we are going to the head of the snake. Sorry to say this, that is Iran. We don't have any problems with the public there, because really, public loves us. We know that. We had good relations before 1978. We were not having any problems. I don't know what their problem is. We are not neighbors. We are not anything. Why they must fight against us? A really small country that is giving lot to the world. I'm talking about lot to the world with all the efforts that we are doing for everything, medicines, agriculture, whatever we call it. We don't want these fights, but we must protect ourselves, and that's what we are doing now. I'm so sure that the things will not go long. I'm not sure that it will go so long. Because I know that we are getting them wherever it is possible.
Okay, so you're saying it's good news that they've come back to the negotiating table. We've seen these negotiations collapse before they even take off in the past, but there is every hope that this might actually result in something positive this time. Gabriel, what is your view with everything that we've seen over the last few days? Do you see this escalating further?
Thanks. No, I don't see this escalating beyond the two countries. Look, Russia has abandoned Iran. China has abandoned Iran. Hezbollah has abandoned Iran. And it's not even attacking Israel. None of the Arab countries have any interest protecting Iran. In fact, behind the scenes, they're all very happy. They're all telling me, and their diplomats are saying, great, this is taking out one of our rivals who's tried to overthrow all of our governments, who's plotted into all of our governments. And so over the last several years, Iran has no real friends, and it's the conduct, again, of its terror proxies, of its trying to get a nuclear weapon, which has caused this. So the BRICS aren't going to do anything. Again, the Arabs aren't going to do anything. The other powers in the Axis aren't going to do anything. They're alone, and that's why they're trying to do these negotiations now. They had every opportunity to dismantle their own nuclear program and get full sanctions relief in exchange. We told them you can go the easy way or the hard way, and they chose the hard way. They chose to try to retain their nuclear program and threaten Israel and threaten the United States, and this is the consequence. And what we're seeing is their military collapsing. What we're seeing is that they've only managed to kill maybe a dozen Israelis. They've only landed a few missiles into Israeli territory out of an arsenal of thousands of missiles. And so their whole strategic position has collapsed. So there are negotiations. they need to understand that they're coming in from a position of weakness and that they have really almost zero leverage to offer. And it's a question of, are they willing to surrender and admit that they made fatal miscalculations? Or are they going to try to stand by their pride and continue to try to negotiate? At this point, neither President Trump nor Israel has a lot of patience or has a lot of respect, frankly, for this regime.
Okay.
They've shown themselves losers on the military battlefield, and that's what they'll have to accept on the negotiating table.
Okay, so they will be approaching these negotiations, Gabriel, you say, from a position of weakness. They don't have many options. And what Israel has managed to do to their facilities, their air defense, you say has put them in a position where they don't have really a bargaining chip at the talks table. Benjamin, you know, Israel has done what it has never done before. It's always wanted to do it, which is to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. We've just listed 5 of these. In many people's view, that alone is one of the reasons why some people think this could become bigger. Do you not think that? Because Iran has responded by also doing something that it hasn't particularly or specifically tried to do before, which is attack Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Benny.
I'm so sure that we are well protected in Israel for attacking us. We are taking our best. Of course, our friends, Americans, they're also helping us very much. But we are not worried about that. We are worried about our people all over the world. They can attack the people anywhere in the world. Today, we have about 150,000 people stuck all over the airports. And we are worried about that. Because these people are not, it's not country to country. It's country to the proxies, through the proxies, sorry. It's the country to the proxies. They will never fight face to face with us. If they will fight face to face, we know how to face them. But it is not that. That's what we are worried about. We are not worried about that we will not protect our country. Our country is well protected. And I'm so sure that we can do much more to them to harm and to bring them to the negotiation table. Of course, now it depends on our good friend, USA.
Gabriel, the fact that, you talked about how Iran and China haven't really reacted, to use your words, they've abandoned Iran in this way. Do you think that could change given the movements that are taking place around Iran and Israel at this point of time? Or do you think it's going to be a status quo? It will simply head to the negotiations table and that'll be the end of it?
I think it's what you said there at the end. I think it's they've made no positions. They've made no military movements. Look, for Russia, they may have been tempted, but they have no military capacity to give. Everything that they need is on the battlefield of Ukraine tied up. For China, they're concerned about driving a huge wedge between them and their Arab partners, between them and Israel. And again, they want to use their assets for Taiwan down the road. And so, yes, I think negotiations is where this ends eventually. All wars end in negotiations. The only wars that don't end in negotiations is when the regime collapses entirely. I'm not sure we're there yet. This regime is very weak. It is possible that it collapses entirely, but my concern is that there isn't a powerful force inside Iran that can that can pose a counterweight, that has any military force that could actually take up arms and overthrow the government. So yes, at some point, I think it's going to end in negotiations. But I think Israel thinks that it has air superiority right now, and it can just continue taking out more and more military targets and degrade Iran's capabilities even further until there's a reason to stop.
Last round of questions to you both. Benny, to you first. Has Israel met its military objectives in these few days of these deep attacks? 5 separate nuclear/missile facilities have been hit by Israeli air-launched missiles. Israel has a stated objective that as long as Iran has this long-range capability, which it has demonstrated during this exchange, Israel will never be safe. Do you believe that Israel has met all its military objectives in that sense, as far as deterrence is concerned?
No, we have not yet met. We are just, doing more and more, and we are aiming so many things. Of course, we need our big brothers' help in this also. I think so, as per my knowledge. But I'm so sure that negotiation table with the Iranians, I don't believe them so much, because in Shia's law, they can lie and it is forgettable. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about what they will do. If Americans will sit with them for negotiation, I'm so sure that they will be out of nuclear weapons. But still, I'm worried about the negotiation and the things that they will deal with America. Because if America deals and America believes them, I'm scared about it. I'm really scared about it, because we started something. I think we must finish it. I mean, till the end, or at least to bring them on their knees. I'm sorry to say this. Otherwise, we have a problem.
What is Big Brother going to do, Gabriel? Israel believes that this is unfinished business as far as Iran is concerned, albeit the fact that there are, peace talks that should happen at this point of time. What is America's role going to be?
President Trump's first impulse is to protect American citizens and reduce the risk to them.
Yeah.
So he's made the decision that he doesn't want to participate in offensive operations for now. That could change. And that could change, especially if he sees that Israel's close to destroying Iran's nuclear program, but can't get all the way there. Then that makes a lot of sense for the United States to get involved. But what Israel's asking for the most is simply help on its defensive operations, helping intercept missiles, helping protect Israel's cities from Iranian missiles. So that's the most important thing. We're doing some. We can probably do a little bit more. And I think that's going to be the main role that you'll see the United States do. The only question is, do we help Israel take the kill shot to end the Fordo nuclear program and other sites that are very deep under mountains? That is the last question I think that the United States will need to decide in this particular war.
Gabriel, Narona, and Benny Benjamin, it's been a pleasure speaking to the both of you on a story that obviously goes beyond Israel and Iran. It has regional, global implications. It's good to hear, of course, and report that there could be peace talks to bring this particular escalation to an end. But we still have to recognize that all it takes is one small provocation for things to flare up all over again and become much, much bigger. But I appreciate your words on India Matters tonight. Thank you very much, gentlemen, to the both of you.
Thank you.
Now remember, peace at all costs is very, very desirable. After 3 days of missiles, destructive weapons flying between these two formidably armed countries in West Asia, the question now is, could things potentially get much worse? Now, let's not just spin castles in the air. Let's talk about what war studies professionals who look at this region very closely have to say by way of a simulation of how things could step by step get much worse. Now, we've covered wars, we've covered escalations, but what we're seeing unfold between Iran and Israel, and we hope it ends, isn't just another episode in the Middle Eastern volatility. It's a slow-motion sprint to the unthinkable. And here's how it could happen. I must warn you, this is only a simulation. We do not wish this. It's very unlikely that it will happen. But step by terrifying step, here is at least one scenario of how this could roll out. Step one, let's begin. Israel launches a second strike deep into Iran, targeting its underground Fordo nuclear site, which it has already attacked. This is no longer preemptive, it's strategic decapitation. Step two, Iran retaliates with a direct ballistic missile barrage on its capital, Tel Aviv, breaking decades of restraint and drawing first blood in Israeli cities beyond what it has already done. Step three, the Hezbollah, which has been quiet so far, opens a northern front from Lebanon, launching thousands of rockets into Israel. Israel faces once again a multi-front war not seen since 1973. Step number four, Israeli fighter aircraft retaliate with deadly precision in Lebanon, in Syria, striking IRGC bases in Damascus and Aleppo in Syria. Iran bleeds, Syria burns. Step five, the US Navy joins in, Tomahawk cruise missiles from the Arabian Sea knock out Iranian radar sites guarding the very, very important Strait of Hormuz. Step 6, Iran hits back hard. US bases in Iraq and the UAE come under coordinated drone and missile attack attempts. American soldiers are potentially harmed. The red line is crossed, and that's where America steps in. Step 7, Saudi and Emirati missile defenses go hot. Regional militaries mobilize. The Gulf Cooperation airspace becomes a theater of full-blown war. Step 8, Israel, with US ISR support, that's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance support, bombs Iranian missile silos near Kerman and Mashhad with F-35 stealth fighters. Tehran is stunned. Step 9, China deploys warships to the Strait of Hormuz to protect Iran, citing maritime security as well. It warns against any oil blockade because that would destroy China's economy. Energy routes are now front lines. Step 10, Russia warns NATO to stay out of it. It moves strategic assets into Syria. The proxy war is now global. The superpowers have stepped in. But that's just half of what could happen. The next chain, things get even worse. Step 11, Iran launches a swarm of Shahid drones on Israeli airfields, blinding its air operations temporarily. Step 12, Israel tries to end it. It launches a decapitation strike aimed at Iran's top leadership. Tehran sees this as an existential act. Step 13, Iran declares total war and formally closes the Strait of Hormuz. 1/3 of the world's oil stops moving. Just imagine that. Step 14, the United States launches a full-scale air campaign from its aircraft carriers and from the Diego Garcia Island group in the Indian Ocean. The skies over Iran light up with fire. Step 15, Israel issues chilling language around the Samson option. It's a veiled nuclear posture for national survival, a last resort military doctrine that Israel is reported to have. Step 16, Iran responds with a missile test capable of reaching Europe. The message, if we go down, we don't go down alone. Step 17, Russia moves nuclear-capable bombers into Syria, a threat to NATO, to Israel, and to the global order. Step 18, then the unthinkable. Israel drops a low-yield tactical nuclear bomb on an Iranian Revolutionary Guard facility in the Iranian deserts, a first since Hiroshima. Just think about a simulation that actually includes something like that. Step 19, Iran responds not with a missile, but with a dirty bomb smuggled in by a proxy and detonated in an Israeli city. Contamination, chaos, carnage. And finally, step 20, the world economy collapses, oil hits $500 a barrel, refugee floods begin, the UN declares a catastrophic threat to civilization. World War III is no longer a theory, it's live. Now, this is not meant to be alarmism in case you think I'm pushing things. This is a simulation based on capability, what we've seen happen and be threatened in the past, official and formal doctrine, and pattern. And one more thing, intent. The steps are in place, the missiles are ready in the air, both sides question the existence of the other, and one miscalculation from Tehran, Tel Aviv, Washington, Moscow, or Beijing could set it all off permanently. And we've got some breaking news coming in. An attack in an Iranian TV studio caught on camera. An Iranian studio was bombed during a live broadcast the moment Israel bombed a TV studio in Iran. Let's just listen in.
شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو
That was an Israeli missile landing near a television studio broadcasting a live news bulletin in Iran. with the anchor apparently speaking about this very subject, when suddenly a missile strikes somewhere near and completely destroys that studio. We're told that the broadcast resumed after this particular attack. You can see the lights go off. Fortunately, no injuries there, but you see the anchor walking off camera. This was an Israeli strike on the headquarters of the state-run Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. That's IRIB in Tehran District 3. So a live broadcast disrupted by an Israeli missile during this ongoing exchange between the two countries. And we will keep an eye on this story in motion. What's happening between Iran and Israel continues to be a big story for us here on NDTV. Thanks very much for watching. Maria comes up next with Left, Right and Center.
Good evening, this is Left, Right and Center and I'm Maria Shakil. 4 days since the Air India flight crash, 2 new sets of visuals have emerged. These are right on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen. These tell the story of the impact of the crash on June 12th of AI-171 of the Dreamliner in Ahmedabad. A new video of this one shows Vishwas Kumar Ramesh walking out of the crash site. You can see him. He is perhaps being spotted by those who are there. This is the site of the hostel building, which is the BJ Medical College. You can see thick clouds of smoke right behind him. His name is now etched in the history as the sole survivor of the AI crash, the flight crash. Mr. Ramesh is seen in a white. You can see him right there. He is seen there in white t-shirt. He's walking out of the crash site with a mobile phone in his left hand. Locals rush towards him and take him to the hospital. Vishwas, remember, was seated on 11A next to the emergency exit, and he is the miracle survivor of the Ahmedabad crash. Now shifting focus to the second video. This is the video of a woman's desperate call. You can see her running towards people who are watching, perhaps trying to seek help. Her son, 15-year-old Akash Patni, had stepped out to deliver tiffin to his mother, Sita Ben. That's Sita Ben running for help at the tea stall when the crash actually occurred. The crash caused massive fire, you can see, in the premises, and when Sita Ben in fact realized her son was in that area, she frantically sought help from those nearby. You can see her running, seeking help, convinced that she cannot do much but to watch her son perhaps, being engulfed in this flame. Akash did not survive. She survived though. And he was among the 30 people who were at the medical college at that moment. Sita Ben was injured in this incident and hospitalized. Her son died. On the investigation front today, the cockpit voice recorder was recovered. It's a crucial discovery because it will piece together those last few seconds of audio in the cockpit. What was really playing out? What was the pilot, Captain Sabharwal, telling his co-pilot? It will help certainly ascertain what could be the possible cause of this first Dreamliner crash. So what is the cockpit voice recorder and what can it really reveal? It can tell you exactly the last words of Captain Sumit Sabharwal. Remember, he had made the Mayday call. He did tell the ATC that there was a problem with the thrust. Did the pilot actually mention thrust and lift as we have been told? What was the precise time? What was the exact time of the Mayday message? In how many seconds from that flight takeoff to the crash was the Mayday SOS sent. The full conversation in the cockpit will be in that voice recorder. And the last 32 seconds become particularly important because the cockpit audio, the warnings, the alarms, everything would have been recorded. And any other audio, possible audio, which could be an indicator of the panic inside that aircraft, would be also part of this. And crew resource management on flight deck would have been also captured in the voice recorder. The clear sequence would be also part of it. Remember, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is one of the investigating agencies which is actually looking into this crash, has confirmed that only the flight data recorder of the ill-fated plane was found. Now they are saying that the voice recorder has been recovered as well. Let me bring in Ankit Tyagi, who is joining us, and get an update on the nature of investigation which is happening. Ankit, thank you for joining us. Ankit, give us details of what do we know so far and how much has investigation progressed?
Mari, let me first apologize to you. We have been trying to, in fact, find a place to stop, but it's raining very heavily in Rajkot and around. We are on our way to Ahmedabad at this moment. But let me very quickly tell you that as far as the investigation is concerned, what you said about the cockpit voice recorder, that becomes a very, very important tool. Along with it, coupled with it, the flight data recorder, which not only captures about 1,000 various parameters of the aircraft that will basically differentiate whether it was a mechanical failure or was it a human error that caused this, one of the worst air tragedies that the world has seen and certainly India has seen. Now, the cockpit voice recorder, as you've explained very well, will tell us what happened in those 52 seconds, right from the time the aircraft came onto the runway, and then, of course, the 31 seconds of its attempt to take a flight, the thrust not being there, and then, of course, crashing into that mess. It will also pre-flight checks. What was the conversation between the pilot and the co-pilot? All that becomes part of the investigation now. As far as the investigation overall is concerned, a significant development also took place today with the Boeing engineers and investigators coming in from the United States of America. Boeing, remember, is the manufacturer of 787 Dreamliner, and they went to the crash site. The whole idea for them to go to the crash site is to understand how did the plane, the aircraft, behave right in the last moments. Where did it, first make impact with that building, and then, of course, what happened to the entire area. Because I've spent considerable amount on of time on the crash site, I can tell you that they would have had to cover about 700 meters from the tail to the cockpit and the area in between, which was completely engulfed in fire. But what they would understand from the site and the pictures that were taken is the exact nature of the height, the speed of the plane, and the way it impacted, what broke, what did not, and what happened, so on and so forth. That is one important part of the investigation. The other, of course, is the three-member committee which is looking into this entire matter. We have been told that the first meeting of the committee took place today in the national capital, and very soon they are expected to visit the crash site as well. So the AAIB, along with the DGCA, and being helped by Boeing and other agencies, would be looking at all these factors. The data would be downloaded very, very soon. So will be the conversations from the cockpit. And after that, some conclusion would be drawn on what exactly happened to AI-171.
All right, Ankit, thank you so much. Shifting focus now from the investigation to what has been an agonizing wait for the DNA results. The victims' families continue to wait for the final closure. So far, 119 victims have been identified and 76 DNA matching has happened, which essentially means that bodies have been handed over to these families. It's a long wait, a painful wait for several. We have Aishwarya Jain joining us from the hospital where this entire exercise is being carried out. Aishwarya, victims in terms of 119 identified so far, but 76 bodies handed over. It's a long wait, perhaps more than 72 hours clearly. Do we know any more timeline? Of course, all those doctors and the forensic experts have been working to ensure that the bodies are released at the earliest.
Well, and certainly these doctors are working at a war footing level tirelessly for last 4 days, 24/7. The team of doctors, FSL experts, and we've been told 56 of those experts, out of which 24 are women doctors who are tirelessly working and matching the DNA samples with those relatives who had given. Till now, 119 DNA samples had been matched. 76 of the dead bodies had been handed over to the family members, and more 30 odd families had been contacted so that they can come and collect the mortal remains of their loved ones. It is a specialized, dedicated wing at the civil hospital here in Ahmedabad, which has been dedicated to fast-track the entire process. The instructions had been given out by the Gujarat government. But what unique we are witnessing also while handling over the bodies, Harsh Sanghvi, the Home Minister, stated that from the debris site, when the forensic experts are recovering the bodies, they are also recovering the remains and also the the luggage and what has been found from the dead bodies from this crash site. All of those very in a trustworthy way, they are returning back to the family members as well, and therefore the family members perhaps have praised the honesty of the Ahmedabad police and the investigative authorities. But 72 hours is something that is needed for the DNA testing, and in the near future, in the next 2 to 3 days, more foreign nationals, more families will be arriving to take the mortal remains of their loved ones.
All right, Aishwarya, and tomorrow is when Captain Sumit Sabharwal, late Captain Sumit Sabharwal's family will be handed over the mortal remains. Remember, Captain Sumit Sabharwal was the pilot of this aircraft, and he was planning to quit his job and spend perhaps the next few years with his father, who was ailing. Today, his father waits for the mortal remains of his only son.
The tragic clash of Air India Flight 171 in Ahmedabad has sent shockwaves across the globe. A flight meant to land safely in London became the site of heartbreak, leaving behind a trail of shattered dreams and grieving families. Among the victims was Captain Sumit Sabharwal, a name that resonated with excellence in aviation. A senior Air India pilot with nearly 30 years of experience, he had flown across continents, clocking over 8,000 hours in the skies. Known for his rigorous pre-flight checks and unwavering focus on safety, Captain Sabharwal was respected by his peers. Captain Sumit Sabharwal had recently promised his 80-year-old ailing father, a former senior official in India's aviation regulatory body, that he would soon retire and return home. That promise now echoes a painful memory. Families who were expecting calls from Heathrow were instead confronted with news of the devastating crash. Moments before disaster struck, Captain Sabharwal made a distress call to the Ahmedabad ATC. His last radio transmission was chilling. A single word, Mayday, which means a full emergency. After that, silence. Communication ceased. This is not just the story of one pilot. It is the story of countless parents whose children are their lifelines. Of families who wait for safe landings, of promises never kept, of farewells never said. As investigations continue, one thing is certain. The sudden demise of Captain Sumit Sabharwal has left behind a void that can never be filled. Our thoughts remain with the families who've lost their loved ones in the Air India 171 tragedy. Bureau Report, NDTV.
And there's another family which is mourning. We are being joined by relative of Khushbu Rajpurohit. Remember, Khushbu was a resident of Rajasthan's Baltora district. In January, she had got married to Manful Singh, who was a student in London, and she was about to meet him for the first time since the wedding. Than Singh Rajpurohit is her cousin, and he's joining us. Than Singh ji, अब काफ़ी दो दिन हो गया आपकी कज़न के अंतिम संस्कार को भी। कमी तो और लगती होगी अभी घर पर।
देखिए,
जी थान सिंह जी,
देखिए कल जब खुशबू का अंतिम संस्कार हुआ, तब पूरा आसमान रोया। जब माउंट आबू से हम उसका पार्थिव देह लेकर जोधपुर खाराबेरा आ रहे थे, तब रास्ते में ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं थी जहां आसमान इंद्र भगवान स्वयं रो रहे थे और आंसू बरसा रहे थे हर जगह पर। जब उसका अंतिम संस्कार हो रहा था, तब भी इंद्र भगवान खुद आंसू बहा रहे थे कि वाकई ये बहुत गलत हुआ और सभी लोगों को पीड़ा थी, सतीशी कौम के लोगों को पीड़ा थी। इस बिटिया से भगवान का क्या बैर था जो इतने निर्दयी तरीके से इसके साथ फ्लाइट में जिंदा जला दिया गया। बहुत गलत हुआ। हम सबको बहुत सारी तकलीफें हैं, बहुत सारे सवाल हैं हमारे मन के अंदर, और उन सवालों का जवाब होगी
जी
हमारे अंदर तो एक ही है, जहां शांति दे, यही प्रार्थना कर सकते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल। लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे परिवार आज भी हैं थान सिंह जी जो अपने जो लोग हैं जिनकी मृत्यु हुई है उनके पार्थिव शरीर को आइडेंटिफाई करने का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं ताकि वो लास्ट राइट्स परफॉर्म कर सकें। तो वो उन लोगों के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे, उनके बारे में क्या ख्याल है आपका? क्योंकि उनका इंतजार लंबा हो गया।
भगवान से ये प्रार्थना करता हूँ, भगवान से ये प्रार्थना करता हूँ, हमारे लिए जब तक पार्थिव देह नहीं दिया गया तो हमारे लिए पूरा कठिन काम था और बहुत ही लंबा इंतजार था। फिर आखिर जब पार्थिव देह मिला तब भगवान को हमने कहा, है भगवान कम से कम इस पवित्र जो पार्थिव देह वो तो हमारे हाथ में आया। जिन परिवारों को नहीं मिला है, मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जल्द से जल्द उन सभी परिवारों को, वो भी सब हमारा परिवार है, उन परिवारों को उनका पार्थिव देह दे। वो अपने रीति रिवाज से, शायद हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, कोई भी हो, वो अपना परिवार के सदस्य का अंतिम संस्कार करे और उनको कैसे भी करके सरकार से भी मांगे जल्द से जल्द उन परिवारों को भी पार्थिव देह दे। और जो घायल है वो भी भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि हमारे साथ जो हुआ, इस बिटिया के साथ जो हुआ, वो किसी और के साथ ना हो, वो भी स्वस्थ होकर अपने परिवार के बीच लौटे, यही भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ। और जो
All right, Than Singh, thank you for joining us. Of course, bodies of 76 of those who were on board have been handed over to their relatives. It's a long, painful wait still for several families. From one tragedy to another, 4 people have died and 50, in fact, suffered injuries when an iron bridge over the Indriani River collapsed with over 150 tourists on it. The incident, in fact, happened at Kunda Mala, which is a popular but an offbeat tourist site, which is roughly around 30 kilometers from Pune. And there are a number of whirlpools and waterfalls in this area. The NDRF team, what sources are saying, received a call within 20 minutes and they responded immediately. But questions remain on lack of maintenance of these bridges. This particular bridge that we are talking about was 30 years old and was supposed to be used only by the pedestrians. However, two-wheelers were used frequently on this bridge, and hence the safety of this bridge was compromised. In fact, last week, the district collector, we are told, had issued prohibitory orders urging people to avoid waterfalls and rivers, particularly because of the monsoon season. So the question that I wish to ask on the show tonight, and I'll be joined by the district collector in a few minutes, that why wasn't the bridge then closed for the tourists? Why did they just stop at just the warnings? In fact, what we are also being told is that last year the BJP MLA and minister in this area, Ravindra Chavan, had sanctioned 80,000 rupees for the repair work of this collapsed bridge. However, that money was also not used. So why were the funds not used is another question. Just look at this before and after picture of the bridge now. And I'll ask, yes, you can see this is before this entire bridge. You can see a two-wheeler, in fact, moving ahead in that bridge. And this is after the collapse. These two pictures actually show some warning signs, particularly that it was not made for more than one person. Then why were the two-wheelers being used? You can see a motorbike, in fact, moving ahead on that bridge. Right there, I would ask, you can see that image. The question is, why didn't the officials ensure that this bridge was completely shut? The bridge had a width of just 4 feet, making it extremely narrow. However, at the time of the tragedy, there were around 7 to 8 bikes on this bridge. In addition to the huge crowd, officials have said that more than 100 people were present on the bridge, ignoring the warning signs, the boards which were there at the spot, right there on your television screens. And potholes had also appeared on this bridge, causing two-wheelers to collide. Locals had put some cement blocks on the bridge to temporarily cover the potholes, and the local administration was of the opinion that despite the structural audit, they had let this bridge function. A letter was also written to the Public Works Department and the Gram Panchayat 2 years ago. Several unanswered questions here. And here's a special report from Anuj Rayatian, and then I'll go straight to the District Collector of Pune, who will be joining us shortly.
At least 4 people lost their lives and 2 others were critically injured in the tragic bridge collapse in Pune's Kundamala village on Sunday. But beyond the loss of lives, the incident has exposed a deeper crisis: the constant blame shifting between local authorities. Built in 1992 for local access, the bridge had over time turned into a weekend tourist stop. What was once a rural pathway became a selfie spot, blocking movement and putting pressure on an already fragile structure.
We the locals were facing a lot of problem because of this tourist also, because it's the issue that the bridge was very small and the tourists used to stand on the bridge. We couldn't see the other vehicle coming from there, from here which we were going or the locals were going. They couldn't see the vehicle and it used to get a block over there.
Saturday, Sunday को हजारों नहीं 2000-3000 पब्लिक यहाँ पे रहती है, क्योंकि लोनावला अगर बंद हो गया तो ये एक पब्लिक स्पॉट ऐसा है कि पुणे के पास में हाईवे पे जल्दी में हो सकता है ऐसा स्पॉट यही है। वो ब्रिज के ऊपर लोग खड़े रहते थे, सेल्फी निकालना उनका सबसे गंदा काम था। उसकी वजह से जो आने जाने वाले लोग रहते थे उनको ज़्यादा तकलीफ रहती थी। हमको तो एक ही रास्ता था उधर जाने के लिए, उसके लिए ज़्यादा तकलीफ रहती थी।
According to the villagers, this freak accident was bound to happen. Repeated warnings and letters to the authorities were ignored.
ये ब्रिज गिरने वाला है, ये तो हमको पता ही था। ये 100% पता था। इतना लोग मतलब वो जाता आता था ना, खड़ा रहता था ना, वो घूमने वाले लोग आता था ना, वो किसका सुनता नहीं था, एकदम सस्ते से गवा दिए।
On a weekend with thousands of people gathering, the absence of police on site raised serious questions about crowd management and accountability.
रविवार के दिन ज़्यादा भीड़ रहती है उधर, उन्होंने रुकना चाहिए था। अगर वो रुकते तो जो घटना हुई थी वो नहीं होती थी और 8 लोगों की जान बच जाती।
While the locals, the eyewitnesses and even the Sarpanch has gone on record to say that the presence of police would have reduced the number of casualties or the extent of the damage here, the senior PI here at Taregaon Dabadi police station holds that 4 police officers were present at the spot. It's just that the number of tourists there was so overwhelming that it went beyond their control.
If the bridge was already deemed unsafe, why wasn't an alternate route or reconstruction prioritized? On 4th July 2024, the PWD issued an order after MLA Bigade raised a demand. By 11th July, an official letter of approval was sent. 8 crore was sanctioned, officials inspected the site and prepared the design. Almost a year later, on 10th June 2025, the work order was finally issued. But just 5 days later, the bridge collapsed, claiming 4 lives.
बड़े शहरों में ये बना रहा है, लेकिन वो जो है छोटे छोटे गांव में बनाने की ज़रूरत है, वहाँ पे वो नहीं बना रहे। गवर्नमेंट को ऐसा लग रहा है यहाँ से उठ के अपने को कम मिलेगा, इनके पास ध्यान देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। अभी जो ब्रिज गिर गया तो कल देखा मैंने मेरे सामने की बहुत सारे मतलब पॉलिटिक्स सब इधर आए थे। ये पहले आते थे 2-3 महीने में देख के जाते थे, बारिश शुरू होने वाली है तो ये ब्रिज नहीं गिरता था और इतनी जो दुर्घटना हुई है वो नहीं होती थी।
Even now, no one has a straight answer on why the construction was delayed for so long in Mawal. The responsibilities passed around, but accountability remains elusive.
8 कोटीचा एक ब्रिज ऑलरेडी मंजूर आहे, पण त्याच्याबद्दलची उत्तमभूत सगळी माहिती नीटपणे कलेक्टरला द्यायला सांगितलेली। कलेक्टर म्हणले काही काळामध्ये तुम्हाला देईल।
तो उन्होंने पत्र मेरे से मांगा था, तो मैंने दिया था कि ऐसा ऐसा पुल खराब हो गया है, इधर पुल की ज़रूरत है। उसके लिए नया पुल भी मंजूर हो गया था, लेकिन थोड़ा सा स्थानिक लेवल पे प्रॉब्लम की वजह से रुक गया था काम।
नहीं हो सकता था जल्दी, लेकिन सैंक्शन होने में उसको टाइम लगा। तो हमारी मांग थी, लेकिन उतना उस टाइम पे के लोगों ने सीरियसली नहीं लिया। यहाँ पे मिलिट्री एरिया है, आपने देखा रहेगा आप जहाँ पे, तो मिलिट्री में बहुत सारे डेवलपमेंट में बाकी लोग रिस्ट्रिक्शन आते हैं।
The systemic blame game continues here in Pune as we lost 4 more of our countrymen to another tragedy. While the losses suffered by the families of those 4 people are irreparable, the people living in Kundamala village have also suffered heavily because of this, as the bridge collapse has potentially cut down on their access to at least 6 of the nearby villages for at least next 12 months, increasing the time required to travel and the resources. With camera person Arvind, this is Anuj reporting for NDTV from Pune.
Jitendra Dudi is the district collector of Pune and he's joining us. Mr. Dudi, there were several questions being raised about this bridge. The bridge was 30 years old. There were clear instructions that it is only for the pedestrians, but two-wheelers were used frequently. There are images which show that clearly. If you had, why did you just stop at issuing prohibitory orders that the bridge should not be used? Why wasn't it closed? Knowing fully well that this was the tourist season.
There are 2 important things. First thing is that a prohibition order was already in place with regard to all the locations in Pune district wherein there is a river water flow and any kind of water flow is there. So this location was also included in that, and there was SOP with regard to that. The SOP was in place, administrative officials were there, and along with that we have also put in a board there saying that this bridge is not in use and it should not be used. However, it was being used at that point of time. Many people had visited that bridge at that point of time, and more than the capacity of the bridge, people were there on the bridge, and because of that, this unfortunate incident had occurred. We have established a committee to inspect the entire event that had occurred yesterday. A 6-member committee has been established so that we can come to know about whether there was any administrative lapse with regard to this incident. Along with that, we have given the mandate to the committee that they recommend if there is any change required in the SOP that is already in place with regard to the tourist locations that are generally being visited by the people during the monsoon season, because 7 days ago only I had given this order and we had taken necessary measures with regard to the SOP. However, large number of people had gone there.
But Mr. Dudi, why do you think SOPs were not being followed, particularly with regards to this bridge? Because the potholes had appeared on this bridge and cement blocks were being used to cover the potholes temporarily.
You see, so that is what I'm saying, that this bridge was not in use. And we had put hoardings as well there. to tell the people that this should not be used, and police officials and Gram Panchayat officials were also there, and we had also used the barricading. But it's a short distance as compared to the other routes. So people of the villages generally use this by flouting the directions that have been given. And that is why it is very important to revisit the SOP, that whether we should just, right now we are doing this thing only that we are putting our human resource there, we are putting boats, we are also barricading that. And still people flout that and they remove the barricades and go uses these kind of bridges. That now rather than just barricading these old bridges which are out of use and which should not be used, we are in Pune, we are now going to completely dismantle these bridges so that the question of using them by flouting the rule does not arise.
Okay, so if you are saying that these bridges will be dismantled and that seems to be the only solution to stop perhaps people from using these bridges, then can you give us some numbers in terms of how many such bridges are there in Pune district?
I'm taking report from all the departments. We have done structural audit already. And I have already given them direction to start necessary process to remove all those bridges which are in the dismantling state, so that such kind of situation does not occur. Exact number, these numbers will be given in the due course of time. But whatever may be the number, we are going to remove all these bridges so that the question of flouting the rule and people using these short routes does not occur in future.
The question is also of why wasn't the sanctioned money for the repair of this collapsed bridge used? If the money was sanctioned, why wasn't it used?
There is misinformation with regard to this. I want to clarify once and for all that there is a parallel bridge that has been approved few months ago. Repair money for this bridge has not been approved. A new bridge has been proposed and it has been sanctioned few months ago. The tender of the same was being floated few months ago, 3-4 months ago, and the work order of the same has been given on 10th of June, just 7 days ago only. And the work is about to start. Since we have given work order just 7 days ago only, generally it takes 2 weeks time to start the work. So work is supposed to start for a new bridge. This is not for this bridge. We are not doing any repair of this bridge because this bridge is beyond repair. We are constructing a new bridge which is parallel to this bridge, and that is being done by the PWD department. The work order is being given just 7 days ago. So there is no question of money not being spent.
All right, Mr. Dudi, thank you. Pune District Collector, they're saying that all these old bridges, which are rickety and can collapse because they need multiple repair work, are likely to be dismantled and new bridges built as well. But the question is, what about the movement in the absence of new bridges? Let's bring in K.T. Ravindran, Senior Urban Designer. We also have Dr. Uday Prakash, who represents petitioners on illegal hoarding issues in Bombay High Court. Multiple such tragedies that we have seen which clearly show that there seems to be no value of human lives. There are stampedes. There was a bridge collapse in Morbi which happened. There was a hoarding collapse. And now we are seeing, this bridge collapse which has happened in Pune. Mr. Prakash, your thoughts on this? Why is it that the administration and the governments take human lives for granted, perhaps?
Unfortunately, you are right in commenting that there is perhaps no value for the life of a human being. We have been witnessing that such incidences are happening in recent past. We have seen there was a bridge collapse so far as the district district Raigad near Mumbai is concerned. We have seen a collapse of the holding at Ghatkopar. We have seen several such incidences in the recent past. Now you will find that every authority which is a regulatory authority or the administrative authority, they will start their blame game. They will try to play little safe and they will try to show that no, I have not done any mistake. I have not done anything wrong, and whatever was required to be done, that I have completed. I am not at fault. Perhaps there will be a few more committees which will be appointed. Perhaps there will be a announcement of some kind of ex gratia. But the fact remains that why we all are not so sensitive about the loss of the life of that human being. Merely by giving some lakhs of rupees to the relatives or next kin of those persons who have died, or by giving some kind of a praise statement, whether it is sufficient. The value of a life of that person who has lost his life in such unfortunate incident, who is going to fix the responsibility. And therefore, before the Bombay High Court for years together, we have been fighting cases about these kind of illegal holdings, which have virtually encroached upon the personal life of a human being, and up to some extent the loss of life in some cases. So I feel that now the time has come when the courts are required to intervene and point out what is wrong, how it is going wrong, who is taking it very casually, and what is the required course of action.
Okay, Mr. Ravindran, in this particular case in Pune, there was a warning. In fact, this bridge was, there was a hoarding which was put out as well, a warning sign right next to the bridge that this should not be used. But, tourists continue to use it, other passers-by continue to use it. Then who should be really blamed?
I would say there are a number of issues involved, and we cannot see them only as the immediate issue of non-repair of the bridge. The primary reason is that our cities have failed our youth. The young people have no place in our cities. They are planned so badly. We are so driven by commercial interests and development that we are neglecting any kind of recreational activities for the youth, and they're forced to run to nearby places for entertainment. Now, this is one thing, is that our cities have failed our youth. I think that's one primary reason. Second reason I would say is because now it has become a trend that every development project is a spectacle. It has to be a large spectacle. It has to make many claims. And while we are claiming that, it's ironic that while we have built the biggest span bridge in the world, in India, we have another bridge like this collapsing in another location. So this irony is also a pointer to the kind of skewed development program that we have now. We are now only interested in quote-unquote achievements. We are only interested in spectacular projects, and those which require immediate attention in terms of maintenance are neglected on a consistent basis. Now, apart from old things like, in fact, a 32-year-old bridge is not an old bridge. We have hundreds of bridges in this country which are more than 100 years old, and they're hale and healthy, and none of them are collapsing because they're built well. Now, I'm not pointing to the faults that were there in the construction of this bridge. Certainly, one thing is visible, that the maintenance was completely lacking, and any attention to immediate repair was also missing. While such things happen, we have a young group of young people whose aspirations are going high because of the hype in our system, hype in our economy. People are expecting to have very exciting life. They have extra money. They have access to vehicles because we have a system by which we've made vehicular purchases very easy for the whole country through insurance and through loan systems and so on.
That's
and
right.
We have a highly aspirational youth who are not catered for in our cities.
Yes.
Naturally, they will throng this kind of places.
Let me go back to Uday Prakash. Mr. Uday Prakash, in most of these cases, the petitions which are filed for justice have to be about culpable homicide not amounting to murder. And invariably we see that those who are responsible, they get away.
See, there are two important aspects. One is the departmental action which is required to be initiated against the concerned officers or the officials. And the second would be a crime. So far as the registration of a crime is concerned, there are two types our all viewers are aware. One is cognizable offense, second is a non-cognizable offense. So each and every act, each and every action or each and every omission may constitute something. It may be a cognizable offense. If it is a cognizable offense, then police will have to register an offense. If it is a non-cognizable, then police cannot take an FIR. So therefore, one has to find out what kind of a cognizable offense has taken place. Coming back to this incident which you are reporting and the visuals are seen, whether there was any kind of a negligence or whether it was a pure accident, that will be a question to be debated. If somebody wishes to file a offense or register a first information report in respect of this, then they will have to come within the four corners of the law. And if they make out that case, then and then only the offense will be registered. Otherwise, on the administrative side, there may be some committees, then there may be some kind of a recording of the evidence, some kind of a departmental action. These are the things which are not enough deterrent in the eyes of law. And therefore, you are right in commenting that in most of these cases, the culprit are not really booked, and it takes time. Unfortunately, that is also ground reality.
All right, Dr. Uday Prakash and KT Ravindran, thank you for joining us. We're slipping into a short break. After that, we'll get you latest in the Israel-Iran escalation. Now, there is a fresh video which has come in of an attack at a television studio. In fact, there was a live broadcast that was going on, and we can see that image also of the anchor right here. I'm leaving you with this. We'll be coming back to this story in just a bit.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
3 days after the Air India crash, a desperate wait for DNA tests, agonizing wait for identity, the fight for dignity in death, doctors knee-deep in heartbreak. NDTV live from Forensic Center, a sorrowful quest for DNA match. Science and sorrow at Ahmedabad Hospital. Doctors fight to give ID to remains.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
From the echo of the Trump tariffs to the geopolitical tensions in West Asia, and on the sidelines, a possible thaw in the frosty relations between India and Canada. I will bring you all the latest updates from the Kananaskis G7 Summit. NDTV, live from the G7 Summit in Canada.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories. And Israel has escalated its operation in Iran, bombing the national broadcaster during a live bulletin. The attack targeted vital assets deep inside Iran, including an airbase of 2,300 kilometers from Israeli border. Dramatic visuals have emerged online showing a missile strike hitting the compound of the Iran state TV studio. The anchor, Seher Imami, who was midway through the bulletin, had to get up and leave as the entire studio shook with the impact of this missile. And chants can be heard in the background as she manages to escape. Local reports in Tehran are suggesting that Ms. Imami and the staff at the studio are safe and they are injury-free. Although NDTV cannot really independently verify these claims, but there are claims that she may have even resumed her duty to report the incidents arising out of this conflict. Israel has said that it is well on track to achieve its objectives as the conflict escalates and civilians in both countries run for cover. Dramatic visuals there which have emerged online, which shows the anchor Seher Imami. Actually, she was midway during her broadcast when that impact really happened. And as tensions escalate between Israel and Iran, Indian students are desperate to return, with many asking the government to arrange their safe evacuation before things take a turn for the worse. The Indian embassy in Tehran are relocating them to safer areas. In fact, there are 6,000 Indian students in Iran. Most of them are enrolled in medical universities, and Indian students are across Iranian cities such as Tehran, Shiraz, Qom, and they are going through sleepless nights. We will be joined by one such student in just a bit. In fact, Kashif Mukhtar is joining us. He's joining us from Tehran. But before that, let's listen in to all the sound bites of these students which have come in.
Third-year medical student from Tehran. Right now, we are getting relocated to Tehran outskirts, just because the strikes are continuously going on. The strikes from Israel, and you see the smokes around, the flames around. It's all chaos here. The roads are closed. We have been stuck. Completely stuck. We don't know what to do. The atmosphere is so tense right now.
At this point, हमारे जो भाई हैं तेहरान यूनिवर्सिटी के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनकी बॉयज डॉम के नज़दीक ही हमला हुआ है एंड दे हैव आल्सो बीन अफेक्टेड बाय द अटैक, और कुछ जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो जख्मी भी हो गए हैं. सो वो हालत हमारी भी ना हो जाए उससे पहले प्लीज हमें इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए, क्योंकि इस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे ना हमें वाटर सप्लाई है डॉम की, ना नेट, इंटरनेट इज वेरी वीक. इंटरनेट बिल्कुल भी नहीं चल रहा है, ना मैसेज जा रही है, ना आ रही है, ना प्रॉपर्ली कम्युनिकेट कर पा रहे हैं हम किसी से भी. और ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट अभी शायद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी चली जाएगी और उसके बाद हमारा वाईफाई भी डाउन हो जाएगा, जिसपे हम अभी थोड़ा बहुत इंटरनेट चला रहे हैं, और उसके बाद हम शायद बिल्कुल भी कम्युनिकेट ना कर पाए. तो प्लीज आई रिक्वेस्ट LG मनोज सिन्हा, NCM उमर अब्दुल्ला, कि हमें जल्द से जल्द इवैक्यूएट कर दिया जाए.
Professor Alex is the director of Iran program at the Middle East Institute. He's joining me from Washington, D.C. We also have Dr. Jahangir. He is the director and professor Center for Israel Studies at OP Jindal Global University. Professor Alex, the question is, Israel says that they are on track to achieving its objectives. What really is the end game here?
Well, that's the biggest of all the questions out there. Is Israel trying to hit Iran through these various military operations, assassinations, as a way of bringing Iran back to the diplomatic table where Trump and the Iranians left off, and ask, or basically compel, the Iranians to give away more, if you will, in terms of their nuclear program, which had been a demand of the Israelis? Is that what Israel wants, or has Israel changed its mind? Has Israel decided that the end goal, the end mission, has to be now a political change, end of the Islamic Republic, toppling of the regime of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? It's not very clear if that's the Israeli position, but increasingly in the last day or so, what Prime Minister Netanyahu is talking about sounds more like he wants regime change. But if that's the case, will President Donald Trump want to go along with him on that mission? Because U.S. has a long history of trying regime change in the Middle East in the last 2 decades plus, and hasn't always worked out so well. So that remains to be seen.
All right, Dr. Jahangir, in terms of evacuation of the Indian students as the conflict escalates, and clearly civilians in both the countries are running for cover, The challenge of evacuating Indian students, what do you see are the challenges there?
Only today, the Transport Ministry of Israel has announced that they will soon arrange, evacuation for any group of people out of Israel. So it will have to be a government-arranged transport that the Israeli government has announced, and in next 22 hours, they are going to really give the details. My own students from Sonipat, from OP Jindal Global University, are at Tel Aviv University. I'm in Tel Aviv city. And yeah, we are anxious, but let me also say something which is usual in Israeli case. Israel's war, in a way, started on October 7th, 2023. So many of the, aspects of the Israeli lives are actually, as usual. I mean, people go to the bunkers. I think unlike Iranian people, Israelis do have a much greater air defense system and alertness given by the government. So now the usual time to run to a shelter here is 3 to 10 minutes, which is an ample amount of time. In the last 3 nights, there have been more than, let's say, 200 missiles launched, and around 20 hit the ground. And 24 people have died in different parts of Tel Aviv, Haifa, in the other central cities of Israel. But because of the good amount of sheltering, because of the very, very reliable and alert system, I see less and less panic for people to leave the place. Everything fundamental is running. Supermarkets are open. Even buses are open. I was surprised today, but I could actually go from one part of the city to the other part, taking a bus. And unusually, none of the missile attacks that Iran has attempted happen in the daytime. So it's only in the night. Yesterday night, there were 2. A day before, at the night, there were another 2 episodes. So in the day, people really carry out many different regular jobs, which is surprising to watch around. But yeah, I think Israelis have lived through these bunker and shelter runs for the last 2 years. I must say this, that unlike the rockets of Hamas, which are country assembled and not missiles, the Iranian missiles are really causing large-scale destruction in the cities. In fact, in Bat Yam, a city just next to Tel Aviv, a building was hit yesterday, and almost for 24 hours, Israeli authorities couldn't really retrieve the bodies of the people from the rubble. Now, such attacks are extremely scary for the Israelis because they never imagined a missile causing such a large-scale neighborhood destruction that an area of around 100 houses will be completely impacted. So I think that's one scary part, and Israeli government is really trying to...
And Iran's foreign minister, Professor Alex, had in fact taken to Twitter, and on X he said that if President Trump is genuine about diplomacy and interested in stopping this war, next steps are consequential. So, there is an effort being made here. The Iranians are seeking diplomatic solution, but are the Israelis really ready to halt this aggression?
Look, absolutely right. So that's what we heard from various Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, as you just pointed out. So clearly what Iran wants is a way to sort of save face to the extent that's possible at this point, because they've been badly hurt. And as we speak, Israeli attacks are continuing across Iran. But the officials, those of them who have not been assassinated and still running that country, are asking the Europeans, the Americans, through mediation and through public diplomacy, that, if you get the Israelis to back off, to stop their strikes, we'll stop our missile strikes on Israel. So that's the position of the Iranians. But if you're Israel at this point, do you sense that you can go all the way, that you can topple the regime? Do you want to live with this Iran, even if there's a ceasefire? Can you trust the future intentions of this Islamic Republic? So that's really the big question mark going forward. And the Israelis, obviously, the biggest of their challenges is the following. They have never engaged an adversary the size of Iran, really in their history, since Israel was created in 1948. they have to ask themselves the questions: how long can they continue these operations against Iran? Maybe they can do it for days, maybe weeks, but can they do it for months, years? And where would the United States be? Will the US side with them? I mean, that's a great unknown. So at this point, it's really difficult to predict where we're going to go, but clearly the diplomatic path is there. But if I was Iran, I would also look to negotiate with President Trump directly, because the time is of an essence. The past few months of indirect negotiations through Oman, that's not the best way forward. You need to talk to the president himself. You need to reassure him that you mean business, that you're willing to cut a deal diplomatically, but most importantly, that Iran is willing to give up its overall anti-American and anti-Israel foreign policy. If that's what the regime is willing to do, they might just be able to save the regime. But that's a big question mark.
All right, Dr. Jahangir, a word on the visuals that we are playing on our television screens right now, and I'll ask the producer to do that. Yes, you can see. That's the Iran State TV studio anchor, Seher Imami, who was midway through her bulletin when that studio was actually bombed.
Well, this is the the aggression part of the Israeli side. Israel's defense minister and many of the Israeli leaders have been threatening Tehran with far more wide range of attacks on different institutions of Tehran if Iran doesn't stop attacking the Israeli civilian cities. So this attack on the studio came out because for the 3 nights, most of the missiles that Iran could get to the Israeli grounds hit the civilian areas. And Israeli government is very scared because more than 1,000 people are homeless, more than 300 people are injured, 24 people died, and that count is still a modest in general terms, but for Israelis, that death count can really go up, and then the government will have a much greater domestic constraint to continue with the aggression. So they really want to utilize this threat technique by bombing the studio, by even Donald, even they leaked the information that, they had on their list everybody of Iran for the last 3 days, and they could really assassinate a chain of people. And it was supposedly a conversation that Donald Trump vetoed when the mention of the Khomeini came. Now, it would be a nutcase for anybody to attempt that sort of a political assassination in Tehran. But Israelis are playing a real psychological game as well. And one of the ways the TV studio was critical also because this is the source of information for the most of the Iranian people. Whatever information the government gives in a very controlled society, this studio plays a key role for the government propaganda as well as the government's appearance to be in control of the situation. What will happen to the people if this system of information collapses? So Israel really wants to create this domestic chaos between the regime and the people and break the existing communication. One of the things that is happening in Tehran is that they have put up these pickets to monitor the movements of the people. A, because there are a lot of Mossad operatives in Tehran, but also because, as other guests said, there is a real fear of intention of regime change in Tehran. And they don't want any group of Iranians to really get tempted and get any kind of armed or a group mobility under the nose of, Khomeini.
All right, Dr. Jahangir.
I'm sure.
Dr. Jahangir, we are yet to see several chapters perhaps in this ongoing conflict, which is only escalating with every passing hour. Dr. Jahangir and Professor Alex, appreciate your time. That's all from me on this edition of Left, Right and Center. Thanks so much for watching.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong,
right,
and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. You're watching the News Night and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We are talking of a big story tonight. You're looking at what's been happening vis-a-vis Iran and Israel. That war is now escalating. Israel, in fact, earlier has dropped a big bombshell. And this is Benjamin Netanyahu. He says that it is Iran that wanted to kill Trump. In fact, that is what he has said. And this is explosive. That's a bombshell coming in straight from Benjamin Netanyahu, who claims that it is Iran that plotted to assassinate, he says, Donald Trump, not once, but twice. Iran, remember, you would recall, has already threatened the US and the US bases in the region. Now, the war with Israel is getting very, very personal and bloodier, if I may use that word. You remember those Iranian generals who were killed right in their bedrooms with that much of precision? That is the kind of strike that you have seen. So the rules are gone because there are no rules anymore. It is doomsday diplomacy now and anything can happen. Absolutely anything. And if you're wondering what should India be doing, on the show tonight, we will unravel that story also. We'll tell you more about the numbers, number of people who are staying abroad, particularly in West Asia, the Indians there, in terms of investment, in terms of energy and a lot of other things. But for the moment, India has decided to very quietly stand with Israel. When it comes to oil, when it comes to students, Russia, all this right now is secondary. Because for India, like Israel, the enemy is very, very clear. Like for India, the enemy is Pakistan and the Islamic terror. And do remember on the news night, we've showed you how both India and Israel have fought their own wars on terror, and they're doing it in their own ways. Because this is a deeply personal fight. So let's get you first up the reaction that has come in from Benjamin Netanyahu and that big bombshell where he says that it's Iran that wanted to assassinate Donald Trump.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number one. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with him in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. he took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number one.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did
they
you
understand that President Trump is a great threat to Iran's plans to weaponize nuclear weapons and use them.
When did you tell President Trump you were going to launch these strikes?
Look, I've been in constant contact with President Trump. We've known each other for many years. And obviously, we informed our American friends and President Trump, our great friend, ahead of time. We did. He knew about it, of course.
So Trump, he says, is enemy number one. And that's a big story, a big revelation. But I also want to tell you what's happening right away as we speak. In fact, there are two dramatic videos that I want you to see. First up is the one that you have seen this. I think this is also going viral on the social media. Now, there's this anchor at a news channel. And this is the IRIB news channel that is hit by the Israeli strike. The moment is captured and suddenly you will realize everything goes black. She's speaking, she's addressing, but then suddenly there is a loud thud and you see her running away, obviously to safety. And I'll see if we can replay that entire sequence before I get you the next video.
آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استادیوم آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استادیوم
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is an Iranian studio that is bombed during that live broadcast. And if you're wondering, that is just one picture on your screens as a part of another video that I will play out now. And behind this reporter, who you see putting out this video again on the social media, you will see this huge building that is already up in flames. A lot of smoke billowing out. Again, that is the Iran state broadcaster that has been hit by the Israeli strikes. Look at the impact. We'll play out this video now for you.
چیزی که رژیم دیدن تصویر اقتدار ایرانی و ایرانی جماعت و شکست هیمنه رژیم کودک کش صهیونیستی. من نمیدونم چند تا از همکارام داخل بودن. من طبقه اول بودم بمباران شد. نمیدونم چند تا از همکارام شهید شدن. نمیدونم چند نفر مجروح شدن. گفته بودن تخلیه کنیم منطقه اسرائیل. اما همه تا آخرین لحظه وایستن تا تصویر اقتدار ایران رو به جهان نشون بدن. چیزی که رژیم صهیونیستی دیدن تصویر اقتدار ایرانی و ایرانی جماعت و شکست هیمنه رژیم کودک کش صهیونیستی.
So this has been a day of dramatic developments. This has been a day of some sensational revelations by Benjamin Netanyahu, who again, like I reiterate, has said that Trump is the enemy number one for Iran, and not once but twice there have been assassination attempts. Let's make more sense of what's going on. What is the big picture? How should you also be looking at these big developments? And as a promise, remember, we'll break down numbers, the military strength on both sides. We'll tell you which are the big high-value assets that have been targeted also by both sides. We'll get you powerful images and, yes, the big India connection to this whole story. But I want to say good evening to Professor Sari Hanafi, who's the professor in sociology at the American University of Beirut. Sir, thank you so much for your time. As we are having this conversation, we are looking at some dramatic images coming in and that dramatic revelation also from Benjamin Netanyahu, who says that Trump is the enemy number one. Do you believe that there is good enough evidence for the world to believe that Trump is actually the enemy number one for Iran?
No, I don't think so. I think Netanyahu, with his religious Zionist ideology, genocidal ideology, he is capable of fabricating anything to continue his genocide in Gaza and trying to a new messy Middle East region. So I don't believe him. I think Iran has a long-standing hostility to the United States. The fact that they supported genuinely and in arm and in military aid Israel for a long time. So yes, United States is an enemy number one, but I'm not sure it's Trump is the enemy number one. You should know that the negotiation went very well in the first stage.
Okay.
And particularly Trump behaving like a businessman, he was so delighted that they offer around $2 trillion of investment and buying aircraft and etc. So I think Israel is not interested at all to have a peace in the region.
Okay, I think that's an important point, sir, that you do make, and it's all about a nuclear deal. And I think our viewers would also be interested to know what is the trigger, the timing, and a lot of other things. And I'm just interrupting you here because I want to take this story in a big, wider perspective. And when we take this on a big, wider perspective, I want you to figure out what's been happening between Israel and Iran. And do remember, when you talk of India-Pakistan, the conflict, a lot of people think because, hey, India is next door to Pakistan, you have this